Tony Howard led a girl about the same age as his son, introducing him to his son, who was tinkering with mechanical parts. This is Crow Prince. She will be staying with you from now on. Hearing his father speak, the boy named Tony only glanced up once, then continued to fiddle with his parts, head down. Is this a secretary you found for me? He chuckled, or a butler? Tony Howard was a bit angry. Although he often neglected his son's feelings for other things, he hadn't taught him to be rude to guests. Which kind would you prefer? The girl, who had been subtly belittled, spoke up. Her indifferent tone caught Tony's attention. He twirled the screwdriver like a pen and said with interest, If I say, you'll be whatever I say. As you command. Howard watched this development in surprise. In fact, he just wanted to find a playmate for his son, and hadn't planned to get Tony a private secretary so early. Can you assemble circuit boards? Tony pointed to the pile of parts on the table, deliberately challenging her. Sorry, Crow shook her head, I can't assemble it. After all, she looked directly at Tony, her indifferent purple eyes lacking any emotion or any embarrassment from being insulted or challenged. After all, not everyone is a genius like you. Crow said this. Howard was amazed to see his son show a hint of arrogance. Of course, I am Tony Stark. Tony curled his lips, showing a proud expression. He gestured for Crow to stand by his side, as if granting a favor. Since your words are so pleasant, I can teach you. Crow did not refuse either. She walked over to watch him fiddle with the parts, occasionally responding with a yes or no when he asked, Did you understand? The scene was quite harmonious. Howard rubbed his chin, thinking. So Crow stayed at the Stark residence as Tony's study companion. At least that's what Tony told his father. That year they were 6 years old. Tony was very smart, a fact that Crow had to admit even if she disliked his lifestyle. As she praised him, he lived out his own life. After all, no one since first grade could discuss middle school or even high school knowledge with the teacher. Tony's high IQ allowed him to breeze through elementary school knowledge. But Crow could only be considered an above-average student. Although her learning ability was strong, she still couldn't keep up with Tony, who was like a cheater. To catch up with his progress, she had no time to rest. In the early days, Howard often worried that Crow might die from lack of sleep. But fortunately, Crow found a method and ensured good sleep and rest by the second month. Of course, Howard still worried that her string was too tight, so he found a teacher to teach her to play the piano, allowing her to relax in her limited time. Thank you, mister. Howard said Crow, after her first piano lesson, her eyes shining with joy. I really like this gift. This is probably the best decision you've ever made. Tony, who had listened to the whole lesson with Crow, said to Howard. Although he would not play himself, it was a nice enjoyment for Crow to play for him during his break time. So from that day on, Crow would take piano lessons during her breaks, and Tony would often ask her to play for him after meals, or when he didn't want to do experiments. Another time, lying on the sofa and almost falling asleep, Tony sighed, This life is simply wonderful. Crow, with his talent, was able to skip grades with Tony every time. Although her academic performance was not bad, there was still a gap between a genius and an ordinary person. They studied together, skipped grades together, and received admission letters from MIT together. On the day they received the letters, Tony proudly showed off to Howard, See, I told you we would go to the same school. Although Crow was admitted to the business school, he still thought she did it for him. After all, whose family had a company? Crow, Howard called out to her, as she was about to follow Tony, Have you decided yet? A hint of determination appeared on the face of the 15-year-old girl. She replied, Yes, mister. Howard. Although it's infuriating to say, I really don't want to study business. Howard sighed. He looked at Crow, who had never clearly expressed her personal wishes, and patted her shoulder, encouraging, Do what you want. You've worked hard all these years. My overly willful son has been a handful for you. Crow, who had indeed suffered a lot, nodded in agreement with Howard. Once you've decided, tell Tony, Howard said. I'll have Potts take over your duties. But Tony, I can't guarantee he'll let you go. I will convince him. Crow's hands by her sides clenched into fists. At least this time, I won't compromise anymore. Howard couldn't interfere in their struggle. He patted her shoulder and let her go back to Tony's side. Dinner time. Seeing that it was past the agreed time, Crow walked straight into Tony's basement, turned his face to face her, and made sure he noticed her presence before saying word by word, Tony, come out for dinner. I'm almost done here. Tony tried to look back at his experiment. Are you sure you want to say that right now? Crow let go, no longer obstructing his view, but her words carried the opposite meaning. No, Tony was afraid of her unique passive-aggressive tone. "I'll be out in 5 minutes." His caramel-colored eyes gazed at her like honey. No one could resist such eyes. But Crow was completely unmoved. She calmly instructed Tony's smart butler Jarvis shut down all power in the basement. "No." "Yes, Miss Crow." Jarvis's calm voice sounded simultaneously, followed by the lights going out. "You are my AI butler, Jarvis," Tony said angrily in the dark. "Not hers." "Sorry, Sir." Jarvis took all the blame, "but you yourself set Miss Crow's commands to the highest priority." Having been defeated in this area again, Tony regretted for the 1,000th time why he had done that. "Hurry up." Crow stood on the stairs leading to the ground, urging her troublesome employer. "Today I fried your favorite donuts." "For the sake of donuts," he shouted once again, forgetting to modify the commands. Hearing his insincere words, a hint of smile flashed in Crow's eyes as she turned around. After eating his favorite donuts, Tony lay lazily on the sofa. Although his assembly was not yet complete, at times like this, he preferred to quietly listen to some soothing piano music. "Crow," he said with eyes half closed, "I want to hear you play." "Just a moment." After putting the dinner plates into the kitchen, Crow washed her hands, dried them with a towel, and then sat down at the piano. "What do you want to hear?" Crow placed her hands on the keys, turning her head to look at the languid figure on the sofa. "Play whatever." He turned over to face the piano. "Something soothing will do." "Okay." So a piece of autumn whispers flowed out, accompanied by a cool breeze from outside, successfully making Tony drowsy. Tony Crow's sudden voice woke him instantly. "Miss Potts will visit tomorrow morning. I hope you can make time and give her some access." "What is she here for?" Tony asked, displeased at being disturbed. "To take over my work." Crow closed the piano lid and pulled the open windows slightly shut to keep Tony from catching cold. "What work?" Tony asked dismissively. "There was nothing to hand over here." "My work." Crow's words instantly wiped out Tony's drowsiness. "You're resigning." He stood up, shouting, "Is my salary not high enough? Or have you found another job and are going to abandon me?" Crow was helpless against this barrage of questions. She walked over, took his hands, and guided him to sit on the sofa. She sat next to him and said softly, "I'm going to study, not find another job, and certainly not abandon you." "You can go to the same school as me," he retorted, his eyes full of stubbornness. "MIT's business school is the best in the world." Crow sighed. Mr. Howard's worry was not unfounded. Having received too much praise and special treatment since childhood, Tony had become a proud and stubborn person who couldn't accept any different opinions. "I don't want to go to MIT," Crow said. "I want to go to Juilliard School of Music." Her gaze at the piano was tender, her usual indifference gone. "I want to study piano." Her determined gaze fell on Tony's face. "I want to study piano," she reiterated. Tony, who had never experienced being told no, was deeply wounded, and this blow came from his childhood friend. He couldn't accept it. But it was also the first time he saw the longing and yearning in her eyes. All his anger was blocked in his chest. He chose to shake off her hand and rushed back to his room. Flinging himself angrily onto the bed, he asked Jarvis, "Haven't I been good enough to her? Not everyone gets access to your permissions." "With all due respect, Sir," Jarvis pointed out aside, "Tony had never seen Miss Crow is happiest when she plays the piano." Tony was stunned. He pulled up a recording of Crow playing the piano, and saw a sparkle in her eyes that she didn't have when doing other things. If Crow doing other things was like a stagnant pool, then, when she played the piano, she was like a fledgling bird eager to fly, her eyes full of love and longing for flight. Unable to accept this reality, Tony locked himself in his room for several days, until Crow had Jarvis open his door. Crow saw that when Tony heard her, he shrank further into the blanket. She sighed and sat down on the edge of his bed. "Tony, let's talk." "Nothing to talk about." Tony's voice was muffled, so Crow reached out to feel his forehead to make sure he wasn't feverish, then she relaxed. "Tony, I know this is sudden for you." Crow placed her hand on his shoulder. "We've been together since we were 6, but I really want to go to Juilliard. I promise I'll call you every day, and if you need me I can come back from New York immediately." "Really?" Tony's questioning voice sounded. He had locked himself in the room for a few days and thought a lot. He really didn't want to see the light in Crow's eyes go out. That indifferent expression after he had experienced Crow's special treatment he never wanted to see again. "I promise." Tony finally turned around and faced Crow. Call and text me every day. Come back at least once a month. He bargained. Okay. Crow watched Tony, who was starting to cheer up after agreeing to these terms, and continued then, I'll have Miss Potts come over tomorrow to take over the work. She pressed a finger to Tony's lips, stopping his objection. You've been putting her off for a long time. Tomorrow it's a must. Tony, who wanted to procrastinate, lost his drive, and nodded listlessly. Crow ruffled his hair, knowing she still had to give him a treat. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. I want a burger. His caramel eyes lit up with lots of cheese. Okay, I'll make it for you, Crow agreed. Go wash up first. I'll call you when it's ready. After Crow went to the kitchen, Tony quickly got up, washed up, and ran to the counter to watch Crow make him a burger. Just a little longer, Crow saw Tony staring at the burger on the stove, drooling. She poured him a glass of warm water. Drink some water first. I want ice cola. Tony poked the warm glass, demanding. Crow ignored him, but paused in adding cheese. I'll drink the hot one, Tony said hastily. Quick, put the cheese on. Watching Tony gulp down a lot of hot water, Crow spread the cheese on the patty and bread, and said, drink slowly, don't choke. Tony, cheeks puffed with water, watched contentedly as Crow put the assembled cheeseburger on a plate and placed it in front of him. Jarvis, it's a pity you can't taste Crow's cooking, Tony said, taking a bite of the burger and boasting to his AI butler. Yes, sir, Jarvis played along, but I wonder how often Miss Crow will be able to cook for you in the future. Jarvis. Crow stopped him, amused and exasperated, watching Tony's face darken because of Jarvis's words. Crow. Tony looked at her pitifully, feeling that the burger in his hand was no longer fragrant. If you want to eat, call me. I'll make it and bring it over when I'm free. Tony was instantly appeased and continued to eat his delicious burger, but he still remembered Jarvis's words. The next morning came quickly. Crow pulled the sleepy Tony out of bed and pushed him toward the bathroom. Miss Potts will be here in 5 minutes. I hope you can be ready in 5 minutes too. Having set a time for Tony, Crow immediately went to the kitchen to prepare for Miss Potts' visit. 5 minutes later, still yawning, Tony walked into the hall and slumped onto the sofa. Crow looked at him, not knowing where to start. But at least he was wearing a suit, not being sloppy like when they were home alone. Miss Potts is already waiting at the door, Jarvis said at that moment. It looks like she'll ring the doorbell in a minute. Unable to get Tony out of his sleepy state on his own, Crow pressed an ice-filled glass against the back of his neck, instantly waking him up. Just then the doorbell rang. Crow put down the glass and instructed, don't drink ice water. I'll pour you hot water once I open the door. Hello, Miss Prince. I'm Pepper Potts, said the woman in a black suit outside the door, introducing herself. I'm here to take over your work today. Hello, come in please. Mr. Stark is waiting inside. Crow stepped aside and led her to the sofa. Would you like something to drink? Ice water, please. Potts was still a little reserved, indicating she would just drink the cold water on the table. Okay, just a moment. Crow still took the glass that had been used to prank Tony, replaced it with a fresh ice water for Potts, and brought hot water for Tony before returning. Handing the hot water from the tray to Tony, Crow began to confirm the details with Potts. In fact, you only need to take care of Mr. Stark's daily life. Crow confirmed Tony's preferences with her one by one. Although I might sound like I'm overqualified for you. After all, she was a top graduate from a prestigious business school. But for now, Mr. Stark doesn't have any contracts that need to be signed. Crow looked at Potts. His assets have always been managed by specialized financial institutions. If you can't accept it, I'll explain to Mr. Stark and arrange another job for you. Crow expressed understanding. After all, over the years even she had had the urge to knock Tony out and put him in a sack. I accept, Potts said, looking at the A4 paper filled with Tony's preferences. I will strictly follow the requirements and arrange Mr. Stark's daily life. Crow wasn't surprised. She knew that compared to Howard Stark's full secretarial team, Tony Stark's current team, which only had her, was more tempting. After all, she would have to leave for school in September this year, and then Tony would only have Potts by his side, which would help Potts gain a foothold in Stark Industries faster. Okay, Crow took out another contract. Then please take a good look at this contract. It includes some confidentiality clauses given Mr. Stark's well-known talent for inventions. Okay. Potts picked up the contract, flipped through it, and finally signed it. Welcome aboard, Miss Potts. Seeing her sign, Crow extended her hand. You can start reporting here tomorrow. I'll introduce you to Mr. Stark as much as possible before I go to school. Now go with Mr. Stark to register your access permissions." Tony, who had been silent throughout, finally moved. He stood up and led her to the basement. The next day, when Potts came to Malibu, Crow could clearly tell that she had thoroughly read through all those fussy preferences. Potts was very capable. In just 1 week she was able to independently arrange Tony's daily life and earned his approval. Watching the interaction between Potts and Tony, Crow felt relieved. She left Malibu to start her life at the Juilliard School of Music. Although she was studying piano, Crow also took time to audit business classes at MIT, as Howard had suggested. His exact words were, "If you don't learn some management skills, I'm afraid Tony might sell the company someday." So even with Potts a trained management secretary, Crow still audited the management courses. Tony. Crow, who was practicing piano, received a call from Tony. "You didn't call me on time today," came an angry voice. "Pepper helped me call Happy. I'm going to find Crow." "Wait, you're coming to find me?" Crow was a bit confused. "Just because I didn't call you. But didn't we see each other this afternoon? We even had dinner together." "That's different." Although they had met that afternoon when Crow came to MIT for class, how could that brief hour make up for the daily phone calls at night? All right, my fault," Crow said, a bit overwhelmed. "Don't make Pepper call Happy. I'll play the piano for you now, as an apology." "Humph." Tony waved Pepper away and went into his room. "I don't want to listen now. I'm going to sleep." Amused by his hypocrisy, Crow had to say again, "Then I'll play the piano to put you to sleep." "That's more like it." Putting the phone on the pillow and turning on the speaker, Tony closed his eyes and lay on the bed. "You can start." "Okay." Crow listened to his rustling sound stop and then began to play. After playing for nearly an hour, she stopped when she heard Tony's steady breathing. "Jarvis," she called. "Yes, Miss Crow." Jarvis's voice sounded, but it did not disturb the sleeping Tony. "How has Tony been lately?" "The young master is fine," Jarvis said truthfully. "He just often brags to me about the love letters and confessions he receives." "That's normal. Ever since Tony turned 12, his identity and talent had attracted many girls." "Control his social circle," Crow ordered. "Don't let any random people into Malibu. I can't stop the young master from bringing people back. At least don't let them into my room." "Jarvis." "Yes, Miss Crow. I'll raise the access level of your room shortly." Crow responded. "Good night, Jarvis." "Good night, Miss Crow." Then Crow hung up the call with Tony and dialed Potts's number. "Good evening, Miss Potts. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest." "Not at all. In fact, your call came at just the right time." Potts's voice sounded relieved. "Luckily you answered, or I'd be on my way to New York on a business trip by now." "He always acts on a whim," Crow said, looking at the night view outside the window, her hand gently stroking her piano. "Has his fried food intake been excessive lately?" "That's the problem." Miss Potts sighed deeply. "His diet has been seriously excessive lately." "Okay, I see," Crow said thoughtfully. "I'll be back in Malibu in 2 days. Please make sure I catch him in the act." "No problem." The two women on either end of the phone both smiled, one with schadenfreude, the other with hidden murderous intent. "Pepper, give me a glass of iced cola." Unaware of the approaching danger, Tony continued his self-indulgent ways, as if trying to consume all the restricted amounts at once. "Sir, I think you should control yourself. Miss Crow asks about it every day." Handing over the iced cola exactly as Tony requested, Potts hypocritically reminded him. "If you don't tell, and I don't tell, who will know?" Tony raised the glass to his lips. "Of course Jarvis won't tell either." Tony. Crow opened the door, raising an eyebrow. "Surprise?" Well, surprise." Tony, holding the glass, was completely frozen. After a moment, he naturally put down the glass, stepped forward, and gave Crow a hug. "Why are you back?" "Surprise inspection," Crow said. "Looks like you failed." Crow looked at Tony with a half-smile, then turned her gaze to Potts. "Miss Potts, take a few days off. I'll take over his daily life." "Yes, Miss Crow." Potts immediately packed her things and left the villa. "Crow, I admit, I haven't been drinking much hot water lately," Tony said, growing anxious, as he watched Crow prepare to pour his untouched cola down the sink. "But you can't waste it either." Looking at the glass in her hand, Crow nodded. "Indeed, it can't be wasted." So right in front of Tony, she downed the cola in one go. Letting out a soft click of her tongue, Crow rinsed the glass and turned to face Tony. "That's my glass, Crow." Tony stared blankly at Crow's actions. Having grown up together, Tony knew well how severe Crow's germophobia was. Anything Crow considered her own, she wouldn't let anyone else touch without her permission, let alone drink the carbonated drink she hated most from someone else's cup. So what? Crow shrugged, glancing at the glass she had cleaned. Don't tell me you mind this. They're sterilized every day. No, I would never mind you. Tony sat down on the sofa next to Crow. So have you grown to like me a little bit? Why would you think that? Crow looked at him in surprise. And don't you think saying something like that sounds like you're telling me you like me? Huh? Tony looked away. How is that possible? Better be, Crow said, half believing, half doubting. I would never love a playboy. That would drive me crazy. Alright, Crow withdrew her gaze and decided to start the reckoning. Tell me all the mistakes you've made recently. Don't try to cheat. I'll check with Miss Potts. I still have experiments to do. Tony tried to escape with a shifty gaze. Jarvis closed the basement door and cut the power. Crow sat leisurely on the sofa, determined to teach Tony a lesson. Already closed, Miss Crow. Knowing there was no way out, Tony confessed everything. The amounts he revealed, and the rest time he admitted, made Crow furious. But she just let out a long breath, and under Tony's puzzled gaze went back to her room. Tony felt lucky to have escaped, not knowing this was only the first step of punishment. Crow, I want to eat your cooking. At noon, Tony knocked on her bedroom door, wanting her to cook for him. Sorry, I have something to do. You can order takeout. Crow opened the door and said to him, Order whatever you want. Don't worry about me. Okay. This wasn't the first time, so Tony accepted it easily and turned to order takeout, ordering a portion for Crow as well. Crow, come out and eat. Picking up the takeout left at the door, Tony called out, Crow came out, saw the fast food Tony had ordered, frowned slightly, then relaxed, took utensils, and picked out some mashed potatoes that were barely edible. Dinner was the same. While Tony was still immersed in the joy of having escaped punishment, Crow did not break his illusion and stayed alone in her room. At 1 in the morning, Tony was still tinkering with his toys in the lab when Jarvis suddenly spoke. Sir, Miss Crow's condition is not good. Tony took a moment to react before putting down his things and heading upstairs. What's going on? The scan results indicate a stomach condition accompanied by a fever. Tony listened to the result, frowning. He raised his hand and knocked on Crow's door. Crow, I'm coming in. Although he had knocked, Tony still opened the door directly, seeing Crow pressing her abdomen and trying to sit up. Lie down, lie down. Tony walked over, quickly stuffed Crow back into the blanket and tucked the covers around her. Why didn't you call someone when you were in pain? If Jarvis hadn't told me, you would have been in pain here all alone. Where's the medicine? I'll get it for you. It's in the nightstand. Crow was in so much pain that her face was pale, and she spoke weakly. Tony immediately opened the drawer, found the stomach medicine, and said, Wait, I'll get you hot water. Watching Tony bustle about, a faint smile appeared on Crow's face. What are you smiling at? Tony said, not in a good mood. Take the medicine and tell me properly what's going on. With Tony's help, Crow half sat up, took the water and medicine and swallowed. Drink some more water. Tony held the glass, frowning, and demanded. I don't want to drink anymore. Obediently taking a sip, Crow frowned and moved her lips away. So Tony put the glass aside. What exactly caused it? Just ate something bad. Because of today's takeout. Tony's brow furrowed even more. Or maybe the cola from this morning. Perhaps. Tony ran his hands through his hair in frustration. You know your stomach is weak. Why do you follow my example? Crow let out a meaningless sound. I just wanted to try the things you like to eat. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. So you went through all this trouble just to make me stop eating junk food? Tony was a little angry. If he had known that Crow would use her own health to make him follow the rules on junk food intake, he would never have been so reckless while she was away studying. Looking at Crow, who was still pale in bed, Tony gave in. I know. I won't do it again. Tony said in a dragging voice, truly afraid that Crow might one day kill herself with her own actions. The medicine took effect. Crow reached out to smooth the frown between Tony's brows and said softly, just this once. Tony, with a stern face, held her hand and rubbed it against his cheek. Don't do this again. Tony now looked like a sad, drooping-eared dog. I don't know whether to be angry at you or at myself. Go to sleep. You'll feel better when you wake up. Crow cupped his face with both hands and pressed her forehead against his. I've taken the medicine, I'm already much better. Don't be hard on yourself. Tony avoided Crow's gaze, but his eyes fell on her beautifully shaped lips. They looked shiny and soft, wondering if they would be soft to kiss. Tony was startled by his own thoughts, stood up flustered, covered his lower face, and said hastily, then I'll go to sleep. Crow, you sleep too. Good night. Good night. After seeing off another girl, a ridiculous thought flashed through Pot's mind. No way. Pot's eyes widened as she watched the departing girl, trying to shake the thought away, but it only grew stronger. Pepper, come here. In the basement, Tony called Potts in. Looking at the two dress designs on the large screen in front of her, one on the left and one on the right, Potts felt a headache coming on. Which one do you think suits Claudia better? Tony rested his chin on his hand, looking as though he'd been pondering this for quite some time. The purple one complements Claudia's eyes, but the red one brings out her skin tone. What do you think? See, even like this, couldn't you tell he had feelings for Miss Claudia? Though she'd only been there half a year, she'd never seen Tony put this much thought into choosing a gift for someone. He usually just handed over money. I think Miss Claudia would prefer the purple one. Despite her inner turmoil, Potts offered her suggestion. Then this one it is. Tony immediately set aside the red dress, pulled up the specifications, and began discussing the details with the producer. Sir? Tony glanced up at Potts, but his attention was already drawn back to the messages. Is there something else? Miss Claudia has a concert in 3 days, and the tickets have arrived. Potts took the ticket from her notebook, and Tony immediately took it from her. Yeah, 2 p.m. After confirming the time, Tony nodded and handed the ticket to Potts to keep. I'll be there. After neatly putting away the ticket, Potts dashed some cold water on him. So will that lady from earlier be going too? You just promised her a date that day. After finishing his conversation with the producer, Tony set down his phone and said bluntly, then cancel it. Remember to order flowers for me. Sure, any specific type you'd prefer. Potts crossed out Tony's schedule with the other lady and replaced it with the concert. Lilacs then. Give her lilacs with lilacs. 3 days later, Tony, dressed in a formal suit and carrying flowers, entered Claudia's dressing room alongside Potts, who was also in formal attire. These are for you. Tony handed the flowers to Claudia, watching her accept them. You really do look stunning in purple. Thank you. After holding the flowers for a moment, Claudia set them down, stood up, and twirled to show them her dress. What do you think? I haven't worn a white dress before. She wore a pure white chiffon dress with layers of ruffled hem cascading elegantly past her ankles. The off-the-shoulder design beautifully showcased her rounded shoulders and delicate collarbones. A double-strand pearl necklace hung from the center of her collarbone, while small pearl studs adorned her charming ears. Beautiful Claudia. Tony examined her for a moment before complimenting. I wonder if I might have the honor of dining with you sometime. Oh. Claudia seemed uncomfortable. But I have other plans, I'm sorry. All right. Tony shrugged. So you'll be coming home tonight, right? Of course. Claudia nodded. It'll be a bit late, but I'll be back. I have a week off after this. Let's go on a trip together. Good, we'll figure out where to go when you get back. Tony, who enjoyed having fun himself, readily agreed to Claudia's arrangement. All right. Claudia pushed Tony toward the door. The performance is about to start. You should go take your seat. Miss Potts and I have things to discuss. I understand, no need to rush me out. Tony was pushed out and turned around to find only a closed door. Shrugging, he followed Claudia's ticket to find his seat. Miss Claudia. Potts noticed Claudia's expression suddenly darkening and felt puzzled. Send me photos of the people who've been on dates with Tony recently. Potts shivered but sent them anyway. Jarvis, help me with this. Summoning Jarvis, Claudia extracted the relevant portions from each photo and arranged them. To Potts' astonishment, the features of those girls combined to form Claudia's face. Miss Claudia. Potts didn't know what to say as she watched Claudia's expression filled with disgust. What was this, looking for a substitute? The worst part was that the real person discovered it. But based on Miss Claudia's personality, this would only push him further away. Jarvis, don't tell Tony about this. Claudia deleted the photos and frowned, asking Jarvis to erase the records as well. Understood, Miss Claudia. Jarvis responded calmly, though he lacked emotions himself. Potts, you're not to say anything either. Claudia's sharp gaze pierced through her. Although Mr. Howard hired you, you should know who truly has the power to get you fired from Stark Industries. Yes, Miss Claudia. Potts knew clearly that even if she were fired, Mr. Howard would only ask perfunctorily, and then as Claudia requested find a new secretary for Tony. The whole matter would end without even a word from Tony. Not daring to intervene between the two, Potts asked softly, "Does Miss Claudia not like Mr. Stark Jr.?" As far as she knew, the two had grown up together, attending school together for 9 years. Could Claudia truly not have developed feelings for him? "Like?" Claudia sneered. "I would never fall for a playboy. My views on love preserve the reserve of Eastern countries. I hope to find the one I can spend my life with in just one relationship." Tony's circumstances are excellent, which cannot be disputed, because there were those who truly knew he was a rake and would rush to gain advantages before being dumped. But that absolutely doesn't meet my expectations for love. Claudia's gaze fell into the distance. "So he's better suited to be family," she concluded. "But Mr. Stark Jr., he puts effort into preparing gifts for you." "Enough, Miss Potts." Claudia stopped her unspoken words. "He likes me now, but can you guarantee it's not just a passing fancy or a 3-minute passion? I'd rather we never cross the line and remain family and friends for life than to be impulsive this once and never speak to each other again." Potts could understand Claudia's concerns and kept silent. "I won't say anything, Miss Claudia. I hope your performance goes well today." "Thank you, I'm going out to dinner with someone tonight," Claudia said calmly. "I hope you can stop Tony from doing something inappropriate." This concert wasn't solely Claudia's, it was her teacher's special performance. However, the kind old man was willing to give his students a chance on his program, which is how Claudia earned her spot. After finishing her piano solo, Claudia sat with her teacher, Mr. Johnson, watching her senior students perform on stage. After the performance, Tony's face darkened, as he was about to call out to Claudia. He had seen another man presenting flowers to her, and she had accepted them with a smile. "Claudia!" Tony walked over, pushed the other man aside, and put his arm around Claudia's shoulder. "Who is this?" "Oh!" Claudia, holding the flowers, pushed Tony's hand away and introduced them. "This is Ibo Brown, a senior who's 1 year ahead of me, and also my teacher's student. Ibo, this is Tony Stark, my adoptive father's son." Ibo nodded in understanding and extended his hand to Tony. "Nice to meet you, I've heard a lot about you." Tony gave him a brief smile that lasted only a second, ignored his outstretched hand, and continued speaking to Claudia. "Come back early tonight, we still need to discuss where to travel." He glanced at Ibo. "If you're late, I'll decide everything." "I'll see Claudia back early," Ibo promised without awkwardness despite the rejection. "Huh?" Tony finally locked eyes with him, their gazes sparking with tension. "Claudia is the reason you're rejecting me tonight, because of him." Tony looked away first and down at Claudia. "Yes." Claudia met his gaze. "It's about time. Our restaurant reservation is getting close, we should go first." "Potts." Claudia handed the flowers to the silent Potts on the side. "Help me take these back and put them in my room." Enduring Tony's oppressive mood, Potts took the flowers. "Yes, Miss Claudia. See you tonight." Saying goodbye to Tony, Claudia stood beside Ibo, watching him bid farewell to Tony before the two of them left the concert hall. Tony watched the two walking away, his chest heaving with anger. His glare at the flowers in Potts' arms was so intense, she feared he would snatch them and throw them out. "Throw these flowers away." Tony looked at the white roses in Potts' arms. "Don't let me see these flowers again." Potts hesitated but ultimately disposed of the flowers, then went backstage to retrieve the lilacs and brought them back to Malibu. Back at Malibu, Tony locked himself in the basement, his gaze falling on the parts. Normally the parts he couldn't bear to put down were now scattered chaotically, yet this only fueled the fire of his anger. Potts heard the sound of parts scattering on the floor at the staircase, and turned to arrange the lilacs in a vase. When it came to matters of the heart, only the person involved could find a resolution themselves. "Jarvis, pull up Claudia's schedule." Leaning on the empty desk, Tony instructed. "Certainly, sir. I've retrieved Miss Claudia's schedule." A purple dot representing Claudia appeared on the screen, showing she was at a famous romantic restaurant. Tony was so exasperated he nearly fell backward. He paced back and forth in the basement, his phone screen displaying Claudia's number. But he wrestled with the decision for a long time, and still didn't dial. Tossing his phone onto the desk, he asked Jarvis, "Do you think Claudia could develop feelings for that Ibo?" "I'm sorry, sir," Jarvis answered honestly. "I don't understand emotions. But I believe Miss Claudia dislikes that you're treating her as a casual dating prospect. A dating partner. Tony muttered only to loudly deny it moments later. Do you think I'd treat Claudia like one of those women? Women who would climb into my bed for money? Of course not, sir. Jarvis brought up Claudia's bank statements. In fact, the money she's earned over the years is more than enough for her to live lavishly for the rest of her life just like you. Although they presented it to the outside world as an adoption, Howard still paid Claudia a substantial sum each year as compensation for her services to Tony. Each year, apart from a few small items for girls, Claudia didn't spend a single dime on luxury goods, and all her daily expenses and evening gowns for public appearances were entirely covered by the Stark family. This created a massive gap between her income and expenses, allowing her to save enough early on to live comfortably for life. Watching the long string of numbers on the screen, Tony's sense of panic intensified. Didn't this mean that whenever Claudia wanted, she could leave him and the Stark family to live on her own? Or perhaps keep a cat or dog she liked and build a new family with someone else? The thought of Claudia one day wearing a wedding dress and slowly walking toward another man while he watched was enough to overwhelm Tony with uncontrollable fury. Sir, Miss Claudia has returned. Holding his breath, Tony rushed from the basement to the entrance only to witness the two embracing. Claudia. Sorry. Claudia smiled at Ebo. That's all then. I had a wonderful time today. Likewise. Step back with a gentleman's grace. It would have been even better if you'd accepted my confession. Claudia. Tony walked over and overheard Ebo's words, grabbing Claudia's wrist and pulling her close. Don't entertain that thought. Claudia would never take an interest in you. Tony, that's not something you should say. Claudia frowned and pulled the furious Tony back. I'm sorry, please leave now. I'll apologize properly tomorrow. Dragging Tony back to the villa, ready to punch someone at any moment, Claudia had Potts see their guest out while she took Tony to the study. What's wrong with you today? That's no way a Stark would treat a guest. Claudia stood before Tony with her hands on her hips and brows furrowed, demanding he explain himself. Nothing. Tony ran his fingers through his hair, unable to direct his frustration toward Claudia. So would you accept that person's confession? Of course not, Claudia said firmly, then leaned in with a teasing expression. Were you jealous today? And if I were? Tony rose to his feet and closed the distance step by step. He gently cradled the back of her head to prevent her from hitting the wall, his voice low and coaxing. If I admitted I was jealous, would you comfort me? Gazing into Claudia's violet eyes, Tony slowly lowered his head. Would you? Tony! Claudia frowned, pressing her hand against his chest. Stand back and talk properly. Shh. Tony's gaze shifted to Claudia's lips. You always change the subject. Claudia watched his face draw nearer, sensing the atmosphere shift in an unsettling way. Tony! Damn it! Not wanting to see the rejection in Claudia's eyes, Tony released his grip on her. Get out! Understood. Claudia gave him a heavy stare before turning and leaving, nearly bumping into Potts, who was guarding the door. Contact Happy for me. I need to return to New York, Claudia instructed. Tony needs a few days to cool down. Don't provoke him during this time. Understood. Potts nodded in agreement. She could see it clearly. What these two shared was no different from any other childhood friends. For others, relationships developed naturally, but with these two, Tony alone could sever their bond at any moment. Sir, Miss Claudia is packing her luggage and Miss Potts is contacting Mr. Happy to arrange the return trip to New York. The ever-present Jarvis was providing Tony with updates on Claudia's movements. Understood. Tony slumped in his chair, one hand covering his forehead. From that day onward, the two fell into an inexplicable Cold War. Concretely, for a month, Tony no longer texted or called Crow to share his daily life, nor did Crow call him back. She did call Potts, but not about Tony. Hanging up another call, Potts turned around to find Tony pacing around her ever since she started talking to Crow, trying to catch any word about himself. Many ladies have recently expressed interest in having dinner with you. Potts opened her notebook. Would you like to choose one? Tony waved his hand, irritably trudged off to the basement with a scowl, then poked his head back out from the stairwell. Is Crow not coming back this month? It seems so, Potts replied, forcing her gaze to stay on the notebook rather than sneaking a look at her employer's predicament. Miss Crow always schedules her trips a week in advance, and I haven't heard of any plans for her to return. Tony banged the handrail, then withdrew his head. Jarvis, he said, sitting down before the screen with arms crossed. Check Crow's itinerary for the next 10 days. Certainly, sir. I have retrieved it for you. The screen filled with dense blocks of text, each entry meticulously planned by Crow down to the hour. After swiftly scanning Crow's schedule, Tony finally realized that she truly had no intention of returning. Jarvis, he said, fixing his eyes on one particular entry. Did the New York Charity Gala send me an invitation? Jarvis. Yes, sir. Would you like me to add it to your schedule? Add it. Crow had little interest in the auction items at that charity gala, but Stark Industries needed to maintain appearances. Howard and his wife had long since disappeared into their research, and Tony preferred parties over such events. So Crow, as the representative of Stark Industries, decided to attend the auction to pass the time. As she was about to enter the venue on the arm of her date Ibwa, the reporters at the entrance suddenly erupted in commotion. Sorry, I'll borrow your date for a moment. Tony's frivolous voice rang out, and Crow watched as Ibwa was pushed aside, her own hand taken by Tony and placed on his arm. Come on, let's go in. Before Crow could refuse, Tony led her onto the red carpet. Fearing that as she pulled away now tomorrow's newspapers would run headlines like Stark heirs at odds, Crow had no choice but to play along, feigning cordiality before the cameras. So why are you here? Cameras flashed in her face, and Crow turned her head slightly uncomfortable. Just felt like coming, Tony replied, smiling and nodding at the reporters while raising a hand to shield her eyes from the blinding light. And to drag a certain someone who forgot to come home back with me. After the photos, Tony led her inside. The displaced Ibwa and Potts entered together. So about this, Mr. Ibwa, Tony said, never bothering to remember the names of people he disliked. I think you must have something to do right. You can leave now. Tony Ibwa is my guest. Crow pulled the disgruntled Tony behind her and linked arms with Ibwa. Come on, the Stark box is this way. With that, she followed the waiting attendant toward the private box reserved for them. Tony trailed behind with a scowl. Well, Crow. Tony wedged himself between them again. Men and women should keep their distance. You and Pot sit over there, Mr. Ibwa, and I will sit here. Having been displaced by Tony, Crow glanced at Ibwa, who shrugged indifferently, and she took a seat on the other side of the table. I know what you're thinking. Ibwa leaned slightly toward Tony, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. Since the first time we met. No. It's just you and me, not us. Tony cut him off. Whatever you say, Ibwa smirked. But do you think Crow will ever like you? Of course. Everyone likes a Stark. Tony sat up a little straighter, a sign of insecurity. Ibwa grinned to himself. Then why did someone like me show up? Tony froze, turning to glare at him. Don't look at me like that. Ibwa raised his hands in surrender. Even if it wasn't me, it would be someone else. But among those people, you're not included. With that, he rose and moved to Crow's side. You're leaving? Crow asked, surprised. All right, take care. Ibwa leaned down to brush his cheek against hers. Have fun, too. He kissed her cheek, then glanced at Tony. Be careful on the way back. Have Happy drive you. Okay. Potts looked past the two of them at Tony and spotted a Stark with a face like thunder. I'll see, Mr. Ibwa out, she said, rising to follow him away from the explosion zone. Like a lion whose territory had been invaded, Tony pressed a bewildered Crow into the sofa in the private box, now just the two of them. You let him kiss you, he said, his dark gaze fixed on the cheek Ibwa had touched. He reached out and rubbed it roughly. Are you two together? You're hurting me. Crow frowned, unable to move, her face stinging. We're not together. Really? Tony's voice dripped with disbelief. He looked at the reddened cheek, and with a pang of remorse leaned down to blow gently on it. What's wrong with you? Crow put her hands against his chest, turning her head away. You've been acting strange like this before. Tony bit down on her earlobe, but not hard enough to hurt her. He took her small earlobe into his mouth, licking it. Tony! Feeling the wet, teasing sensation on her earlobe, Crow's face flushed crimson. I've never kissed them. Tony released her mouth, his voice low and husky in her ear. And I've never taken them to bed. Crow, you owe me. What does that have to do with me? Her lilac eyes fixed on the floor by her feet, but the tips of her ears had turned red. Because in my mind? Tony leaned in, pressing his lips to the long-for-red mouth. It's all you. Eyes closed, Tony completely missed the eerie gleam that flickered in those lilac eyes.
Tony, huh?
Crow frowned, pulling away.
First explain yourself, MMM. How much more do I need to say?
Tony pressed his forehead to hers, his caramel-colored eyes meeting hers.
That I like you so much that even when I'm with someone else, I can't stop thinking about you. Or,
he licked her lips again.
That I like you so much, I went looking for substitutes only to realize I'm stuck with you.
A smile curved at the corner of his mouth.
If you want to hear it, I'll tell you everything. But now,
he placed his lips right where they would meet hers when she spoke.
Give me a kiss and tell me you like me too. No.
Crow pressed herself against the backrest and sat up.
You have to tell me that you're stuck with me.
A confident smile played on her lips as she waited for Tony's defeat. Looking at the audacious woman before him, Tony buried his head in the crook of her neck in defeat.
All right, you win.
Tony's voice held no trace of embarrassment.
I'm stuck with you.
He looked up at her with pitiful eyes.
Now can your devoted suitor have a kiss? Of course.
Her slender fingers traced his cheek, and her crimson lips met his.
This will be my favorite day.
He eagerly returned the kiss of the one he had hidden in his heart for years. Tony, who had been dating girls almost daily, since he was 12, acted like an impatient young man. When the kiss ended, Tony gazed contentedly at his lover beneath him, then nuzzled her neck with lingering satisfaction.
Let's go home. I want to hear you play the piano.
He used his position to look pitiful.
In the month we fought, you didn't send me a single text or call.
Crow reached up to stroke his head, obscuring his view, while she smiled. Sometimes you have to use a strong medicine to catch what you want.
All right, I'll play for you when we get back.
Tony whistled, lifted her into his arms, and hurried out of the venue. Potts, waiting at the entrance, watched as Crow buried her face in Tony's shoulder. She felt she had never truly seen her clearly. Sensing Potts's gaze, Crow raised a finger to her lips, then gave a slightly malicious smile.
Wow.
Potts blinked.
So the hunter finally becomes the hunted. Happy to Malibu.
Tony carefully placed Crow in the car, and got in from the other side. Before Happy could react, he lowered the partition blocking Happy's view. Happy looked at Potts, who had just gotten in, bewildered, but she urged him to drive. There were still reporters outside. When they left, she needed to get back early to prepare the press release. Not knowing what had changed between his two employers, Happy started the car and headed for Malibu. That night, whether piano music echoed through Malibu remains unknown, but Potts certainly had a long night of work.
Tony, my phone.
Crow pushed at the clingy Tony beside her, her eyes still hazy.
It's Potts calling.
She had a separate work phone with a special ringtone for Potts to avoid missing any work messages.
Oh, she's so annoying.
Tony grumbled, handing her the phone.
Doesn't she know to give a new couple a honeymoon period? That's for newlyweds.
Crow corrected him, answering the call.
Potts. Miss Crow.
Potts's voice was strained with a lot of noise in the background.
The photos of you being carried out by Tony last night were leaked. Now many media outlets are blocking the Stark Industries entrance, hoping for an exclusive interview.
Crow glanced at Tony and replied calmly.
Ignore them. They're all vultures sucking the blood out of Stark. I'd bet Tony's news could keep the entire press alive. It's not my fault.
Tony hugged her and yelped.
The old man was the same way.
Hearing Tony's voice, Potts took a breath.
Since Tony is with you, are you planning to suppress the news or hold a press conference?
Before Crow could answer, Tony jumped in.
Press conference, of course.
He turned to Crow.
You're not going to deny me my rightful place, are you? Do as he says. Schedule it for 7 tonight. I'll bring Tony.
Potts.
Understood. I'll make arrangements immediately.
After hanging up, Tony pulled Crow into a tight hug, then jumped out of bed briskly.
Great,
he said, pulling her up too.
Tonight we have to be the most dazzling people there. Jarvis.
Tony snapped his fingers.
Notify the styling team to come over immediately. We don't have much time.
Crow watched helplessly as Tony bustled around from noon, thinking that if he cared about his appearance this much on ordinary days, she and Potts wouldn't have to work so hard. The stylist soon arrived at Malibu and began working on the two of them, fixing hair, pampering skin. Crow was thoroughly fussed over.
Sweetheart.
Tony came in carrying a gift box.
This is for you. Wear this tonight.
Someone quickly took the box and opened it to reveal the dress inside. Crow frowned.
Isn't this too formal?
The dress Tony had brought was the one he had chosen with Potts earlier. A gradient from white to lilac, embroidered with purple lilac flowers from the right shoulder to the left waist, and gradually spreading to the entire hem. A single shoulder design kept the dress from being too revealing yet still retained a touch of allure.
Is it?
Tony frowned.
It was supposed to be your birthday gift. I guess it's not suitable for today's press conference. First,
Crow cupped his face.
thank you for the gift. I love it, but I'd like to save it for my birthday dinner.
She tilted her head, smiling.
Could you help me pick something more appropriate for today? I promise I'll wear whatever you choose. Deal?
Tony rubbed his hands together, ready to dive in. The attendants packed away the dress and led Tony to the wardrobe room to show him the options prepared for the event. After the stylists finished the basic preparations, Crow got up to find Tony. Her hairstyle and makeup would depend on the chosen outfit.
I'm ready.
Tony emerged holding a dress with an attendant behind him carrying the accessories he had picked.
Wear this and no backing out.
Looking at the fiery red strapless dress in his hands, Crow raised an eyebrow, took it, and went to the changing room. A moment later she emerged.
Red really suits you.
Tony pulled her into his arms, exchanged a kiss, then let her go.
I'll go change too. I hope you'll be pleasantly surprised when you see me. MM.
After he left, Crow sat down again in front of the mirror, letting the stylists do their work. It wasn't until 6 in the evening that she escaped their hands. As soon as she stepped out of the dressing room, Tony came over whistling.
My taste is impeccable.
He circled Crow, scrutinizing her from head to toe, then offered his hand with an invitation.
Would you do me the honor, sweetheart?
Playing along with his theatrics, Crow placed her hand in his.
My pleasure.
They exchanged a smile, and Crow linked her arm with Tony's as they headed to the waiting car bound for the press conference venue.
Eat something to fill your stomach first,
Tony said, producing some cookies.
You're not well, so you need to take good care of yourself.
He frowned again.
Those people are so slow. I told them to leave you time to eat, but it's still so late.
He asked cautiously.
Are you sure we can't be late? No,
she said, picking up a cookie and stuffing it into Tony's mouth.
Don't even think about it.
Happy glanced through the rearview mirror at their interaction and cast a vote against being late.
What if those reporters think you don't value Miss Kello? After all, this press conference is to announce your relationship. They'll think you don't take it seriously.
Tony immediately straightened his attitude, took Kello's hand, and swore.
I absolutely value you. If I were old enough, today's press conference would be our wedding. You can't jilt me.
Seeing Tony's earnest and solemn expression, Kello was amused and exasperated, simply nodding and promising she would never run away.
Eat first,
Tony urged, holding the cookies.
Even if you run, I'll catch you.
After a playful journey, they arrived at the press conference venue half an hour later. Many reporters were already on site, and they erupted with excitement upon seeing the Stark family car. Potts directed the security to escort the two protagonists into the venue, while she herself faced the barrage of microphones and cameras speaking on trivial topics. At exactly 7 o'clock, the press conference that had captured the nation's attention began. Before going on stage, Kello was still exhorting Tony not to speak recklessly.
I'll listen to you.
Tony shrugged, then followed Kello onto the stage. The moment they stepped up, flashbulbs began popping furiously. Tony, who had just promised not to say anything out of line, grabbed the microphone and demanded that the flashbulbs be turned off.
Sorry, my sweetheart doesn't like flashbulbs. Can we turn them off?
The reporters who depended on him for their livelihood all complied. When the flashes ceased, he hypocritically thanked them, then invited Kello to the front to speak. Giving him a discreet glare, Kello bent down to adjust the microphone, preparing to speak.
I know you're all here for the photos from last night and curious about my relationship with Tony.
Kello had cut straight to the point. The upbringing and confidence of the Stark family never allowed her to mince words.
Yes, starting from last night, Tony and I have decided to enter into a healthy romantic relationship.
As soon as she said this, the reporters below forgot their displeasure with Tony. Noise and the sound of flashbulbs filled the venue, and the reporters did everything they could to dig up deeper stories. Potts maintained order on the side, and Kello announced that the floor was open for questions.
Miss Kello, are you only with Tony Stark for the Stark family fortune?
A reporter asked.
As far as I know, before being adopted by the Starks, you were just an orphan. Good question,
Kello said, glancing at his name tag before looking away.
It's true that I was an orphan, but after I entered the Stark family, my salary over the years has been 100 times, even 1,000 times, yours. My assets over the years have already surpassed Tony's, the legitimate heir. If it weren't for love, why would I choose a notorious playboy over someone better?
That man withdrew his microphone sulking. Whether at his own embarrassment or at his failure to find a better rebuttal, it was hard to tell. Watching him retract the microphone, Kello shifted her gaze to the next reporter.
Would you ever feel sad or jealous over Mr. Tony's scandals? No,
Kello replied bluntly.
Next. As everyone knows, when you chose your university, you didn't attend MIT with Mr. Tony. Instead, you went to Juilliard to study piano. Does this mean you intend to give up your claim to the Stark Group? This question has nothing to do with today's press conference,
Kello said. Just as the reporter thought she would skip it, she pivoted.
But since someone asked, I'll answer, as I rarely hold personal press conferences. Playing piano is just my hobby. When I was choosing schools, Mr. Howard gave me some advice.
She turned to look at Tony and smiled.
Although Tony and I had a bit of a disagreement at the time, I'm still glad that he later, like Mr. Howard, chose to support my dreams. Hey, I didn't know our argument had that old man shadow in it,
Tony said discontentedly.
Piano is just my dream. I still audit classes at MIT's Sloan School of Management. Whether I'll eventually inherit the Stark Group depends on Mr. Howard's decision.
After answering this question, she ignored his follow-up and moved on to the next.
So will Miss Kello eventually marry Mr. Tony? Is there a confirmed wedding date or engagement date? Not confirmed at the moment. Not confirmed. Does that mean at least one of you is unwilling?
Tony was already dissatisfied when he heard Kello say it wasn't confirmed. Hearing this further question, he directly snatched the microphone and started speaking without restraint.
Rather than not confirmed, I'd prefer to answer that question with I haven't proposed yet.
Seeing Tony's obvious displeasure, Kello had no choice but to hand over the floor.
So will you get married? Yes, we will get married.
Tony puffed out his chest.
My sweetheart has been marked with the Stark label since she was 6 years old.
None of the reporters expected this notorious playboy to actually settle down one day. Their pens and flashbulbs erupted in a frenzy again.
When?
Tony flashed a rakish grin.
That's a secret, of course. When I successfully propose, I'll let you all know. Then what about your previous girlfriends, Mr. Tony? What are your thoughts on them? No thoughts. Those people were after my money.
Kello and Pot simultaneously massaged their foreheads. They should never have trusted Tony to speak. The two of them went on stage together, one taking the microphone from Tony to announce the end of the press conference, and the other leading Tony out of the venue. Only after she had gotten him into the car did Kello breathe a sigh of relief. Tony didn't understand why Kello was angry, happily wrapping his arms around her to go have a belated candlelit dinner. Howard, upon learning of this, specifically called Tony.
So annoying,
Tony said, holding the phone under Kello's disapproving gaze, softening his tone.
Right now, you should be worrying about how to keep Kello from dumping your son, not about whether your son will toy with her. Is that so?
Howard didn't believe it.
Put Kello on the phone. I want to talk to her.
Tony put the phone on speaker and handed it to Kello.
Mr. Howard.
Howard replied.
If Tony bullies you, just have Jarvis shut down his lab. Don't spare his feelings.
Tony fumed.
Old man, I see you just wanted a daughter. You're right, I do love Kello.
Howard huffed back.
I'm telling you, if you treat Kello even a little badly, and I find out, don't even think about the Stark Group. Who wants it? Whether you want it or not, don't you dare bully Kello, you hear me? I know, nag.
Tony took the phone and hung up without waiting for Howard to finish. Kello had witnessed their arguments too many times. The development of this call was only to be expected. Tony tossed the phone aside, laid down on Kello's lap, wrapped his arms around her waist, and vented his frustration.
Neither of them believes in us,
Tony said, a hint of grievance in his voice.
Am I really that untrustworthy?
After the press conference last night, every newspaper had released articles. More than half of them didn't believe the Playboy could turn over a new leaf, while the other half speculated on how much the Stark Group's stock price would drop if they broke up. This wasn't a minority opinion. Even people within the company were anxious, unsure whether they should follow Kello if she left or support her to inherit the Stark Group after the young Stark Prince and Kello was split. Compared to Tony, who changed partners every day, Kello, who was born to be a manager, had an unprecedented reputation within the company. After all, compared to a philandering heir, another heir who had studied management since childhood, and though learning piano later never put down her management studies, was more reassuring. It could be said that if a vote were taken, far more people would choose Kello over Tony.
All right,
Kello has said, ruffling his hair.
You never used to care what they wrote. This is different.
Tony glared at Kello, fiercely dissatisfied with her remark.
I never liked them. Don't mind it. Their mouths are on them, we can't stop them from talking. Let's just do our own thing and slap them in the face with facts.
Tony was amused by her words and nodded.
Okay.
He sat up, pulled Kello into his arms, and kissed her cheek.
Don't you ever leave me.
Despite everyone's skepticism about this playboy and lady love story, they both graduated from university together. And they discovered that compared to Kello, Tony was the one who had fallen deeper. Concrete evidence: Tony never missed a single one of Kello's concerts, always holding flowers, and waiting for her to finish talking with her teacher before he could approach her. And at every gala that required a female companion, Tony's side was always Kello, unless Kello was unavailable and Tony absolutely needed a date, in which case Secretary Potts would fill that role. It could be said that Tony had rejected all other women for Kello. The media would even on holidays more or less catch photos of Tony's surprises for Kello, or the two of them going shopping and sightseeing intimately. After 2 years of settling, most people began to believe in this high-profile romance, with only a few men and women still hoping to climb up to the Starks, singing the relationship's demise.
Sweetheart, where are we spending Christmas this year?
Tony wrapped his arms around Kello from behind as she discussed something with Potts.
It's still early,
Kello said, putting down her pen, cupping his face, and giving him a soothing kiss.
Can we talk about it tonight? I'm still a bit busy.
Ever since Tony graduated from MIT at 17, Kello had also finished her studies before her 18th birthday and entered the Stark Group as acting chairwoman. After all, Howard couldn't be in permanent residence, and Tony had absolutely no interest in management.
Fine.
Tony, who never argued with Kello, shrugged and returned to his lab. Before they could even discuss where to go on vacation, they received devastating news.
Mr. and Mrs. Stark were in a car accident.
Kello had dropped the documents in her hand.
And they died on the spot. What were those bodyguards doing?
Potts, who had delivered the news, could only stammer.
The car exploded, and all the bodyguards died on the scene too. Do you believe that, Potts?
Kello's lilac eyes darkened with fury.
Do you?
Potts opened her mouth, but she couldn't convince herself to believe that explanation either.
It's okay, Kello. Oh, Tony.
Kello saw Tony appear at the door of her office, not knowing how long he had been there. She went up to him and hugged him.
You heard everything. Yeah.
Tony held Kello tightly.
The old man can die, but I did like my mom.
Yet his voice carried a hint of helplessness. Kello had gestured for Potts to leave, closed the door herself, and led Tony to a chair, making him sit down.
Do you want to cry?
Kello couldn't see his expression with his arms around her waist, so she could only guess his feelings. Tony buried his face in Kello's embrace and shook his head.
No,
he said, letting out a deep breath.
I just don't know what to do. It's okay, I'll help you,
Kello said, straddling his lap.
We'll all help you. Yeah.
Silence fell in the room until the sun began to set. Potts knocked on the door.
Sorry, Miss Kello,
Potts said, keeping her head down to avoid looking at them.
The ashes of Mr. Howard and Mrs. Maria have been brought back by the military. There are still matters to discuss. Understood. You can go out first.
Kello nodded. When Potts closed the door again, she spoke to Tony.
Do you want to go? If you don't wait here for me, I'll come back when I'm done. I want to go.
Tony, his eyes red, left with Kello. The funeral arrangements were handled quickly, but the subsequent developments were difficult to control. According to Howard's will, aside from a portion of Stark shares left to ensure Tony's financial security, all the shares that would grant someone a voice in the company were left to Kello, catching the board of directors and the media off guard. Especially Obadiah Stane, who never expected Howard to actually trust Kello with Stark. Though her efforts and achievements qualified her for the position this way, how could one control Stark? However, the will was publicly read by the military in the presence of Stark Industries and the media, and since Crow possessed full civil capacity, Stark Industries changed hands on the spot. The journalists below erupted into a clamor, each one brimming with excitement, yet, under the watchful gaze of the military, they chattered incessantly, but dared not thrust forward their microphones.
Miss Crow.
A reporter's voice rose above the din, voicing the question on every journalist's mind.
Will Stark Industries be renamed afterward? Will it become Prince Enterprises?
Tony, who was about to lead Crow away, halted mid-step, his bloodshot eyes fixed fiercely on the inquiring reporter. Crow soothed him with a gentle pat on the arm, and with his permission she stepped before the microphone.
Such matters should not be discussed on military grounds,
Crow said, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear.
But Stark Industries will not be renamed. Tony and I have also decided to marry soon.
Tony stared in stunned silence at the one who had just announced their impending marriage.
Regarding the subsequent arrangements, I will entrust Miss Potts to convene a press conference as soon as possible. The time and venue will be announced later. Thank you.
With that, ignoring the reporters' clamoring questions behind them, Crow pulled Tony and Potts along, and under the military's protection, they boarded the departing car. Closing the partition to the front seat, Crow grew concerned about Tony's state.
Are you all right?
Ever since learning of Howard's death, Tony's condition had been unstable. Crow feared that the reporter's question might have triggered him again.
I'm fine, sweetheart,
Tony said, pulling her into his arms, pressing her close, so she couldn't see his expression.
It's just, I haven't even proposed yet. How did you agree to marry me?
Fearing he might think she was only doing it to stabilize the company's stock price, Crow nestled against him, wrapping her arms around his waist.
Didn't you say before that if you were old enough you'd marry me directly?
Crow's voice was gentle and warm.
Now I'm already 18 and my birthday passed half a year ago. I was afraid you'd change your mind, so I decided to strike first. How could I?
Tony tightened his arms around her.
How could I ever regret it?
Sensing his unease, Crow tugged at his clothes, and when he looked at her in confusion, she waved her hand before his eyes.
I've already agreed to marry you, and yet you still haven't given me a ring.
With a new goal in mind, Tony lowered the partition and said to Happy with renewed vigor,
To the jewelry store. We need a pair of rings before we can attend the press conference.
What followed went smoothly, though Tony was unsatisfied with the ready-made rings. Custom orders couldn't be finished in time for the press conference, so he settled for a pair that barely pleased him, then rushed to have their wedding rings custom-made. The press conference was set for December 31st. As the New Year's bell tolled, they announced their wedding day together, a day that would be sunny and mild. Planting a deep kiss, Tony's eyes softened with tenderness as he said to Crow in his arms,
It's a little late, but will you marry me? The rest of my days would be dull without you by my side.
Of course. In response, there was a joyful smile and the warm blessings of the entire crowd. In April, Crow and Tony's wedding day drew near. Compared to Crow, who was still handling Stark documents, Tony was the one suffering from pre-wedding anxiety.
Sweetheart, look at this. Do you like it?
Tony walked over to Crow with a tablet showing a set of diamond jewelry.
It looks okay.
Crow glanced at it briefly.
But I still prefer gold. All right.
Tony hurried away with the tablet.
I'll have someone buy some. Hey.
Realizing he meant a whole lot, Crow quickly put down the documents and grabbed him.
Relax, it's just a wedding. Take it easy.
Crow guided him through deep breaths.
I'm not nervous,
Tony said, avoiding her gaze, but his heaving chest betrayed him. Seeing her knowing smile, he suddenly threw up his hands.
Fine, I admit it, I am nervous.
He abruptly stood up, pacing restlessly.
What do you mean, just a wedding? Do you know how long I've waited? Since I was 6 years old. 12 years. 12 whole years. I know.
Crow said, stepping forward to loop her arms around his neck.
I misspoke.
Tony snorted but pulled her close.
I forgive you. As compensation.
Crow's eyes narrowed playfully.
You can do whatever you want. I'll make sure Miss Potts doesn't bother us until the wedding.
She licked Tony's lips, her breath like orchid. Having received the signal, Tony swept her into his arms and carried her to the room.
Get ready to pull an all-nighter, sweetheart.
After being soothed, Tony steadied his mind and sailed through the wedding day. The moment the last guest left, he whisked Crow onto a plane for their honeymoon.
Honeymoon.
Tony switched off Crow's work phone.
No work, no calling, Pepper. For this month you only look at me.
Crow agreed to everything. The consequence of this boundless compliance was that just after the honeymoon, Crow, accompanied by a distraught Potts, was confirmed pregnant. Thinking back on the 2 months of dark, relentless work, Potts stared at the report in her hands and decided that resigning might be the better option.
Potts, I'll have to trouble you further,
Crow said, stroking her still flat belly.
I'll double your salary. Thank you, ma'am.
Potts, who wants to resign. I love my job.
Sweetheart.
Tony rubbed his groggy head, still half asleep, and went to the kitchen to find her.
I want a good morning kiss. There's no one here you're looking for, and no good morning kiss either.
The same voice rang out, jolting Tony awake. He saw a man identical to himself sitting on the sofa drinking whiskey on the rocks, and was bewildered.
Tony Stark. Yep.
Stark raised his glass in a toast. Still possessing an adventurous spirit, the other Tony sat down beside him. Tony declined Stark's offer to pour him a drink.
Where's Sweetheart? Why isn't she here? If you're talking about some woman clinging to me, you can go find one outside,
Stark said, taking a sip. But then, he noticed the wedding ring on Tony's hand.
Wait, you're married?
Tony flaunted his custom wedding ring.
Don't tell me you haven't met Sweetheart yet. I met her when I was 6 and married her at 18. How the outside world is far more exciting,
Stark scoffed.
If I want, I can take anyone to my bed. Then you definitely don't have a child either,
Tony grinned.
You don't know what it's like to have a sweet, soft little daughter patter into your arms and call you daddy in a tender voice. Let me tell you, it makes me want to give her everything. You have a child.
Tony nodded proudly.
Yes, a daughter. She looks like Sweetheart, but her personality is more like mine. Her sensitivity to machinery is no less than mine.
Stark never imagined there was a world where Tony Stark married young and had a child. He really wanted to meet that Sweetheart.
Got a photo.
Stark set down his glass.
I'd like to see her. Maybe someday I'll meet her too.
Tony didn't believe it, and directly called Jarvis.
Jarvis, search for Crow Prince. Yes, sir. Searching now.
Stark leaned in to look at the screen.
No.
Tony dismissed several profiles, scrolling through the data, and glancing at Stark.
There's no Sweetheart in this world, is there?
After scanning all the data, Tony looked at Stark and shrugged.
Well, no.
Stark's expression soured, and he poured himself another drink.
Jarvis, search for all mixed-race girls with black hair and purple eyes of Chinese descent.
Tony changed the search terms, and had Jarvis try again.
Hey. That's her.
Tony waved Stark over.
Look. She's beautiful, isn't she? Yep,
Stark said, dazed.
I mean, my taste is really good.
Tony snorted dismissively, then sat up straight, and began examining his alternate world Sweetheart on the screen.
Crowpetten. She changed her name.
Tony first noted her name.
20 years old, so young. Attending Juilliard School of Music.
Tony nodded.
Of course, Sweetheart. Hey.
He called to Stark, who was pretending not to care.
You really should go to one of her concerts. It cleanses the soul, I swear. Sir, Miss Crow has a concert tonight,
Jarvis helpfully added.
It's in New York. What time?
Tony never missed one of Crow's concerts.
7:30, sir. Excellent.
Tony pumped his fist.
Connect me to Pepper. Yes, sir. Good morning, Tony. Hi, Pepper.
Tony waved at the screen.
Give me 2 tickets for Crow's concert in New York tonight. Crow?
Pepper frowned.
You mean Crowpetten? Yes, that's her. Wow.
Tony marveled.
She's really famous here. All right, I'll book them for you. But...
Pepper hesitated.
2 tickets. Are you taking a date? Actually...
Tony raised an eyebrow, shifting the screen to show Stark.
A male date. What?
Pepper stared at the 2 identical Tonys, questioning her own sanity. An hour later, she appeared at the Malibu villa.
So the other Miss Crow is your wife. And you have a child. Hard to believe, but...
Tony nodded seriously.
Yes, we've been married for 11 years. Wow. Okay.
Pepper looked at his wedding ring, and reluctantly believed him.
I'll get the tickets for Miss Crow. Do you need flowers? Of course. Lilacs, please.
Tony nodded.
Got it.
Pepper noted.
I have things to do, so I'll go now. Feel free.
Tony seemed more like the villa's owner than Stark. After seeing Pepper out, Tony sidled up to Stark, and took the glass he'd been nursing for who knows how long.
No more drinking.
Tony wagged his finger.
Crow doesn't like me reeking of alcohol. She prefers me to drink hot water. We've only got 8 hours until the concert. Come on.
Tony dragged Stark into the bathroom.
Wash off the booze. We need to make a good impression on Sweetheart.
Stark, his thoughts unclear, complied, and went into the bathroom.
Take a good shower,
Tony said, leaving Stark in the bathroom.
I need to find us some clothes that'll win Sweetheart's favor. You're already 10 years older than her. Can't waste any more time.
When Stark emerged from the shower, he saw Tony in a dark blue three-piece suit and raised an eyebrow.
This look doesn't seem bad on me. Be a gentleman. I know what you're thinking.
Tony spread his arms and turned to show off.
Can't help it. Sweetheart likes me in blue. She loves blue. So,
Stark gestured up and down at Tony.
You're wearing that and I wear what? Damn it.
Tony cursed under his breath and stripped off the suit.
You wear this. I'll change into another. I don't like people handing me things.
Stark raised his hands, refusing to take the suit Tony offered. Tony rolled his eyes and tossed the suit onto the bed.
Good enough. Better.
So Stark donned the dark blue suit, while Tony found a dark red one to wear.
Like this we look like twins.
Looking in the mirror, Tony and Stark said simultaneously.
Ha ha.
They laughed together, and Tony pulled Stark out the door.
We need to book a restaurant. Not a candlelit dinner, but maybe a late-night snack. Sweetheart loves lively places with good food. I'll tell you more about Sweetheart on the way,
Tony said, ignoring Happy's bewildered stare at the two identical Tony Starks.
Now get a makeover. Absolutely. We can't let Sweetheart think you're too old. Absolutely.
Tony let out a breath.
Wow, this is more nerve-wracking than my own wedding.
Getting into the car, Tony said this to Stark, then told the still-recovering Happy to take them to their usual styling studio.
Calm down,
Stark said coolly.
No woman can resist a Stark.
He meant to comfort Tony, but Tony's face suddenly turned cold.
Just to confirm. Tony looked at Stark seriously. You haven't slept with anyone, have you? Are you questioning a Stark's capabilities? Stark smirked, wearing an expression that screamed, are you kidding me? Okay, Tony made an explosion gesture with his hands. You're out. Sweetheart won't like you anymore. Are you kidding? Stark couldn't believe it. You made me do all this, and then you came to this conclusion. What else can I do? Tony sighed in defeat. But Sweetheart won't fancy a playboy. Argue one yourself. Stark couldn't see any difference between them except for their experiences. Well, also the fact that he had a wife. I am, but I've only ever been with Sweetheart. Tony shrugged. That's probably why I have Sweetheart. Hard to tell. Despite saying that while they were getting their styling done, Tony still shared some of Cloud's preferences with Stark. Even the styling, if it weren't a matter of professional expertise, he would have done it himself. Good, you look decent. Tony admired Stark for a moment, then hurriedly took him to choose a restaurant. There's a place in Chinatown that Sweetheart loves, Tony said as he got into the car. We need to see if it's still open, and if we can get a reservation.
Fortunately, Cloud's favorite restaurant was still open in this world. Unfortunately, they couldn't get a reservation now.
Oh, Tony said, hands on his hips. Why didn't you discover this place earlier? In my world, I had a permanent private room there just because Sweetheart liked it. Stop. Tony stopped Stark from using his money power to book a table. That'll just get you blacklisted. Let me think of another way. His gaze fell on a dessert shop. Tony clapped his hands. That's it. Get in the car. If we don't hurry, we might miss Sweetheart's opening. Stark shrugged, wondering why he was in such a rush, when it was still 4 hours until 7:30.
When he saw a place with a long line out front, Stark took off his sunglasses, frowned, and said to Tony, can I use money this time?
You can try. Tony also frowned at the scene. Me donuts, you egg tarts. Split up. They high-fived and immediately went their separate ways.
An hour later, the two returned to the car.
I bought an extra box of donuts, Tony said, opening one and taking a bite before handing it to Stark. Try it. I can guarantee you've never tasted anything like this.
Trusting his own judgment, Stark took a donut and bit into it. Seeing his raised eyebrow, Tony asked, pretty good, right?
Yes, Stark took another donut. Is this also Cloud's taste? Yep. After they finished the box of donuts between them, the car pulled up to the concert venue.
With half an hour until entry, Tony and Stark first found Pepper to pick up the pre-ordered tickets and flowers, then used their money power to have the food that couldn't be brought inside sent directly to Cloud's dressing room.
Trust me, Sweetheart's piano playing is the best, Tony whispered. She rarely holds concerts these days, because she's busy managing the company.
Stark nodded, skeptically pulled his coat tighter, and waited for the performance to begin. As Cloud appeared on stage in a white gauze dress, she instantly captivated Stark's entire attention. A classical concert that would normally put him to sleep, he watched from start to finish without a break. Only when the concert ended and Cloud came on stage to give her thanks did he snap out of it. Before he could gather his thoughts, Tony urged him forward to present the flowers.
Thank you. Seeing her favorite lilacs, Cloud's violet eyes lit up. Though he had seen photos, Stark felt that at this moment Cloud was breathtakingly beautiful. Oh, are you Mr. Stark? Cloud held her favorite flowers, looking at Stark with confusion. I remember you don't like my kind of concert. Stark was lost for words, and Tony pushed him aside. I never knew Mr. Stark was a twin. Cloud looked at the two in amazement. It's a long story, Miss Tony said, putting an arm around her shoulder, careful not to touch her bare skin. Were the desserts good? We bought them for you. Cloud was surprised. You mean the donuts and egg tarts that were sent over? Looks like we're not famous enough for anyone to tell you who sent them. Ha, Cloud laughed at his joke. Thank you. They were delicious. That shop is actually my favorite dessert place. Then do we have the honor of inviting you for a late-night snack? Tony made an inviting gesture. And telling you that long story. It would be my pleasure. Cloud placed her hand on Tony's. I'm very interested in your story, but I need to freshen up.
So Tony, with a triumphant look, led Cloud backstage. Waiting outside the dressing room, Tony gave Stark a sharp nudge with his elbow, and whispered, "Aren't you usually so smooth? Why can't you say a word when it comes to sweetheart?"
This is your world, that's your sweetheart. If you don't make an effort, you'll be wandering the wild world forever, and no one will ever love you. Seize the opportunity. You've already missed her for 24 years. Think about it, settle down, have a wife and daughter, or keep exploring your wild world.
Tony gave Stark's shoulder a hard shove, then straightened his own clothes before the door opened. Cloud wasn't sure how to tell them apart.
Call me Anthony and him Tony, Tony said with a smile, making the distinction easier. Okay, Cloud glanced at Stark. Is this Mr. Tony all right? He looks troubled. He's fine. Tony took her bag. He's just thinking. He'll be okay once he figures things out. How about some more egg tarts?
As if remembering something, Tony vetoed his own suggestion. Never mind, let's have donuts. Too many eggs will give you a stomachache. Cloud was shocked again. How do you know I'm allergic to eggs? Keep your curiosity, sweetheart, Tony teased. That's also part of the long story.
Now tell me what you'd like to eat, and we can head out. How about a coffee shop? Cloud lifted the bag of desserts. We can just finish these. Good idea, Tony agreed. Then let's go to a milk tea shop. It's too late for coffee. That works.
Cloud, who wasn't fond of coffee anyway, nodded and followed Tony. Stark trailed behind them, still looking troubled by what Tony had said. Sitting in the milk tea shop, Cloud listened to the long story over milk tea and desserts. Swallowing the last bite of donut, Cloud looked at the ring on Tony's finger. Could I see that, or the women's version?
Of course. Tony took off the ring and placed it in Cloud's palm. Actually, I haven't taken it off in a long time except when necessary. You really love her. Cloud examined Tony's ring, then handed it back, watching him sketch the design of the women's version and making that observation. Yes, Tony said while drawing. And she deserves my love. Wow, just from the sketch, Cloud could tell the real thing would be even more to her liking. She stared at the ring design with lilacs. It must be beautiful. She looked at Tony expectantly. Can I have this sketch? It's really gorgeous. Of course. Tony leaned in and whispered to Cloud, I designed it myself. You can have it custom made at Stark Industries jewelry store. That's where I had mine made. Okay, Cloud carefully put away the sketch. When I've saved enough money, I'll go. Looking forward to your visit.
Tony glanced at his watch, feeling it was time to leave the two alone. I need to find my way home. I'll take my leave now, or sweetheart will worry.
Yes, I'm sure she would. Cloud stood up and hugged him. Sweetheart, give him a chance, Tony whispered in Cloud's ear during the hug. He's already missed you for 24 years. If he misses the rest of your life, that would be too pitiful.
Cloud pulled back, looking at him strangely. Fine, Tony surrendered. If he still misses you, it's his own fault.
Hey. Stark had never seen anyone who, while setting him up, well, matchmaking, also badmouthed him in front of the other person. Don't look at me like that, Tony pointed at Stark. Sweetheart's wish is what matters most. If you want it, do it yourself, Tony said as his final words, then bid them farewell. Hope to see you again.
Stark also hugged Tony, then watched him get into the car heading back to Malibu. The air suddenly grew tense. Stark didn't know what to say.
Say something. Tony rushed back from the car, poking Stark incessantly as Cloud watched amusedly. Did all that talk on the way go to waste? Say anything that comes to mind except about machinery. Tony hadn't forgotten that Cloud initially knew nothing about machinery, and was taught by him after being adopted by the Starks. I know. Stark fended off Tony's hands.
Tony exchanged a smile with Cloud, then out of her sight, made an "I'm watching you" gesture at Stark before finally getting into the car and leaving.
It's too late now. I should head back too, Cloud said, checking the time. Thank you for the desserts and flowers. Yeah. Stark stood up. Let me walk you home. Thank you, but no need. Cloud gathered the trash from the table, planning to take it out. I'd rather not have the media fabricate baseless rumors.
The concert was private, completely free of reporters, and the milk tea shop they were in had the highest level of confidentiality. Rarely could any journalist capture what happened inside. It was a favorite gathering spot for entertainment industry insiders.
Then goodbye. Cloud gave him a polite nod and left the milk tea shop, leaving Stark with a look of disappointment.
Opening his eyes, feeling the warmth in his arms, Tony realized he was back in his own world. Hey, sweetheart. Tony rolled over, pressing Cloud beneath him. Give me a hug and a passionate kiss. I had a dream.
What dream? Cloud wrapped her arms around Tony's neck, still half asleep. I'll tell you later. Tony began to suckle on Cloud's delicate neck, his hand sneaking under her clothes. Give me a passionate kiss. Now! Wait. No waiting. After an intense morning romp, Tony held Cloud in his arms as they lay in the bathtub. Cloud lay on Tony, eyes closed after listening to his story. So you swear you didn't force her? I swear. Tony emphasized. She's 10 years younger than us. I would never do that. All right. Cloud turned around to hug him. Do what you can. Their future is up to them. Sweetheart, Tony held her, feeling uncertain. What if, just a what if? He stressed again, what if I had actually slept with those women? Would you still have married me? That's a good question. Cloud frowned. But we're married now, aren't we? She buried her face in his shoulder. I'm not her, she's not me, and you're not him. Why worry about that?
Cloud narrowed her eyes, licked her lips, and spoke in a hazy tone laced with a malice Tony couldn't detect. Now I'm yours and you're mine. Isn't that enough?
You're right. The moment Tony looked up, Cloud adjusted her expression and kissed him on the corner of the mouth. Let's get out. Daisy needs her daddy and mommy. Fine. Tony thought of his adorable daughter and let go of his worry. One more kiss.
Already out of the tub, Cloud wrapped a towel around herself, leaned down to give her big boy, who was still acting like a child, a kiss, and caressed his cheek. I'll make breakfast. You go wake Daisy up. Tony kissed her again before letting go of her hand. Daisy, hurry up and come out with your father for dinner, Crow said, standing at the door and tapping on the glass window.
Satati is already hungry. Okay, Mom.
The girl with long black hair and caramel eyes replied, setting down the parts in her hands and dragging her father upstairs.
Oh, which little princess is hungry?
Tuoni picked up the little girl sitting in the booster seat, making her giggle.
Dad will go help Mom with the dishes and we'll eat soon, okay?
Receiving a crisp
okay.
The 38-year-old Tuoni set down his 4-year-old daughter, then sidled up to Crow.
Wash your hands first.
Crow brushed her cheek against his.
Daisy,
Tuoni called to his eldest daughter as he washed his hands at the nearby sink.
Did you wash your hands? I did.
Daisy emerged from her room.
I washed in my room. I'm 18 now, Dad. Oh.
Tuoni nudged Crow.
Daisy isn't starting her rebellious phase, is she? That hurts. If I hit my rebellious phase, the first thing I'll do is stop you from kissing me.
Daisy set Satati on her lap, coaxing her while saying,
Dad's beard is too prickly, isn't it?
Tuoni and Crow came out of the kitchen carrying dishes just in time to hear Satati agree with her sister.
Sweetheart, you won't abandon me, will you?
Asked a crestfallen Tuoni, seeking Crow's agreement.
Right. Of course.
Crow said, handing out the utensils to everyone.
Of course I won't abandon you. Can we eat now? Of course.
Tuoni and Crow sat down and began to enjoy their dinner. In the evening, Crow sat at her piano playing for her beloved family. Satati sat nearby, gazing with longing, her beautiful lilac eyes wide with fascination. After finishing a piece, Crow lifted Satati onto the piano bench and let her try pressing a few notes, successfully startling Tuoni and Daisy, who had been dozing off to the piano music.
Daisy, play with S.H.I.E.L.D for a while,
Crow said, softening her voice in a coaxing tone.
Don't always stay cooped up in the lab with your father. All right.
Daisy took Crow's place at the piano and began a game of taking turns playing notes with S.H.I.E.L.D. Gazing at the graceful Daisy and the adorable soft S.H.I.E.L.D, Crow leaned into Tuoni's embrace, her eyes narrowing in contentment. Even the clumsy notes seemed endearing. That night, after coaxing S.H.I.E.L.D to sleep and checking Daisy's room to see if she was staying up late, Crow finally returned to her own bedroom.
We still have to go to Afghanistan tomorrow.
Rejecting Tuoni's hint of intimacy, Crow turned into his arms.
Go to sleep. After the demonstration is over, Daisy will have a break, and we can all go on a trip together, okay? Don't keep her locked in the lab all the time,
Crow complained.
She needs to go to parties with people her own age, or have a romance or two. Not attend business dinners with people nearly our age. No,
Tuoni said, holding her close, his overprotective father instinct kicking in.
No one is good enough for our little Daisy. She's better off in the lab. Ha ha.
Crow laughed heartily.
Let's see how long you can keep them sheltered. Jaiwazy,
Tuoni, decisive as ever, said.
Tighten control over my little princess's social circles. Send me all information about anyone who tries to send them date invitations. Yes, sir. I'm not restricting them,
Tuoni said, silencing Crow's retort.
I'm just vetting. Whatever you say,
Crow said helplessly. Leaving the two children with Bosai, Crow and Tuoni boarded the plane to Afghanistan. Crow leaned against the car, watching as Tuoni demonstrated their latest weapon to the buyers.
Sweetheart, why did you get out of the car?
Tuoni asked, the dust and smoke from the missile blast still billowing.
It's all sand.
He brushed the sand off Crow's clothes and hair, then led her back into the car.
Sorry, sir.
Luata came over and tapped on their window.
Your car is the one behind. No, this is the happy horse. The boring Hummer is back there.
Crow gave him a playful punch, then said to Luata,
It's fine, we'll just ride in this one.
The soldier had no choice but to agree. The vehicle slowly began to move. Tuoni chatted animatedly with the soldiers in the car, while Crow closed her eyes, leaning against him. The bumpy road made her feel carsick.
Boom!
A deafening explosion sent the vehicle ahead of them flying into the air, and gunfire erupted in a continuous roar. Crow's eyes flew open, and she clutched Tuoni's clothes tightly. He held her close, reassuring her with his actions.
Sir, Mom, stay in the car. Don't get out.
The soldier who had been chatting with them instructed, as he got out, ignoring their shouts demanding a weapon for self-defense.
Don't be afraid, don't be afraid.
Tuoni and Crow kept low, dodging a series of gunfire.
We'll be safe.
Crow responded, her face pale, yet she remained calm, and got out of the car with Tuoni. Tuoni led Crow behind a cover, confirmed they were temporarily safe, and pulled out his phone to contact the U.S. military responsible for their protection.
No way.
Tuoni noticed a missile with the Stark Industries logo at his feet.
Babe, run.
Crow immediately followed Tuoni, fleeing together, but how could human speed compare to a projectile? With a thunderous blast, Crow threw herself onto Tuoni, but the scattered shrapnel still pierced through her body and lodged into Tuoni's. The shockwave left their vision dark. Tuoni struggled to open his eyes, but Crow pressed him firmly against her chest.
I'm fine, I'm fine.
Crow's breath was ragged, fragments of internal organs rising with the blood.
Tuoni, let's just sleep. When we wake up, everything will be all right. Sweetheart.
Tuoni smelled the blood and felt the warm, wet liquid on his hands. He tried to break free from her embrace, but it was futile.
There's no piano here to help you fall asleep. Sweetheart. Don't sleep. I beg you.
But he couldn't hold on either. The last image in his memory was a pair of lifeless violet eyes.
Huh?
Tuoni woke up groggily in the darkness, staring at the strange objects and tubes attached to his body, wanting nothing more than to tear them off.
I advise you not to do that.
A male voice came from nearby.
Be careful. Those shrapnel fragments might rush into your heart. Where's sweetheart?
Tuoni rose from the crude wooden plank that could barely be called a bed.
Where is she? Your girlfriend?
Ethan asked, puzzled.
They only brought you back. No one else. No, that's my wife,
he replied. The panic in Tuoni's heart intensified, but for now no news was good news. At least Crow wasn't kidnapped like he was.
So what's this?
Tuoni tugged at the strange wires connected to his chest and the car battery at the other end. Staring at the glass bottle filled with the shrapnel fragments removed from his body, he recalled the wet feeling on his hands. Tuoni clenched his fist, his voice low and hoarse.
If we had better equipment, could these fragments be removed? I've been locked up here too long,
Ethan said, sitting across from Tuoni.
I don't know if it's possible.
Tuoni pressed his lips together tightly, remaining silent. Suddenly the door to their cell burst open, and a swarm of armed men flooded in. Tuoni, bewildered, followed Ethan's reminder to put his hands on his head. He listened as the men spoke to him in their local language, with Ethan translating word for word. Understanding that they wanted him to build weapons for them, Tuoni refused outright. They dragged him to a bucket of water, forced him to swallow several mouthfuls, and then released him. Watching the men leave satisfied with his answer, Tuoni gasped for breath, water streaming from his head and body, dripping onto the floor.
Cough!
He sat on the ground looking at Ethan and proposed a plan that would make the armed men storm in and riddle him with bullets. Ethan, who had long harbored grievances against them, immediately chose to join his plan.
Tomorrow,
a man who appeared to be their leader said, holding a red-hot branding iron.
I want to see the finished product.
Before him, Ethan was pinned down, the branding iron hovering just inches from his eyes.
I need him,
Tuoni said, taking a deep breath. The modified reactor on his chest shone with a brilliant light. He repeated,
I need him.
Still needing Tuoni's help to build weapons, the leader set down the branding iron and left the cell. Time was tight, and the task urgent. The two split up for final adjustments. Watching Ethan dash out with a gun leaving him behind, Tuoni struggled to activate his battle armor. Following the route Ethan had given him, Tuoni cut through the enemy like a hot knife through butter, relying on his bulletproof armor to slaughter the flesh and blood militants. But when he saw Ethan barely clinging to life, his steps involuntarily halted. He lifted his helmet and knelt before him.
This wasn't part of the plan.
Ethan struggled to lift his head and smiled with relief.
This was part of my plan. Too bad. I wanted to see your two kids. Now go, mechanical genius. Don't fall here.
Ethan's breath grew fainter until it stopped entirely. Tuoni breathed heavily, redonned his helmet, and completed the final stretch. Gazing at the sunlight he hadn't seen for days, Tuoni's eyes behind the mask were dazed. Amid the ringing gunfire and the clatter of bullets bouncing off his armor, he raised his hand, and blazing flames spewed from his palm. Finally he blew up their ammunition depot and walked out of the place that had held him captive for over a month. Without looking back, he activated ejection mode. But before he could fly out of the desert, his armor ran out of power, and he crashed to the ground. Lying amid the wreckage of his shattered armor, Tuoni looked up at the sky. After resting a while, he got back on his feet. This time, he could only rely on his own legs. After walking for what felt like an eternity, Tuoni licked his cracked, dry lips from dehydration and finally spotted two military helicopters. He waved desperately, and the helicopters circled around him before landing nearby. Luata, who had earlier warned Tuoni he was in the wrong car, helped the exhausted, collapsing Tuoni to his feet.
Sir, this happy horse really came through this time.
Catching the sarcasm, Tuoni frowned.
What do you mean?
But they simply loaded him onto the helicopter, checked his condition, and administered basic first aid.
Daisy!
Daisy, who had been keeping watch outside the sterile ward, looked up with a start.
Dad!
Spotting Tuoni with his arm still bandaged, she ran to him and gave him a welcome home hug.
What's this?
Daisy felt a strange texture she'd never experienced in any previous hug, touching the reactor on Tuoni's chest and asking.
We'll talk about that later,
Tuoni said, only wanting to know about Krau's condition.
Where's sweetheart?
Daisy took Tuoni to the spot where she had been standing guard.
How is she?
Tuoni reached out and traced Krau's outline on the glass.
Most of the wounds were through and through, so there weren't many fragments left behind, and the rest were removed,
Daisy said, her tone grim.
But there were still too many. The internal organs are severely damaged. The doctor said. Said what?
Tuoni turned his head slightly, his voice faint.
Mom might never wake up again.
Holding the sobbing Daisy close, Tuoni patted her back and promised.
No, she won't. Pepper.
Tuoni's eyes were fixed, staring blankly at Krau on the hospital bed.
Have all available medical equipment sent to Malibu immediately. Jayawazi,
he called out to the AI butler.
Have Dummy clean out a bedroom. We're taking Sweetheart home.
Gazing at Krau one last time.
Sweetheart has never been away from home for more than a month.
With the hospital's approval, they completed the paperwork on the spot, and secretly put Crow on a plane back to Malibu.
S.H.I.E.L.D, go back to your room,
Tony said, crouching down to hold his youngest daughter.
I'll take you to see Mommy later, okay?
S.H.I.E.L.D nodded understandingly, and was led back to her room by Peepo.
Dad!
Daisy emerged from the basement.
We need to hide Mom.
Tuoni's eyes were red as he nodded in agreement. He didn't know if those people would find their way to Malibu, and now no amount of equipment protecting Crow would be too much. Connecting the last wire in his hand, Tuoni watched the undulating line on the ECG monitor. The idea that would overturn the current Stark Industries surged up again, like spring bamboo shoots after rain.
Sir, Miss Peepo is looking for you. I'll be right up.
Tuoni, with Daisy helping alongside, went up to the living room.
We need to hold a press conference,
Peepo said urgently.
Ever since your wife was hospitalized, and you went missing, Stark Industries stock has been falling. Now that you're back, we need to get out there and control the situation. Yes, yes.
Tuoni nodded. Even though his decision would determine the future direction of Stark Industries, he couldn't just let things slide.
I also have something important to announce.
Deciding to hold the press conference as soon as possible, Peepo left to prepare the necessary arrangements. Daisy watched Tuoni disappear back into the basement. This time, she chose not to help but went to the kitchen to cook some congee for him.
Clang!
The sound of shattering porcelain startled Tony, who was buried in his work. Looking at the incredulous expression on Daisy's face, he pulled off his mask and wiped his face vigorously. Tossing aside the object in his hand, he said,
Jarvis, didn't I tell you to monitor and keep anyone from entering?
Ignoring Jarvis's excuses, Tony stepped forward, grasped Daisy's shoulders, and met her gaze, those caramel-colored eyes that mirrored his own.
Listen, Daisy. As far-fetched as it sounds, I can't lose your mother. No need to explain,
Daisy said, snapping out of her momentary daze.
Go eat first. I'll handle the rest.
Tony patted Daisy's shoulder, handed her some electrode patches, and instructed.
The independent network is already set up. Just attach these patches. I'll have Jarvis mark the relative positions.
Taking the patches, Daisy nodded silently. She called Dummy to clean up the mess, while Tony went back to the kitchen to ladle himself a bowl of porridge. Then he took Stark to Claudia's room. Stark couldn't grasp what they were doing, but being a sensible child, she chose to stand aside and not cause trouble. Pepper arrived at Malibu to whisk Tony away to the press conference.
Wait until your sister finishes this before you can go see Mom,
Tony instructed Stark.
But don't touch, don't remove, and definitely don't dismantle.
Stark obediently repeated the rule she heard every time she entered the lab.
Yup.
Tony gave her head a final pat and left with Pepper. Fearing Stark would be bored, Daisy turned on the TV. She worked while listening to the upcoming press conference. Watching the progress bar on the screen reach 100, Daisy exhaled, letting the tension slip away.
Stark Industries will be temporarily closed thereafter.
Daisy craned her stiff neck toward the television, where the broadcast showed a scene of uproar triggered by Tony's words. Glancing at the 4-year-old Stark and Claudia lying in the hospital bed, Daisy let out a sigh of frustration. At least this was a good deed, she thought. But others didn't see it that way, foremost among them Obadiah Stane, who had been scheming all along. After the press conference, he had a conversation with Tony. But Tony, resolute in his decision, refused to compromise, and they parted on bad terms. Back home, Daisy had already put Stark to bed. Tony and Daisy retreated to the basement compartment. Though called a compartment, it was actually a shelter 1 level deeper, with strength matching that of a bomb shelter.
I'll have Jarvis raise the access permissions. Only the 3 of us can enter and leave.
Tony leaned against the wall, sharing his plan with Daisy.
I'll also fortify this place. Anyone who tries to break in will pay the price. I'll have Rhodey take Stark away.
Tony looked at Daisy.
At least until we've dealt with our enemies. We can't put our family in danger again.
Daisy nodded. She couldn't endure such pain again.
And you?
Tony asked for her opinion.
You saw what I did today, and in a sense you've become an accomplice. Are you leaving with Stark or staying here? You said it yourself.
Daisy pointed to the electrode patches she had attached and the slightly undulating electrocardiogram on the computer.
I'm an accomplice.
Tony lowered his head with a smile and patted Daisy's shoulder. In the days that followed, Tony focused on upgrading his reactor, while Daisy began renovating the shelter, striving to ensure the room would remain intact even if Malibu was blown to pieces.
Daisy,
Tony lay on the examination chair.
Come over. Coming, Dad.
Daisy put down her screwdriver, got up from the floor, and walked over to Tony.
Wash your hands first.
Tony looked at his somewhat tomboyish daughter, seriously considering Claudia's words.
Then help me replace this reactor.
While replacing the reactor under Tony's guidance, Daisy updated him on the stock price of Stark Industries, which she had been tracking.
It's already dropped 60 points.
Tony pursed his lips.
I thought it would have plummeted to bankruptcy. If that happened, you'd have Aunt Pepper charging in to kill you.
Daisy placed the new reactor on Tony's chest. The electrolyte solution on her hands made it hard to let go.
What about that one? Turn it into a souvenir. I'll show it to Mom later. Put it on the display cabinet in the living room. Every time I replace one, I'll add another. You handle it.
Tony buttoned his shirt and got off the examination bed.
Sure.
Seeing her father's indifferent attitude, Daisy took the old reactor away. Having heard Tony's account of the kidnapping, Daisy didn't restrict him from building the armor. In her view, anything that could help others was worth doing. Watching his daughter help nearby, Tony sighed. He still hadn't dared to tell Daisy that the bomb that forced the reactor into his chest and put Claudia in the hospital bed was manufactured by their own company.
What's wrong?
Hearing Tony's sigh, Daisy turned to see his complex expression.
Nothing.
Tony averted his gaze, pushed aside dummy, and scolded it for its clumsiness.
Wrong, it's here.
Daisy shrugged and refocused on the parts before her. Meanwhile, in the desert where Tony had nearly died, someone was searching through the sand for the armor wreckage they had seen that day.
Dad, Uncle Obi is here.
After taking the call from Pepper, Daisy watched as Tony shattered a whole pane of glass with a hand flight thruster. Daisy stayed in the lab to ensure Dummy didn't cause any more trouble while Tony went upstairs.
Hey, where are Daisy and Stark?
Obadiah sat on the sofa eating the pizza he had brought from outside.
Can I play the piano this time? Better not.
Tony also grabbed a slice of pizza.
Sweetheart doesn't like others touching her piano.
Well, Obadiah gave up the idea again.
You still haven't told me where the girls are. Daisy's in the lab tinkering with some weird stuff.
Wiping his greasy fingers, Tony said unsuspectingly.
Stark's on an educational trip outside. All right.
Obadiah once again brought up the matter of closing the company. Obadiah and the board disapproved of Tony's decision and planned to claim he was suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder.
Just because it dropped 60 points. 65 points.
Pepper corrected beside him.
Well,
Tony turned to her.
Dropped again. But it doesn't matter, we control the majority of the company. Tony,
Obadiah interrupted.
Before Claudia's accident, that was true. I didn't mean to bring it up, I just...
Obadiah trailed off, changing the subject.
The board says you and your new direction are irresponsible. Indeed, I am irresponsible.
Tony agreed with his words. Just when they thought Tony was changing his mind, he suddenly erupted.
If I were responsible, I would have changed direction before Claudia and I got married,
he said passionately.
Instead of watching her end up like this because of Stark's bombs.
Unaware of this hidden truth, Obadiah and Pepper fell silent.
All right, I'm going to the lab.
Tony calmed himself and left the living room.
Take some food down to Daisy.
Obadiah held the pizza box and opened the lid.
Thanks. Can I go down and see Daisy? Good night, Obi.
Holding 2 slices of pizza, Tony went down to his lab. Knowing that if he didn't produce results, the board would strip him of his power, Tony conducted tests the next day.
Let's increase it gradually this time.
Daisy stood outside the camera frame, sitting in a car with a tablet.
Don't smash the car. Okay.
Tony agreed, instructing Dummy and Jarvis to record the test. After threatening Dummy not to spray him when he wasn't on fire, Tony officially began the test. After trying 1 point, Tony activated 2.5 points.
Dad, the car.
Daisy watched him fly back and forth in the garage, her heart racing as she eyed the expensive sports cars.
Daisy, I wish you'd be more concerned about me,
Tony said while adjusting the flight stabilizer.
Wait, don't touch the files.
Daisy feared the thruster would ignite her papers.
All right, I give up on that expectation.
Tony left the desk cluttered with paper documents and returned to the test point.
Okay, I can fly.
After balancing the thrusters, he could finally move freely. Landing again, he let the robotic arms attach the rest of the armor and prepared for his first official test flight. He uploaded Jarvis's program into the armor, rejected the AI's suggestion to proceed gradually, and flew out of the basement through the exit.
How's the test flight?
Jarvis connected Tony's call to Daisy.
Feels fantastic.
After a loop over the amusement park, Tony had the armor ascend vertically.
Now let's see what this thing can do.
He aimed to break the altitude record.
But it'll ice up,
Daisy said, while tidying the files scattered by the test.
Test first.
Jarvis also warned Tony about potentially fatal icing when they reached a certain height.
Higher.
This time, they were testing the armor's limits. When it fully iced over, Jarvis and Daisy's call were cut off, and Tony plummeted from the sky. Manually deploying the flaps, the ice was shed, but the power system took a while to recover. Just before hitting the ground, the power came back, and Tony soared upward again.
Dad, are you okay?
Daisy called back, worried after the disconnection.
Don't worry, honey.
Hearing Tony's cheerful laughter, Daisy rolled her eyes. All that worry for nothing.
Power down.
Amidst the loud crash and car alarms, Daisy's distress cry was heard.
Dummy spray him.
Once again, Tony was drenched in fire extinguisher foam. After removing the Mark II, Tony held an ice pack to his head, listening to Daisy's report that he had crushed Claudia's beloved piano.
I hope you can find an identical piano. My car.
Daisy's tone was sarcastic.
That's not important. You'd better find the piano soon.
Daisy stormed off to her room. Tony ran his hand through his hair, helplessly wincing as he touched a bruise.
Jarvis, order a piano. Sir, even if the new piano is identical, the engravings and wear won't match. Just order it for now.
Tony glanced at the old reactor encased in glass sitting on the display stand among his girls' awards and trophies.
I'll explain it to Claudia later. Jarvis, keep monitoring the bedrooms.
Afterward, Tony noted down improvements with Jarvis. On the screen, Jarvis rendered details, and Tony learned from the TV that his charity gala was happening that evening.
Jarvis, did we get an invitation?
Tony frowned.
No, sir.
Tony fiddled with the mask, realizing the board had actually claimed he had PTSD and ordered him to rest for weeks. Tony couldn't believe it. Just then, Jarvis finished the rendering. Looking at the golden effect on the screen, Tony asked it to add red. After rendering, it was 5 hours of fabrication and painting. Checking the time, Tony drove to the gala. He handed the car to the valet and found Obadiah, who was being interviewed. Ignoring Obadiah's hint to stay low-key, Tony entered the venue. After ordering a whiskey, he ran into Coulson. After again mocking the long and convoluted name of their department, Tony spotted Daisy standing alone. Quickly agreeing to Coulson's request for a meeting, telling him to arrange a time with Pepper, Tony put down his glass and went to retrieve Daisy, who was chatting happily with someone pulling her back to his side.
I didn't know you were coming,
the overprotective father said.
Who came with you? Come on.
Daisy shrugged helplessly.
I came alone. Mom's not here, you're in the lab, so Aunt Pepper asked me to make an appearance. Fine.
Eyeing Daisy in her fiery red evening gown, Tony temporarily switched off his worry mode.
I'm going to mingle.
Daisy sidestepped past Tony.
Drink less. I'll be watching you.
Turning to see Daisy's crimson figure disappear into the crowd, Tony frowned. Not this, don't learn that. Not knowing how to explain this to Claudia, Tony returned to the bar, but ran into a female reporter, Christine. Her blunt questioning caught him off guard.
Don't give me that excuse about being away for months.
Christine handed him a stack of photos.
Heard of Kamala?
Tony glanced at the photos, which showed the aftermath of war and Stark Industries weapons.
When were these taken?
He asked Christine.
Yesterday.
After confirming the embargo regulations with Christine, Tony sought out Obadiah again. Under his interrogation, Obadiah chose to change the subject, but after the photo session he said,
I'm doing this for your own good.
Watching Obadiah drive away, Tony stood frozen at the venue entrance. He tasted the bitterness of betrayal by someone he trusted. At least he had Daisy, his little accomplice. While calibrating the new Mark armor, Tony watched the broadcast about Kamar on television, his mood reflected in the rising pressure gauge beside him. Clad in the Mark III, Tony flew to Kamar. Witnessing the hell wreaked by the 10 rings, he piloted the armor and dealt swift justice to the gang right where they stood. He dragged out the leader, who was preparing to call for reinforcements, and threw him before the people who had suffered under his tyranny. Using a voice modulator, Tony declared,
He's yours now.
Not bothering to watch what retribution awaited the man, Tony embarked on his flight home. But before he had traveled far, he was shot down. Seeing the tank that had brought him down, Tony destroyed it without hesitation. The tremendous commotion naturally attracted numerous enemy forces. Hearing the sound of bullets striking the Mark III once more, Tony chose to obliterate their ammunition depot again, continuing on his journey homeward. California Edwards Air Force Base. They had detected an unidentified flying object with no registration on file. After failing to obtain useful information from several military units, they immediately decided to summon Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes, who oversaw weapons development. Rhodes arrived, promptly posed the usual questions, and then made a phone call. Tony picked up the call on the other end. After Rhodes sparred with him for some time without obtaining a straight answer, the Air Force Base swiftly dispatched 2 whip missile jets. Connecting to the whip jets' internal channel, Rhodes queried their situation and issued a combat order. Using illumination flares to prematurely detonate the missiles, Tony was tossed about by the shockwave rolling across the ground. Evading nearby personnel, Rhodes picked up Tony's call once more, this time receiving Tony's acknowledgement. Upon learning that the individual inside that civilian-grade armor was none other than Tony himself, Rhodes's worldview was shaken, though his solid military discipline quickly brought him back to composure.
"Hey, listen,"
Rhodes said, eyeing the whip jets on the monitor.
"Stark has no idea you're pulling something like this. No, don't tell her."
One person who already knew the truth, Des, was quite enough. Just as Rhodes was asked about his findings, Tony clinging beneath the jet was spotted by the pilot. The pilot rolled the aircraft to shake Tony loose, but not before Tony struck the wing of another jet. Before the explosion, the pilot activated his ejection seat, but the parachute failed to deploy as intended. As everyone tensely watched the screen, the pilot reported that his parachute was jammed. If it failed to open, he would surely perish. Furious, the commanding officer ignored Rhodes's objections and ordered the jet shot down. Just as everyone believed they were about to lose an outstanding pilot, Tony flew to the aviator's side and forcibly opened the parachute. Everyone at the Air Force Base erupted in collective cheers. Not wanting further contact with the madman, Rhodes picked up the phone and declined Tony's invitation to tour the facility.
"I won't tell Stark about this, but remember,"
Rhodes emphasized,
"you owe me a plane."
On the other end, Tony burst into laughter, asking him to explain the incident as a training exercise. Des also watched the press conference Rhodes held, seeing Tony on screen having mechanical arms remove the armor. She lay on the sofa and confirmed with him.
"Stark won't find out about any of this, right?"
While the mechanical arms dismantled the armor, Tony spoke to Des.
"Trust a soldier's word. Just be careful, Rhodes might hit you later." "Uncle Rhodes would never hit me,"
Des retorted, turning around.
"He only hits the people who make him work overtime for no reason."
Des noticed Pepper leaving in a huff and, thoroughly bewildered, entered the laboratory.
"You're just in time."
Tony handed Des the locked chip Pepper had tossed onto the desk.
"Go to my office and grab the latest shipping manifest. We need to find our weapons and destroy them."
Des nodded, finally understanding why Pepper was so furious.
"All right."
She tossed the chip in her hand and prepared to leave.
"Jarvis, get her in touch with Coulson."
Tony instructed Jarvis to pull up Coulson's photograph.
"Remember this face. If anything unusual arises, contact him. I'll have him bypass Pepper and reach out to you directly." "Understood."
Des grabbed her car keys and access card, then drove off. Making her way into Claude's former office, Des opened the computer, inserted the locked chip Tony had prepared, and watched it autonomously copy the shipping manifest. At that moment, a video popped up, its contents striking Des like a thunderclap.
"Hey, Des."
Obadiah entered from the doorway and poured himself a drink at a nearby table.
"Too bad I didn't see you last time I was at Malibu."
"Uh-huh," Des replied distractedly, using a newspaper to shield the chip while reverting the screen to the main interface.
"I had an urgent craft project at school, so I didn't come up." "A craft project?"
Obadiah approached from behind, glass in hand.
"Is it difficult?"
Des swallowed nervously.
"Not really, but I always leave things until the last minute."
Obadiah patted her shoulder with a smile.
"You've always been that way since you were a child. You never prefer to apply yourself until the deadline looms." "But I still got into MIT,"
Des said, shrugging proudly. Obadiah sat on the desk beside her and took a sip of his drink.
"I'm sorry about your mother,"
he remarked, smacking his lips.
"But at least you still have each other." "Yes."
Des stared unblinkingly at the uncle who had played with her since childhood.
"We are lucky."
Not wanting to speak another word to her enemy, Des rose to her feet.
"I should head back or Father will be stuck in the lab all night again." "Very well."
Obadiah watched her depart, newspaper in hand.
Take care.
She gave a half-hearted wave.
We will.
Quickly putting distance between herself and Obadiah, Des encountered Coulson downstairs just as Tony had described.
Good evening, Miss Des. Mr. Tony asked me to meet with you. Do you have a moment?
Seeing Des descend the stairs, Coulson rose to greet her.
I have time right now,
Des replied, daring not to look back.
Let's go somewhere we can talk in detail.
Unable to reach Tony, Des dialed Rhodes instead.
Uncle, could you check on him for me?
Des said, as she climbed into the car with Coulson.
I can't get hold of Father. What do you mean you can't reach him?
Rhodes asked while driving, phone connected.
I don't know,
Des replied, growing anxious.
Electromagnetic interference is disrupting the communication system. All right, where is he? Malibu.
Des directed the driver toward Obadiah's laboratory.
I'll head to the lab first. Notify me as soon as you have any updates.
When Rhodes arrived at Malibu, he found Tony lying on the ground. Frantically calling out his name, he rushed forward.
Where's Des?
Rhodes helped him up.
She's fine. She has 5 agents with her and is heading to Obadiah's laboratory. That won't be enough.
Recalling Obadiah's words whispered in his ear, Tony hastily rose, donned the Mark III, and sped toward his laboratory. Rhodes cast an envious glance at the armor still in development, before returning to his vehicle, driving toward the Air Force Base. He needed to stop them from interfering with Tony. Meanwhile, Des and Coulson had already entered Laboratory No. 16. Eyeing the Mark I displayed outside, Des explored another area, while the agents dispersed to search for Obadiah. Seeing the blue glow ignite behind iron chains, Des knew exactly what that meant. She loudly warned Coulson to stay alert, and ran toward the exit.
Des, are you all right?
Tony's call came through.
I'm fine,
Des said, having just used a door to restrain the massive figure.
It's just that Obadiah has lost his mind. He lost his mind long ago,
Tony said gravely.
Leave there immediately. Wow,
Des observed Obadiah emerging from the ground behind her.
Looks like running isn't an option. Where are you heading, Des?
Obadiah raised his arm mounted with machine guns.
Shall I give you a ride? Thanks.
Tony piloted the Mark III, slamming into Obadiah and knocking him onto the highway.
Des has been driving herself since she was 16.
Just free from beneath the wheels, Tony had scarcely risen to his feet when Obadiah grabbed him and pummeled him mercilessly. Thrown onto a passenger bus, Obadiah coldly declared,
None of you will interfere with me.
A bomb detonated the bus, and Tony once again felt the familiar shockwave. Controlling his thrusters, he stabilized himself, this time avoiding another crash. Seeing Tony could fly, Obadiah also launched his armor into the air.
Sir, he has flight capability as well. Jarvis,
Tony said, ascending to increase the distance between them.
There's no need to state the obvious. We're currently at 15% power. The altitude we can reach.
Interrupting Jarvis's calculations, Tony propelled Obadiah upward into the sky. Watching Obadiah's armor billow with thick smoke, Des felt a surge of satisfaction.
See, this is what happens when 2 geniuses work in tandem.
At that moment, the Air Force Base detected the unidentified flying object once more and attempted to dispatch a fighter jet, but Rhodes intercepted the order.
No need, everyone,
he said, hanging up.
This is merely a drill.
Delivering a punch to the frosted black armor's head, Tony attempted to show off, but was cut short by the warning of 2% remaining power.
Emergency backup power activated.
Using the remaining charge to descend back to the ground, Tony called out to Des.
Are you okay, Father?
Des's concerned voice came through.
I'm fine, just running low on power.
Tony removed the left gauntlet.
I need to shed the suit. Wait for me.
The black armor behind him interrupted once more.
Next time someone interrupts a father-daughter conversation, I suggest they go wash their eyes in the sea.
Muttering a complaint, Tony replaced his helmet and attempted to fire repulsor blasts, only to remember he had just removed it. Seizing the opportunity, Obadiah struck him forcefully, sending Tony flying. Tony boosted upward with 3 thrusters, but was caught midair. The crushing grip disabled numerous systems, forcing Tony to activate a flashbang. In that instantaneous burst of blinding light, Tony broke free from Obadiah's grasp and took cover behind a container.
Des! Father! We need to overload the arc reactor and blow the roof,
Tony instructed.
All right, I'll handle it.
Des agreed without hesitation.
Do as I taught you.
Tony observed Obadiah's movements.
Activate once I've cleared the roof. Got it.
Des immediately sprinted into the laboratory littered with shattered glass.
I'll hurry.
Seizing the opening, Tony leaped onto Obadiah's armor and destroyed his targeting system. While Des worked swiftly, Tony was hurled directly above the arc reactor by Obadiah.
Father!
Watching the glass window above, Des cried out anxiously, her hands moving faster.
I'm almost done, almost done.
Just as she reached the final step, the glass above shattered. Tony clung to the steel framework suspended overhead, while Des covered her head to shield herself from falling shards. Bullets shattered the remaining glass completely. Des anxiously awaited Tony's final command. Obadiah, watching Tony's disheveled state, began his triumphant taunting.
Des! Do it now! Your mother and I lost Mom. Don't let us lose you too.
Des pressed the red button. Amid piercing electrical sounds, she retreated from the overloading arc reactor. Tony was thrown backward by the electromagnetic pulse, while Obadiah's entire body was paralyzed by intense current, causing him to plummet through the shattered window and into the arc reactor.
Wow!
Des tilted her head, watching the towering light vanish along with the power to several districts.
The media will be circling like vultures now.
But that wasn't important. She still needed to find her father. Des applied powder to Tony, concealing wounds that might otherwise reveal their secret. Coulson handed him a stack of speeches, while the television behind him broadcast Rhodes's official explanation of the previous night's industrial incident.
Iron Man, it does roll off the tongue nicely, doesn't it? Hom.
Des remained non-committal, stepping back to scrutinize him before setting down her makeup kit. Listening to Coulson's rhetoric about time healing all wounds, Des curled her lip in private. If Father truly avoided unnecessary complications, Mother and Aunt Pepper would never have to constantly restrict his public statements. Though she thought thus, Des still thanked him for his assistance with the incident.
You're welcome. We'll be in touch.
Coulson smiled at her and turned to leave. Des saw Tony off as he prepared to take the stage, then sat alone in the room watching the news reports.
I am Iron Man.
As Tony uttered those words, Des buried her face in a cushion.
Father!
Des cried, utterly despairing.
Have you ever considered how you'll explain this to Stark?
Never desiring to inherit the conglomerate, Des experienced for the first time the exasperation Mother and Aunt Pepper felt. After everything settled, Tony picked up Star with Des. In the young girl's awestruck gaze, the three of them formed a secret pact known only to them.
We're back, Jarvis. Welcome home, sir.
As Tony entered, he immediately spotted a shadowy figure by the window.
Des, take Star to your room.
Tony fixed his gaze on the silhouette escorting the young Star away. The figure emerged from the darkness and introduced itself to Tony.
I am Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D,
he said.
I'd like to discuss the Avengers with you, and with Des.
On December 20th, 1988, once the vigil had concluded, Kello and Bocce rushed to the military base that had once belonged to the Huahuata couple.
Agent Carter.
Kello was sat alone with Peggy Carter inside a tent.
I neither know nor understand the true cause of Mr. Huahuata's death, but I believe you should return his notes and experimental records to me. I'm sorry, Miss Poulins.
Peggy, whose hair was now streaked with white, rejected her request.
Mr. Huahuata's experimental data is extremely important and highly unstable. I'm afraid we cannot return it. But,
Kello curled her lips into a sinister smile.
Do you truly believe you can achieve any results with that data?
Peggy, struck at a vulnerable point, stiffened and replied.
That is not something Miss Poulins needs to worry about. What could be accomplished, Mr. Huahuata already accomplished. What could not be accomplished?
Kello arose and leaned in close.
You cannot accomplish either. Why not return the materials to us? Once we have completed our research, we can share it with you, can't we? You've watched Mr. Huahuata's videotapes, haven't you?
Kello sat back down, resting her index finger lightly against her cheek, her demeanor both eerie and deadly.
Who do you suppose he would have chosen to continue his research in the end? The military or Tony?
Peggy had to admit that Kello's proposal was tempting, but...
I'm sorry, Miss Poulins.
Peggy still declined her offer. Enraged, Kello slammed her palm onto the table between them, drawing the attention of the guards at the entrance. They raised their rifles at her, but Peggy waved them off.
Stubborn and obstinate.
Kello's eyes darkened.
Then let's see who will come begging for help in the end.
Daisy sat on the floor, the scattered components before her unable to spark any interest.
Dad,
she said, sitting cross-legged and propping her chin on her hand.
What are we going to do about Director Fury?
Tuoni, his eyes fixed on the screen, replied without looking up.
Don't even think about it. Finish your college studies first before worrying about such matters.
I know. Daisy understood that Kello wanted her and Satati to take their studies step by step, unlike the two of them. At least Kello herself had been rushing to catch up without even a moment for leisure.
But what about you? Director Fury's offer is so generous, aren't you tempted?
It's not that simple. Tuoni finally looked at Daisy.
Once we agree, it means the Stark Group will fall under S.H.I.E.L.D. control. And more importantly,
he shifted his posture, leaning back in his chair.
Why just a consultant? Because they still don't believe we'll accept control, and they think we're not qualified. Finally, the most crucial point.
Tuoni sat up straight and Daisy's expression grew serious.
Sweetheart has had a conflict with one of their founders.
Tuoni covered his face.
If she finds out we've entered S.H.I.E.L.D.'s control and tied it to Stark.
Daisy shuddered and hugged the box of components she had been holding.
Oh, I'm inspired. I'm going to work on the armor now. Sir, it's time for your chlorophyll.
Tuoni irritably picked up the cup beside him and took a gulp.
How much of this stuff do I have to drink a day? 80 ounces, sir.
Jarvis paused.
Are you sure you don't want to tell Miss Daisy about your palladium poisoning?
Swallowing the chlorophyll, Tuoni toyed with the cup.
Do you think Daisy doesn't know?
Tuoni's voice carried a hint of pride.
I taught her myself.
His voice dropped.
She just doesn't say anything. Doesn't say what?
Daisy brought down an empty acrylic box and placed it in front of Tuoni.
Put your used palladium inside. When we're done with this, we'll count how much you've used. Fine.
Tuoni immediately removed the reactor from his chest, inserted a new piece of palladium, and placed it inside.
Where's Satati? She went to play in Queens,
Daisy said, placing the box on the display cabinet.
Uncle Happy is with her, so no worries. Pepper,
Tuoni called Bocce.
I want to make a will. Find someone from the legal department to come here.
Bocce looked skeptical.
Are you sure?
She waved her hand.
I mean, so soon. Yes.
Tuoni twisted his wedding ring.
There are so many accidents. Who knows if I'll die tomorrow? Getting it done early will also put the board members at ease.
Thinking back to the incident at the press conference, Bocce nodded.
All right, I'll go this afternoon.
Bocce was efficient. She came back at noon to confirm the time with Tuoni.
2 o'clock in the afternoon,
Tuoni replied.
Call Daisy too. We'll do the transfer documents and make her the CEO.
Bocce felt increasingly uneasy, but she said nothing more. From the moment she refused to help Tuoni steal the transport manifest, everything that followed had pushed her away from the center of power.
Are you really going to transfer it to me?
Daisy lounged listlessly in her chair. She had been like this ever since she heard the news. Tuoni, while sparring with Happy, replied,
I already had Pepper inform you. Isn't that real enough? But it feels like a dream.
Ever since her mother fell into a coma and her father disappeared, she had felt as if she was living in a nightmare. Even after building so many Mark armors, that sense of unreality still enveloped her. She couldn't understand why a family that had once been so harmonious and happy had come to this. Her mother showed no signs of recovery. The thing that kept her father alive was also slowly killing him. Her younger sister couldn't stay at home for long, and to protect her safety, they had to change her name and identity. Tugging at her hair, Daisy threw herself onto the sofa.
Tuoni, everything is ready.
Pepper entered with a beautiful woman.
Come sign the transfer documents. This is the last time you'll sign anything related to the company. Let Daisy sign first.
Tuoni was still boxing.
I'm having fun with Happy.
Bocce shrugged and gestured for the woman to show the documents to Daisy. The woman spread the documents on the table in front of Daisy and said,
Please write your initials in each column.
Daisy took the pen and began to carefully sign her name. After knocking Happy down, Tuoni removed his boxing gloves and looked at the woman.
What's your name? Lashman, Natalie Lashman. Come here to the church.
Bocce saw his intention and tried to stop him.
No, you don't really mean to.
Tuoni opened a bottle of water and waved off Bocce's words.
If she's not willing, she doesn't have to come up.
Daisy finished signing and watched Natalie's eager eyes. She wanted to stop her, but didn't say anything. Natalie indeed stepped into the ring. Tuoni sat beside Daisy drinking water and leisurely waiting for the match. But Natalie's performance was astonishing. Her small body seemed to contain immense power. She flipped Happy, a former gold medal boxer, and defeated him in one move.
Natalie.
Daisy stood up excitedly.
I'll give you a raise. Change your job.
What? Daisy had Bocce help her take Satati to piano lessons while she and Tony went to the Monaco Racing Club. They had just been thoroughly disgusted by the government's shamelessness, so it was the perfect time to go out and have some fun to clear their minds. But before she knew it, Daisy saw on TV that the name of the race car driver had suddenly changed to her father's. Watching her father, who was already getting on in years, having even more thrilling adventures than herself, Daisy could only stare at the screen, fearing he might get into an accident. She could accept the death of a loved one, but not by taking shortcuts. She sent a text to Happy telling him to stand by and watch Tony's race car on TV, praying nothing would go wrong. As expected, something went wrong. Amid the concerned shouts of the live audience, a man in a workman's uniform stepped onto the track. In each of his hands appeared a whip crackling with electric light. As the whip submerged, the electric light burned away his clothes, revealing his heavily tattooed upper body. Just as the audience feared he would be hit by the speeding car, he raised his hand and used the electric whip to dismantle the race car. The spectators screamed and fled the stands. After witnessing that scene, Daisy also got into the car heading to the F1 track.
Happy, hurry.
She slammed the door shut, alone in the speeding car, filled with anxiety. She was absolutely certain about what she had seen. She had been researching it just yesterday. Uncertain where the problem lay, Daisy's gaze fell on their newly built Mark V. She reached out and touched it.
You've got to come through for me.
Meanwhile, unaware of the incident ahead on the track, Tony continued to race forward. He looked puzzled at the figure before him, slammed on the brakes, but was still sent tumbling by the man's whip. Struggling to remove his helmet, Tony watched as the cars behind him, unable to avoid the wreckage, erupted in explosions. The man swung his whip and walked toward the blue and white race car where Tony was. Splitting the car open, the man looked confused at the empty seat.
Bang!
Tony struck him from behind with a metal plate, sending the man stumbling. Tony wasn't about to wait for him to recover. After landing the hit, he immediately discarded the conductive metal plate and dodged the enraged man's whip. After 3 consecutive misses, the man grew impatient. He stepped forward and finally struck Tony. Tony was sent flying, crashing into the wreckage of the exploded car. The pain left him crumpled on the ground. The man approached leisurely and raised his whip for another strike. But this blow missed, instead triggering an explosion from the leaking fuel. Tony used the explosion to create distance between them. Suddenly, the man watched in confusion as Tony climbed over the railing. The next second, a Rolls-Royce slammed the man against the railing.
I hit him! I hit him!
Happy shouted excitedly.
No, I think you were aiming for me,
Tony said, jumping down from the railing. He opened the back door and asked Daisy for his armor. But when Happy saw the man trying to break free, he immediately reversed, shifted gears, and rammed him again. The poor Rolls-Royce was driven like a bumper car. Tony couldn't grab the door, it kept opening and closing, and he couldn't get the armor. The man, annoyed by the bumper car antics, raised his whip and sliced off half the door, making it even harder for Tony to reach anything. Daisy braced her foot against the remaining half door and hurled the briefcase-shaped Mark V out. The Mark V landed at Tony's feet. He stepped on the mechanism, and the briefcase instantly unfolded. He bent down, grabbed the handle, and attached the upper part of the armor to his chest. In moments, the Mark armor covered his entire body. For the first time, the ordinary citizens, who had been bombarded by the news for the past 6 months, witnessed Iron Man's transformation up close. After donning the armor, Tony told Happy to take Daisy and leave.
Okay.
Happy drove off, still shaken.
I'm not leaving.
Daisy rolled out of the car as it started moving. But she knew she couldn't join the battle of the arc reactor, so she obediently climbed over the railing and went to the stands.
Daisy, you're a lady,
Tony scolded, watching her agile climbing.
What? Do you still not realize the seriousness of the situation?
The man recovered from the concussion of the collision and swung his whip forcefully.
Now is not the time for your father-daughter drama.
The energy pulse in the palm of his hand was interrupted several times during charging. He stepped back to create distance, and this time the charge succeeded. But the attack didn't work, and the electric whip that kept interrupting the charge severely damaged the Mark V. In front of Tony's eyes, the warnings indicating the armor's functions blinked red. After several failed attacks, the man's whip coiled around Tony's wrist. In a moment of distraction, another whip followed, wrapping around Tony's neck. With a yank, the man threw Tony to the ground. The powerful current disrupted the Mark V's functions. A malicious smile spread across the man's face as he increased the current output. But Tony stood up after only a moment. Wrapping the whips tightly around himself, determined to sacrifice the Mark V, he advanced step by step toward the man. However, the man's fighting skills were not as proficient as they appeared. With just 2 punches, Tony slammed him to the ground. He pulled the arc reactor from the man's chest, and the electric light on the whips dissipated. Only then did the counterterrorism personnel in black protective gear finally arrive, dragging the man away by the arms. But the man's face showed no frustration at his defeat, only the satisfaction of having avenged himself.
You lost.
He spat out blood and laughed loudly.
You lost, Stark.
The moment the counterterrorism personnel entered, Daisy also ran to Tony's side. Supporting the battered armor, Daisy looked at her father with concern. Analyzing the arc reactor in his hand, with the Mark V, Tony closed his hand, and with a flash of electric light, the reactor was destroyed. Medical personnel also arrived at the scene, placing the injured bystanders onto stretchers. There was no need to worry. The Stark family would cover all medical expenses. To learn why that man had built the arc reactor, Tony leveraged his connections right after the race and arranged for the two of them to meet.
Impressive technology, but the cycle rate is a bit low,
Tony said, hands in pockets, as he stepped forward.
You could have doubled the RPM. You focused the impact through ionized plasma channels, effective but not efficient.
A few words made the man, who had remained silent since entering prison, turn his head.
But it's a passable knockoff,
Tony said, sitting at a safe distance.
I don't get it. With a little tweaking, you could make a fortune. You could sell it to North Korea, China, Iran, or straight to the black market.
He stared at the man's expression.
You look like you know some shady friends. Your family has always been thieves and butchers.
The man sneered, his gaze fixed on Tony.
And now, like all guilty men, you want to rewrite your history. You've forgotten the lives the Stark family destroyed.
His words angered Tony. He thought of Claw.
Speaking of thieves, where did you get the schematics?
Tony interrupted the piercing words, asking about the blueprints. But the name he gave was not one Tony knew.
My father, Anton Vanko. I've never heard of him.
The man paused.
My father is the reason you're alive.
Tony gritted his teeth.
I'm alive because you had a chance. You took it, but you missed.
He smirked.
Really? If you can make God bleed, people will cease to believe in him. When there's blood in the water, sharks will circle. Actually, I just need to sit here and wait to see the world swallow you up.
His arrogant words made Tony frown. His narcissistic nature was fully displayed in his retort.
Where will you watch the world swallow me? Right in a prison cell.
Tony lost the will to continue the conversation. He stood up.
I'll send you some soap. Tony, before you die, palladium will seep into your chest. It's a painful death.
His words made Tony halt in his steps. The door to the guard room opened. Leaving behind the man, with a sinister smile and a bewildered guard, Tony boarded the plane back to Malibu. Diaz was watching TV with Potts, and the program featured the man who had annoyed them the most during the hearing. Unable to bear it, Diaz muted the TV and put on her blindfold. Tony watched Diaz sulking, sat across from her, and said nothing. After the Monaco incident, all media questioned Tony's statement at the hearing that
other countries won't be able to master this technology for at least 5 to 10 years.
Countless calls flooded into Potts's phone, and Rhodey also arrived at Malibu. But Diaz and Tony were hiding out in the basement. Just after searching for information about that man, Diaz asked Tony,
"What did you talk about in the guard room?"
She agilely climbed off the vintage car and handed Tony a piece of palladium to replace.
"We talked about how to improve the knockoff he made."
Tony removed the arc reactor from his chest and replaced it with a new one. Diaz froze, her voice dripping with disbelief.
"You told him how to improve it."
Diaz couldn't understand.
"You let him know so he can use the improved version to kill you. If you don't want to live, just say it. I'll take Stacy and leave. First you spontaneously decide to race cars, now you're cultivating your own assassin."
Diaz took a deep breath, calming down slightly.
"Mom wouldn't want to see you like this."
Diaz threw the replaced palladium into the acrylic box and descended to the lower compartment. Tony stared at her back, lost in thought.
"Tony,"
Rhodey said, entering from the door.
"You need to get control of the situation right now."
Closing the door, Rhodey approached Tony.
Listen, I've been busy with the National Guard all day trying to convince them not to drive tanks onto the Pacific Coast Highway, smash down your front door, and take your suit.
He emphasized again.
They want to take your suit, Tony. They're not playing games anymore. You said no one else would have this technology for 20 years.
He looked at Tony, who remained unmoved, and shouted.
Someone had it yesterday. It's not a concept anymore.
He shook Tony, who was lost in thought.
Are you listening?
He looked around.
Where's Diaz? She needs to know about this too.
Tony turned to him, his voice weak.
She went to see Sweetheart. She's not here. All right.
Rhodey shrugged.
Pepper didn't mention she was going out.
But he didn't dwell on it. He could call her later. Diaz was always different from her father.
Get moving. We need you out there.
After dealing with Rhodey, Tony went to the lower compartment. Diaz was leaning over Claw's bed, holding her hand and placing it on her head, as she used to. Watching the undulating ECG line, Tony thought, if this line goes flat, the entire family's hearts will follow.
Diaz,
he called softly.
My little accomplice, do one last thing for me.
On the evening of May 27th, the cars of celebrities and partygoers lined up in front of the Malibu Stark mansion. Diaz watched her father clearly high on stage and silently admired her mother, who had managed to tame a playboy into a loyal dog. Rhodey squeezed through the noise to Diaz and raised his voice.
Is this what you meant by no problem?
He had thought Diaz was the sensible one, but now it seemed that only Stacy in the Stark family was the most well-behaved. Diaz raised her hand and pressed down, signaling him not to be angry.
Just a little prelude, a little prelude.
Rhodey found the father-daughter duo utterly unreasonable and turned to Potts. But Potts couldn't control them either. Even if she snatched the microphone, she couldn't stop Tony from turning into a show-off. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Rhodey used his authority to go to the basement and put on a suit of armor. Under Rhodey's threat, the crowd dispersed, but lingered outside the door, unwilling to leave. Tony ignored Rhodey's well-meaning advice. Rhodey, unfamiliar with the armor, operated it anyway and started a fight with Tony. Shattered glass fragments and flying gym equipment caused another wave of screams from those outside. This time the screams were not cheers but terror. The fight spread from the second floor to the first. They crashed through the second floor, and Happy quickly pushed through the crowd to pull Diaz, who was watching the excitement, away. Their brawl resembled a childish fight. They looked nothing like two warriors. It ended with a clash of energy beams. Treading on a carpet of glass shards, Diaz woke Tony up.
Had enough fun.
Diaz lifted Tony's mask.
If you're done playing, get up and get to work.
That day, Fury caught Tony eating a donut on the roof of a fast food restaurant. After calling him down, Fury ordered a coffee and sat across from Tony. They exchanged trivial chatter until Fury noticed strange markings on Tony's neck. In Tony's astonished gaze, Natasha, clad in combat gear, walked over to them. Under Fury's introduction, Natasha revealed her true identity, a shadow agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.
I think you owe an apology.
Tony pinched the bridge of his nose.
For me, for Diaz, for Stacy. Okay.
Natasha tilted her head.
Those two little girls are quite adorable.
Fury interjected.
You've been busy lately. Making your daughter the CEO, letting your friend fly off in your suit. If I didn't know better. You don't know better. I didn't give it to him. He took it himself.
But Fury clearly didn't believe him.
He took it. You're Iron Man. He just walked in and took it. That black guy walked and beat you up and took one of your suits.
He also pointed out the Malibu security system.
Is that possible? According to Mr. Stark's database security protocols, there are redundant procedures to prevent unauthorized use.
Tony just smirked at Natasha's words.
What do you want? What do we want?
Fury repeated.
What do you want? You've become a problem, and I'm here to solve it. Whatever you think, you're not the center of my world.
Tony propped his head up, the dizziness from palladium poisoning making it hard to hear what Fury was saying.
There are bigger problems to deal with.
Fury pointed at Tony.
Give it to him.
Natasha injected a syringe of the antidote into Tony.
Ow.
Tony startled and quickly recoiled.
God, are you trying to dig out my kidney to sell?
Natasha ignored his dodging, manipulating his head and examining the markings on his neck. The markings visibly faded, indicating the injection was effective. He pushed Natasha's hand away.
You're one of the few people who've touched me in years.
He shrank back into his seat.
Stay away from me. What did she just do to me? That's lithium dioxide. It alleviates your symptoms.
Fury pointed at his neck.
We want you to get back to work. Give me a few boxes of this stuff, and I'll be cured.
Though it sounded like a question, Tony's tone suggested he was ready to steal it.
It won't cure you, just alleviate the symptoms.
Fury didn't hide the truth.
It seems the solution isn't simple.
If it were simple, they wouldn't have failed to make an antidote, and wouldn't have come to him to make one. And Tony, with his strong survival instinct, naturally asked them to hand over the research. Back in Malibu with Fury, Tony finally took off his armor. The house was still a mess, and Diaz was not there. Fury lamented.
I was hoping to see Miss Diaz.
He shrugged.
Looks like the CO has a lot on her plate.
Then he discussed the arc reactor in Tony's chest.
No, it's finished.
Tony denied any flaw in his and Diaz's joint creation.
But it wasn't very efficient before until I miniaturized it and put it in my...
He gestured to his chest. But Fury said,
No, Howard said the arc reactor was a stepping stone to a greater invention. He was about to start an energy race, leaving military energy far behind. He was working on a big project, something that would make nuclear reactors look like A batteries. Was he alone?
Tony refilled his water.
Or did Anton Vanko participate too? Anton Vanko was the other side of the coin. Anton saw it as a way to make money. When your father found out, he had him deported. When the Soviets found out he could talk, but not deliver, they sent him to Siberia. For the next 20 years, vodka fueled his anger. That's not a good environment to raise a child. So unfortunately, you encountered his son in Monaco.
His words matched the results J.R.V.I.S. had found earlier.
You told me I haven't tried everything.
Tony changed the subject, referring to the arc reactor.
What do you mean? What haven't I tried? He said you are the only one with the means and knowledge to complete his unfinished work.
Tony struggled not to snort at the pompous words. Even so, when Claw came asking for it back then, they didn't give it up.
Did he say that?
Fury nodded.
Are you that person? Are you? Because if you are, you can solve your heart problem.
Tony shook his head.
I don't know where you got your intel, but he didn't like me that much. He even liked Claw more. What do you remember about your father? He was cold, calculating. He never told me he loved me, didn't even say he liked me.
Tony listed his impressions of Howard.
When I first got together with Claw, he called back like a father whose daughter had been fooled by a playboy advising her to reconsider. So I find it hard to believe you when you say he said the future depended on me.
Tony's expression held more confusion than gratitude.
And that he passed it on to me. I don't understand. The happiest day for that guy was the day he sent me to boarding school. That's not how it was.
Tony didn't believe him.
Then you obviously know my dad better than I do. Actually, that's true.
Fury checked his watch and had someone bring over a sealed crate.
He was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. What?
Tony sat up straight.
He was a colleague of Peggy Carter, the one who had a fight with Sweetheart. I suppose so.
Tony raised an eyebrow. So Howard hadn't even told Claw about that.
I have something at 2 o'clock.
Fury said, watching the crate placed in front of Tony. He stood up.
This is what Mrs. Claw and Agent Carter argued about before.
He gestured with his chin.
You handle it. Natasha will continue undercover at Stark Industries. You remember Agent Coulson, right? Yeah. Tony, remember, I'm watching you.
Finally, with a glare that pressed Tony, Fury turned and left.
We've cut off all communications. No contact with the outside.
Natasha informed him of their deployment and tilted her head.
Good luck.
Watching Natasha's retreating figure, Tony suddenly spoke.
Then you better tell Stacy what I'm doing. Make sure to protect her. The high salary I pay you is for protecting her.
After a reminder, Tony looked at Coulson and shrugged.
What can you do? What father doesn't worry about his daughter?
Coulson gave a slight smile and nodded in agreement. After threatening Tony not to leave on his own, Coulson also left Malibu, leaving Tony alone to face the crate marked H.
Stark's private property.
Carrying the crate into the basement, Tony pulled a long face and opened it. The first thing that caught his eye was a set of blueprints for the arc reactor signed by Anton Vanko and Howard Stark. After a glance, Tony set it aside. Next came newspapers reporting Vanko's defection, followed by several reels of videotape. Tony played the recordings on an old projector sitting in a chair and flipping through Howard's notebook, occasionally jotting down notes. Suddenly the tape showed a young Tony. Howard scolded a few times, and had Maria take him away. The tape seemed to glitch. The image in the center vanished. When it cleared, the topic had taken a sharp turn, with Howard rambling absurd jokes. The notebook in his hand had also reached a blank page. Tony tossed it aside, picked up a glass of whiskey on the rocks, and took a sip. Just as he thought the tape had ended, a voice called out,
"Tony!"
Tony froze.
"You're too young to understand, so I'm recording this for you. I built this for you."
Howard gestured to the model behind him.
"One day you'll realize this is far more than just a human invention. It's the work of my life, the key to the future."
The camera panned over the models.
"I'm limited by the technology of my time, but one day you'll be able to use it. Then you'll change the world. My greatest creation from beginning to end has always been you."
With Tony's inscrutable expression, the tape finally ended. Ignoring Coulson's threats, Tony drove a white sports car from the company. Passing a strawberry truck, he traded his wristwatch for 2 boxes of strawberries. Daisy was learning company affairs under Potts' guidance, but her expression betrayed irritation. Just then Tony barged in despite the protests. As if seeing a savior, Daisy had Potts escort the others out.
"Annie Shiana said you were doing experiments. Why come to the company suddenly?"
Daisy took the strawberries and asked,
"You believe what she says?"
Tony sat down, crossing his ankles, his voice dripping with nearly 100% sarcasm.
"Huh?"
Daisy popped a strawberry into her mouth.
"What's going on?" S.H.I.E.L.D. "Agents, here to spy on me,"
Tony said with no good humor.
"All right."
Daisy pursed her lips.
"Any progress?" "Got your grandfather's stuff. Pretty much know what they're after."
Biting a strawberry in half, Tony was still reeling from the impact of the tape.
"Now the problem is I can't find that model anymore." "Speaking of,"
Daisy pointed at a few large boards covered with white cloth in the corner.
"I think I've seen those sitting there since I was a kid."
Tony turned to look. Through the partially fallen cloth, he spotted familiar colors. Popping the rest of the strawberry into his mouth, he stepped forward and yanked the cloth off.
"I think I found it."
Handing the strawberries to Daisy and asking her to give 1 box to see Toddy, Tony carried the boards away. Daisy wanted to join the research, but Natalie and Potts stopped her. In the basement, Tony had Jarvis digitize the model into a wireframe structure. Extracting the blue wireframe from the model and placing it aside, Tony discussed it with Jarvis. He zoomed in on the central glowing giant globe, deleting unnecessary elements, then covered his face as he stared at the model.
"Dad, dead for nearly 20 years, and he can still teach me a lesson."
Tony spun in his chair, finally breaking into a relaxed smile. Realizing the element couldn't be synthesized, he stood up.
"Time to build hardware again."
After playing the route and sight, he picked up a hammer and began demolishing walls, drilling holes, and rewiring circuits. 3 weeks later, when Coulson came to visit, Tony had completed most of the work. He was measuring a pipe with a spirit level ready for the final step. Coulson had come to say goodbye. Fury had assigned him to New Mexico. Watching him leave, Tony put on his goggles and began the final procedure.
"Activate the prism cutter."
Tony gripped the steering wheel, adjusting the angle so the prism reflected the light exactly as he needed.
"Jarvis, approaching maximum energy."
Tony was struggling. He grabbed a wrench to lock the steering wheel in place, watching the energy beam carve sparks across the wall. But he was in too deep to back out, straining to direct the beam onto the new arc reactor. Only when the pipe was fully charged did he shut down the accelerator. The light lingered for a while before fading. After installing the new energy source into the arc reactor, Tony directed Dummy to clean up the lab. He had to wait for Jarvis to run the energy test. Just then Jarvis received a blocked call from an unknown number.
"They restored my call privileges." "Great."
Tony thought it was Coulson.
"Coulson House, New Mexico."
But the caller spoke of something else.
"Tony, you okay? I doubled the rotation speed." "What? You said doubling the speed would increase energy. Good advice."
The hint was too obvious. Tony wasn't stupid. But how did he escape? And didn't the news say he was blown up inside?
"Aren't you supposed to be dead? Still so lively."
"Ivan."
"Right back at you."
Tony took a deep breath, turned on the speaker, and had Jarvis trace the signal.
"The true history of the Stark name will be written."
Ivan toyed with the pendant on his chest.
"What your father did to my family 40 years ago, I'll repay in 40 minutes."
Tony worked while stalling for time.
Great, let's meet and settle this. Hope you're ready.
With that he hung up and Jarvis's trace failed. Seeing the news about Hammer's upcoming expo on the computer, Tony grabbed the untested new arc reactor and replaced it. Ignoring Jarvis's protests, he insisted on having the suit assembled. But ever since he switched to the new arc reactor, the prominent black veins on his chest from palladium poisoning rapidly faded. Outside the expo venue, Happy had just dropped off the three ladies. Daisy in her favorite red dress entered the main hall, with the other two in black business suits. One was Potts, the other was Natalie. Watching Justin Hammer awkwardly dance on stage, Daisy curled her lip.
Trying to copy everything. Can you even pull it off? Not as sexy as Tony.
Rolling her eyes, Daisy sat in the front row waiting to see what embarrassment he'd cause. After a long speech, the stage elevator opened, and as Hammer introduced one by one, they emerged. Just as Rhodey descended in the armor taken from Malibu and retrofitted by Hammer Industries, Tony landed on stage in the Mark VI. Seeing the audience spontaneously stand and applaud at Tony's arrival, Hammer's face fell. Worse, Tony didn't even glance at him, going straight to talk to Rhodey. When Rhodey questioned him, Tony confronted Hammer directly. As the two argued, Rhodey saw his HUD turn red, with rapidly scrolling commands. Suddenly, Rhodey's suit raised its machine gun, aiming at Tony.
Did you do this? No, not me,
Rhodey denied. Though he sometimes disagreed with Tony's methods, he didn't want to kill him.
I can't move. I'm locked.
Then all the Hammer Industries drone robots raised their guns.
Go, the whole system is hacked.
The audience screamed and scattered. Tony immediately took off.
Let's take this outside.
His tone was light, as if confident he'd win. Tony flew out through the skylight, and the robots' guns followed, shattering the glass. Ducking from the broken glass under Natalie's protection, Daisy cursed.
Don't break the glass every time. A lady's face matters too.
With Rhodey's desperate shouts, his suit lifted off, and all the flying robots smashed through the windows. Having Jarvis hack into Hammer Industries Control Center, Tony officially began the chase. But having an insider made it easier than fighting alone. With Rhodey's prompts, Tony dodged the barrage of bullets. The ground-based robots under the same command began indiscriminately attacking civilians. Amid the chaos, Hammer rushed backstage to his team.
What's going on? What happened? The software was overwritten. What? Overwritten? He must have taken control of the drones. That's impossible.
Hammer refused to believe.
Contact security.
But he was told communications were down, couldn't get through. As they panicked, Daisy joined the fray.
Who locked you out of the mainframe?
Hammer didn't want his rivals' people meddling in his company's affairs, so he told them to leave.
Actually, if your dad hadn't shown up, this wouldn't have happened.
He refused their request to investigate again.
Please just go. Thanks.
Exchanging a glance with Natalie, Daisy took her bag while Natalie pinned Hammer to the table. Pot shot Daisy a glare for clapping at Natalie, telling her not to stir things up.
Tell me who's behind this,
Natalie demanded. After extracting the identity of the true mastermind, Daisy had Potts call the police while she acted as a mascot on the sidelines. Meanwhile, Tony's pursuit of the drones had reached a fever pitch, with scarcely a pane of glass left intact in the venue. Tony inquired whether Jarvis had activated remote control, only to receive a message of failure. Happy waited anxiously at the door. Although he was supposed to be guarding Daisy, he had followed Natalie's advice and sent her to Hammer Industries. Tony lured the drones into a complex terrain, exploiting their blistering speed and sluggish turning to blow them into fireworks. Meanwhile, Natalie and Happy arrived at the control center, but Ivan was nowhere to be seen. Unable to deduce his escape route, Natalie had no choice but to prioritize restarting Rhodes' armor. While Rhodes worried but could not control himself, Tony was smashed into a forest park. Tony grabbed the gun barrel, twisted it to empty the bullets, then hurled Rhodes away. Natalie successfully rebooted the armor just in time. Natalie spotted Tony's new arc reactor through the video feed and blurted out, "Congratulations."
Really? That's great.
Daisy, still playing the mascot in the venue, joined the video call.
When today's mess is over, let's go pick up S.H.I.E.L.D. and bring her home.
No problem, Tony readily agreed.
I'll send her back later, but now.
Natalie interrupted the father-daughter chat.
We've got more hostiles incoming. Looks like they're all heading your way.
Watching the triangles converge on Tony's location on the screen, Natalie urged him to wake Rhodes.
I just swore that anyone who interrupts my conversation with my daughter will be thrown into the sea.
Hearing Daisy's unrestrained laughter, Natalie smirked.
After you deal with the enemies, we'll see if you can throw me into the sea.
Tony tapped Rhodes' helmet, trying to rouse him, while keeping an eye on the enemy drones.
God, this armor is better off returned to you.
Rhodes opened his eyes, his first words a desire to return the armor. Tony chuckled and pulled him up, cutting off his apology.
If you really want to thank me, keep an eye on S.H.I.E.L.D for me next time.
Rhodes extended his fist for a bump.
Deal?
But no sooner had they reached an agreement than they started arguing over who would handle the weapons. In the end, they had to improvise, as the drones had surrounded them. They used every weapon at their disposal, but were still overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the mindless machines.
Rhodes,
Tony called out.
Get down.
Instantly a beam of energy shot from his wrist, identical to the one that had carved through his basement, and sliced through all the drones in a single sweep, reducing them to scrap metal. The New York police arrived on the scene and arrested Hammer. Ignoring his threats, Daisy stretched and left with Potts. Rejecting Potts' suggestion to stay until the area was cleared, Daisy half-dragged her into the police car. Who knew if Ivan had left a backup plan? Natalie spotted a unique triangular marker heading toward Tony's position and warned them. No sooner had she spoken than the armor appeared. The helmet lifted to reveal Ivan.
Nice to see you again,
Rhodes whispered to Tony, observing Ivan's suit, which was far bulkier than theirs.
This is bad.
Ivan swung his arms, and Tony recognized the familiar electric whips. Rhodes stepped forward, eagerly aiming a weapon purchased from Hammer Industries, codename Ex-Wife, to blast a hole through Ivan. But the ex-wife, in their hopeful gazes, bounced off Ivan's armor, dropped to the ground soaked in a puddle of water, and went completely dead.
Hammer tech. Yep.
Rhodes caught Tony's sarcasm, but what could he do? Ever since Tony personally announced that Stark Industries would shift away from military manufacturing, their choice of Hammer was like picking the tallest dwarf. After all, no one could be a second Tony.
Leave it to me.
He quickly marked a few critical points, but their weapons still proved useless. Ivan, helmet on, strode toward them, whip swinging. Rhodes raised his gun and fired, but a single whip slash sheared off half the barrel. Tony tried to leap into the air to gain distance, but was caught around the waist by the whip and hurled away. Rhodes fired the remaining barrel of his gun to cover Tony, but still couldn't land a hit. He was thrown again, crashing through a corridor door. As Tony was thrown, Ivan focused on Rhodes, wrapping his whip around Rhodes' neck. The suit's alarms blared. Ivan tightened the whip, slammed Rhodes down, but was himself struck in the head by a surprise attack from Tony. The two exchanged blows, but the saying, a longer weapon gives an advantage, proved true. Within 3 moves, Tony's neck was also ensnared. Ivan sneered, stepping on Rhodes, and locked a clasp onto his armor. Just as he lifted the helmet to speak, Tony yanked him backward, freeing his foot, but Ivan still lashed out a whip, binding Tony. They pulled in opposite directions, but couldn't budge Ivan. Then Tony spoke.
Rhodes, I have an idea. Do you want to be a hero?
What? Rhodes was puzzled.
I need a sidekick. Raise your hand. That's your idea. Yep. I'm ready. Let's do it.
Rhodes raised his hand, leaving Ivan baffled by their encrypted communication. When Ivan saw the repulsor beams glowing in their palms, converging and detonating before him, he realized their intent, but it was too late. Yet he showed no regret of a loser. Instead, he said to the 2 rising men,
You lose.
Suddenly the energy cores on all the drones flashed red, emitting a rhythmic beeping alarm.
These drones are going to explode. We need to get out of here, buddy,
Rhodes urged, staring at the red triangles flashing on his screen.
Daisy,
Tony called out. But Daisy had already left with Potts in the police car, no longer connected to his comm. Besotted with his daughter, Tony immediately activated the armor, and flew toward the venue, ordering Jarvis to locate her. Even after learning Daisy was with the police, he wasn't reassured. He followed the tracking signal, chasing after her. Now he didn't know where the drones were scattered. Their signals had vanished from the computer after he shattered them. Daisy, happily chatting with S.H.I.E.L.D on the phone in the police car, was startled by the explosion of the drones.
I'm fine, just the glass broke.
Daisy soothed S.H.I.E.L.D on the other end, watching the fire from the explosion behind her, grateful she hadn't let Potts stay.
Don't worry. Tomorrow Dad and I will come pick you up. Anywhere you want to go.
Coaxing S.H.I.E.L.D, Daisy spotted Tony. She waved and asked the police to stop.
Want to talk to Dad.
Daisy got out of the car and ran into Tony's arms.
No problem, I'll give him the phone. It's S.H.I.E.L.D.
Watching Tony remove his sparking helmet, Daisy handed him the phone.
Honey, have you been well these past few days?
Tony took the phone, his tone belying the battle he just fought.
Miss Daddy. I love you too, sweetie.
Tony's heart melted at the soft childish voice.
Go to sleep now. Your sister and I will pick you up tomorrow. Okay.
S.H.I.E.L.D. obediently hung up. Tony and Daisy exchanged a smile as they looked at the ended call screen. Tony let out a sigh.
This is no job for a human.
The next morning, planning to pick up S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony was taken to a warehouse. Its exterior was unremarkable, but inside was a hidden world. Sitting in one of the only two chairs, Tony picked up a file titled Avengers Initiative Preliminary Report, but was stopped by Fu Rui, who had just arrived.
I'd rather you didn't read that. I'm not sure it still concerns you,
Fu Rui said, pulling out another file and handing it to Tony.
This, however, is Agent Romanoff's evaluation of you. Read it.
Tony opened the file and read it aloud, occasionally commenting on the text. He reached the final assessment.
Iron Man acceptable.
Tony looked at Fu Rui.
I need to think about it.
But Fu Rui expressionlessly told him to continue reading.
Tony Stark not recommended.
He glanced at the file, then at Fu Rui, confused.
That doesn't make sense. How can I be acceptable but not recommended? I have a new heart, and I'm a reliable father of two. I don't understand.
Fu Rui walked over to Tony and sat on the table.
Therefore, we think it's best if you only serve as a consultant for now.
He tilted his head.
Along with Miss Daisy.
Tony stood up and extended his hand. As they shook hands and Fu Rui thought an agreement was reached, Tony said,
You can't afford me.
With that, he turned to leave. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and turned back.
But I'm willing to forego my fixed retainer fee if you do me a small favor.
Fu Rui met his gaze, signaling him to continue.
1. Protect sweetheart and my daughters.
He wagged a finger.
2. Rhodes and I are receiving an award in Washington. We need a presenter.
Fu Rui nodded.
I'll figure something out.
Thus Daisy witnessed a scene at the award ceremony that would provide her with enough joy for the entire year. The Washington congressman, who had previously disgusted them by demanding they surrender their suits, now read the award speech through gritted teeth, reluctantly pinned medals on Rhodes and Tony, and even forced a smile for photographs. After the ceremony, as promised, Natasha took S.H.I.E.L.D. back to Malibu. The three of them, father and daughters, spent a while being affectionate before S.H.I.E.L.D. requested to go see Kalawu. After 2 years in a coma, despite the professional medical and nursing teams, Kalawu had visibly wasted away. S.H.I.E.L.D. leaned against her father's chest, looked up at Tony, and whispered,
Can she wake up?
The longer the sleep, the more it signaled the impossibility of awakening, but Tony simply put his arm around the little girl's shoulders and nodded.
Of course she will. She'll grow up with you, practice piano with you, and watch you graduate.
The little girl's eyes lit up. Her clear purple eyes prompted Tony to reach out and touch her cheek.
Beep! Beep!
Suddenly the room that had only contained the family was filled with a heart-stopping alarm.
Daisy, take S.H.I.E.L.D. out.
Tony's face was stern.
Jarvis, notify the medical team. Tell them to come immediately.
Daisy stared at the fluctuating lines on the monitor and the steadily dropping numbers, her face turning pale.
Go now.
Tony turned and saw Daisy rooted to the spot. Frowning deeply, he stepped forward, pushed both daughters out of the room, and closed the door. The chaos did not end until the early hours of the next morning. Tony dismissed all the medical staff, sat by Kalawu's bedside, took her cold hands in both of his, and gently stroked the wedding ring on her finger.
Dad.
As the medical staff left completely, Daisy returned to the room. Staring blankly at the straight line on the monitor, Daisy completely lost control. She pointed at the monitor, her voice trembling.
What happened? Wasn't she fine yesterday? Why did this suddenly happen?
Tony held the collapsing Daisy, comforting her, as he had when she was a child and had been hurt.
Perhaps this is for the best for her,
Tony said, stroking Daisy's hair.
She has held on for so long, prolonging hope for 2 years. She must be tired.
Daisy lifted her face, tears blurring her vision.
We were just so close, just the very last bit.
She could not continue, burying her face in her father's broad chest and sobbing loudly. It was not until the funeral was over that Daisy snapped out of those dreamlike few days. Life seemed to go on as before, but they could no longer see the person who had almost filled their lives in the basement compartment.
Moving.
Daisy was filled with irritation when she heard Tony announce the news.
Why? This place holds so many memories. The basement here holds everything of you and me. Just because Mom died, you want to leave here?
Daisy pressed on, seeing Tony speechless.
And to such a remote countryside. You can stay there and enjoy your retirement. What about the company? Mom's years of hard work, you're going to hand it over to others or destroy it just because she's gone.
She let out a snicker.
I can't do that. If you want to go by yourself, I'll have Aunt Natasha help take care of S.H.I.E.L.D. She still has school and piano lessons, she can't go to such a remote place.
Ignoring Tony's attempts to explain, Daisy turned and went to the garage, driving away. Seeing Daisy's resolute attitude, Tony didn't know what to do.
No,
Tony said, massaging his forehead.
Did the rebellious phase come this suddenly?
Despite how much it upset Daisy, Tony still contacted a moving company to transport the belongings from Malibu to the address he had chosen. S.H.I.E.L.D. looked at her furious sister, then looked up at Natasha.
Does Dad really not want to stay here?
S.H.I.E.L.D.'s innocent and sorrowful eyes gazed at Natasha.
Is he really abandoning us?
Natasha did not know how to comfort this child who had lost her mother so young. Just a week ago, she had still believed her mother would wake up and watch her grow up. She crouched down, took hold of the girl's thin shoulders, and said softly,
What do you think? Do you think your father would abandon you?
S.H.I.E.L.D. obediently shook her head.
Mom and Dad love us the most, but...
Sensing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s unease, Natasha ruffled her hair.
That's enough, isn't it?
S.H.I.E.L.D. nodded.
From now on I'll be in charge of your life. But when I have something urgent, I'll send you to another uncle's house.
Natasha tilted her head.
You can handle that, right?
Her sister usually had to manage the company. Uncle Happy was responsible for her safety, and Aunt Pepper also had to assist her sister. S.H.I.E.L.D. calmly accepted this arrangement. She still liked this cool aunt very much. Thus Daisy began a unilateral Cold War with Tony. She did not stop S.H.I.E.L.D. from seeing Tony, but if anyone tried to make her go to the new house, she would become extremely agitated. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. dared not try to persuade Daisy. But the Malibu villa was almost completely emptied. After Tony moved out, Daisy went back once to take a look and never returned again. She renovated the top floors of Stark Tower and lived there throughout the Cold War. The father and daughter were in a Cold War for an entire year until they were notified that Hawkeye had been brainwashed. Only then did the two sit quietly together.
Wow!
Coulson had just entered the door when he was startled by the strange atmosphere between father and daughter.
Have you two been fighting?
Tony spread his hands and pursed his lips.
Have you ever seen a fight that lasts a year? It's a Cold War.
Daisy sat on a single sofa, hugging her legs, radiating a low-pressure aura that said,
Spit it out. Looks like I'd better get to the point quickly,
Coulson remarked. Coulson took out the documents in his hand.
You need to go through these as soon as possible.
Tony took a deep breath and closed his eyes.
I don't like it when people hand me things.
But then he saw Daisy, who had been brooding on the sofa, walk over and take the documents. Coulson looked at Tony with a teasing expression. Tony, helpless, reiterated,
Our official consultation hours are every 2 weeks on Thursday from 8:00 to 17:00. This isn't a consultation,
Coulson replied. Daisy was already reading the documents.
Whatever,
Tony said, walking over to Daisy and asking her to give him the papers.
What is all this? You'll see when you look.
Transmitting the data to a holographic screen via the network, several people's profiles and classified videos appeared before them.
Could you help take care of S.H.I.E.L.D.?
Daisy looked at the screen, knowing the mission was arduous.
If you have time. Yeah,
Coulson responded, then went back to report. When the Tesseract was singled out, Tony's expression turned grim. Watching Tony hack into the Quinjet, Natasha curled her lips.
Rather than hearing me say I miss you, you'd rather hear Daisy call you Dad, right?
Natasha teased.
She hasn't spoken to you in a year. Oh,
Tony groaned.
Don't bring that up. I'm still working for S.H.I.E.L.D.
He aimed all the weapons on his suit at Loki.
Make your move, Bambi.
Loki had just sat up when he saw the gun barrels aimed at him. Wisely, he shed his leather armor and raised his hands.
That's a good boy,
Tony said, lowering his weapons. Tony lowered his weapons.
Mr. Stark,
Steve said, walking over to Tony and greeting them.
Captain.
After escorting Loki onto Natasha's Quinjet, Fury called in.
Has he said anything? No,
Natasha replied as she piloted the jet.
Bring him back first. We're out of time. I have a bad feeling about this,
Steve whispered to Tony, glancing at the gloomy Loki.
What?
Tony asked, puzzled.
Because the rock star gave up so easily. I don't think it was easy,
Steve replied, turning his head to glance at Loki.
This guy is a powerful fighter,
Tony said.
Anyway, for your age, you're still pretty agile.
He exchanged a look with Steve.
What kind of exercise do you do? Pilates.
Steve looked confused.
What? It's like aerobics,
Tony explained, seeing he didn't understand.
You might have missed a lot being a Captain America popsicle for so long.
Steve was speechless. After a 2-second pause, he changed the subject.
Fury didn't tell me he had recruited you too. Yeah, there's a lot Fury hasn't told you.
Their first exchange had barely ended when inexplicable lightning appeared in the sky. The thunder startled everyone inside the jet. Even the previously gloomy and expressionless Loki showed a flicker of reaction, drawing Steve's attention.
What's the matter? Afraid of lightning?
Unexpectedly, Loki replied.
I dislike the one who comes with the lightning.
A jolt shook the entire jet, and everyone looked up at the ceiling. Tony quickly grabbed his helmet and put it on. Without waiting for Steve, he opened the hatch and came face to face with the newcomer. After just one exchange, he was sent flying by a hammer. Before they could recover, the newcomer grabbed Loki by the neck and flew out of the jet. Tony stood up and sighed.
Another troublemaker. Is he Asgardian too?
Natasha asked. Steve followed up.
Do you think he's an ally? Doesn't matter,
Tony said coldly.
Whether he wants to free Loki or kill him, the Tesseract is gone.
Seeing him turn to leave, Steve quickly called out.
Stark, we need a plan of attack.
Tony didn't stop.
I have a plan. Attack.
With one last look back, Tony activated his boosters and flew out of the jet. Steve gritted his teeth and quickly retrieved a parachute. Seeing his action, Natasha advised.
I suggest you stay out of this, Captain. I can't do that,
Steve said as he strapped on the parachute pack.
They are legendary figures, basically gods. There's only one god, Mayim,
Steve said, fastening the pack and picking up his shield.
And I'm sure he wouldn't dress like that.
Then, under Natasha's gaze, he jumped out of the jet. Knocking the hammer-wielding god aside, Tony threw him into the forest. Lifting his faceplate, Tony looked directly at Thor, secretly celebrating his revenge for being knocked away earlier.
Move again, and I'll make you regret it,
Thor said, standing up and glaring at him.
Then you stay away from my stuff. You have no idea what you're getting involved in.
Tony recalled.
An open-air performance of Shakespeare.
He even acted it out.
Thou takest a curtain for a cloak, what knoweth thy mother?
Thor shot back sarcastically.
This is beyond your capability, Tin Man. Loki will face Asgardian justice. As long as he hands over the Tesseract, he's yours to deal with. Otherwise,
Tony said, not backing down an inch, putting on his faceplate.
You can get lost. Alien.
Seeing communication was futile, Thor simply threw his hammer, sending Tony crashing through a tree before he stopped. Looking at his flickering, damaged armor, Tony could no longer control his temper, and the two engaged in a fierce fight. Seeing Loki sitting on a cliff edge watching the show, Thor reached out his hand and summoned his hammer. But just as Thor was whirling his hammer with great force, Tony used his repulsor to blast him away, then immediately lunged forward, causing Thor to also crash through a tree. Recalling his hammer, Thor raised it and summoned lightning, which struck Tony.
Energy at 400%.
Tony tilted his head.
What's happening?
He continued to blast Thor with repulsors, the light this time noticeably brighter. The two clashed head-on, and eventually Tony sent Thor crashing through a series of trees and pinned him against a cliff, grinding him along the rock face. Under Thor's resistance and struggle, they fell back into the forest. Thor grabbed Tony's arm, and the immense grip caused the right forearm of the Mark 7 to spark with electricity, followed by an alarm. Even at close range, the repulsor in his palm could not harm Thor. Tony tried to headbutt him to break free, but instead of succeeding, he was knocked back by Thor's head, but leaving a dent in the forehead of his mask. Using his boosters, Tony charged at Thor, and the two grappled again. After a moment, Thor was sent flying backward. The Asgardian warrior, naturally unwilling to admit defeat, got up and re-engaged. The back-and-forth brawl did not last long. A shield flew in, drawing their attention.
Hey!
Steve retrieved his shield.
Enough.
He jumped down from a broken tree.
I don't know what you're trying to do. I'm here to put an end to Loki's scheme. Then prove it with your actions,
Steve lectured.
Put the hammer down. Oh no,
Tony cried.
This is bad. He loves his hammer more than anything.
Hearing the request to put down Mjolnir, Thor was already furious. He flung Tony away with a sweep of his hand and roared.
You want me to put down my hammer?
He raised his hammer and charged at Steve. The collision between hammer and shield generated a powerful shockwave that sent Thor flying backward first.
Had enough?
Steve asked, looking at the wreckage around him. In the end, they escorted Loki aboard Fury's vessel. The group sat in the conference room watching the live feed of Fury and Loki's conversation, their expressions solemn. A few exchanges revealed that Loki was stalling for time.
Thor, what is his plan?
Steve asked Thor.
He has a Chitauri army. They are not Asgardians, but from an unknown world.
He turned to face them.
He intends to lead this army to attack you. They will help him seize Earth. I suspect he will use the Tesseract as a bargaining chip. An army.
Steve looked at Natasha.
An army from outer space. Then he still needs to build a portal.
Dr. Banner removed his glasses.
That's why he took Eric Selvig. Selvig,
Thor repeated. Assuming he didn't know, Banner explained.
He's an astrophysicist. He is my friend. Loki placed a spell on him, controlling him.
Natasha spoke.
And one of our agents as well. Why would Loki surrender? He can't command his army from here.
Steve asked.
I think we shouldn't keep focusing on Loki.
Banner objected.
That guy's mind is twisted. He looks like a madman.
His words displeased Thor.
Watch your tongue. Even if Loki has lost his mind, he is still an Asgardian, and he is my brother.
Natasha retorted sharply.
He killed 80 people in 2 days.
Thor quickly amended.
He's adopted. I think we should focus on the technical issues.
Banner raised a question.
Iridium. Why do they need iridium?
Tony, now back in his suit, entered the conference room, guided by Coulson, and answered his question.
It prevents the portal from collapsing on itself, like what happened at the S.H.I.E.L.D. base.
He raised a hand to stop Thor from approaching.
No hard feelings, Point Break. Those were some solid hits.
Patting Thor's muscular arm, Tony continued.
It also lets Loki control the portal as he pleases, open it as wide or as long as he wants.
He stepped to the control panel and commanded.
Raise the mizzenmast, trim the topsail.
The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents all looked up at him. He pointed.
That guy's playing Galaga.
Steve looked puzzled in the direction he pointed.
He thinks no one can see, but I see him.
Covering one eye, he turned to Agent Hill and asked.
How can Fury see both screens? Turn around and look. Looks exhausting.
He finally stepped down from the console.
The other raw materials, Agent Barton can easily get his hands on them.
He paused, looked at Natasha.
He shouldn't need Satati, right?
Natasha, under the puzzled gazes of the other side, and nodded.
If you don't get to the point, that might change.
Catching her threat, Tony pursed his lips.
Fine.
He steered the conversation back.
He's missing one major component, power.
Finally poking the holographic screen, Tony turned to face the others.
To activate the Tesseract.
Hill crossed her arms and asked.
Since when are you such an expert in thermonuclear astrophysics? Just last night,
Tony replied.
Or maybe this morning if you ask Daisy. One more thing, Daisy isn't on the carrier, is she?
Natasha, exasperated by his fatherly concern, still said.
No, she's staying at Stark Tower. Okay.
Except for a few agents, everyone was curious about the two names he mentioned, but the occasion was not suitable for further inquiry.
Mission file, Selvig's notes, extraction theory papers.
He looked at their bewildered expression, threw up his hands.
None of you did your homework. Does Loki need a specific power source?
Steve chose to skip the topic. The only one present who could keep up, Banner spoke.
He needs to heat the Tesseract to 120 million degrees to break the Coulomb barrier.
Tony was relieved. At least there was one genius here who could follow him.
Unless Selvig has already figured out a stable quantum tunneling method.
He walked toward Banner.
If he's figured it out, he could use any reactor to achieve heavy ion beam fusion.
Tony was delighted.
Finally someone who speaks English. Nice to meet you, Dr. Banner.
Tony shook his hand cheerfully.
Do you take on students? I have a good candidate. Who? Daisy.
Banner raised an eyebrow.
Yes.
Tony nodded.
You can meet her later. We'll talk about it then.
The two chatted happily, but Steve was baffled.
What did he just say? Your research on anti-electron collision is unparalleled, And I think your Berserk Hulk transformation is even more impressive.
Banner pressed his lips together.
Thanks, Dr. Banner is here solely to track the Tesseract.
Fury walked in.
I hope you can work with him. Let's start with his scepter,
Banner suggested.
What a pity.
Tony looked at Fury.
Why didn't you bring Daisy? She's missing class.
Fury and Natasha both had veins bulging on their foreheads. If you bring her up, you worry she'll get caught in the fight. If you don't, you're finding her a tutor and complaining about her missing school. Can't we have a proper meeting? Steve ignored him and said,
Whether it's magic or not, its operation is very similar to Hydra's weapons. I don't know about Hydra, but the scepter's power comes from the Tesseract,
Fury said.
I also want to know how Loki used it to turn two of the most alert people I know into his own flying monkeys. What flying monkeys? I don't understand,
Thor asked. Steve jumped in.
I know that reference.
While he was smug about it, the two high IQ individuals were already ready to leave.
Let's get to work, Doctor.
Banner was eager.
This way, sir.
Tony and Banner were studying Loki's scepter. Excited by the discovery, Tony extended an invitation to Banner.
You should come to Stark Tower, 10 floors of RD. You'll love it like a candy store. Thanks.
Banner kept working.
But last time I was in New York, I pretty much trashed Harlem. I promise not to stress you out,
Tony said nonchalantly.
No pressure, no panic, no scares.
As he said this, he zapped Banner with the rod in his hand.
Ow.
Banner turned to look at him.
So calm.
Tony shrugged.
Are you crazy?
Steve walked in.
Who knows? You really can keep your temper. What's your secret?
Tony asked, his words growing more absurd.
Smooth jazz bongo drums or a joint of marijuana? Or maybe Kello's piano pieces?
He shrugged.
Daisy and I fall asleep to them every time. Ah.
Banner tapped his fingers.
Her piano pieces are indeed good, but I don't get many chances to hear her live anymore. I've listened to most of the online versions.
He shrugged helplessly.
You know she's been at it since 3 years ago.
Tony made a gesture to stop him.
Want to hear them? It's simple. Let me have Jarvis burn you a CD when I get back. Oh.
Banner finally reacted.
That would be great.
Wasn't that her husband? Recording was trivial, maybe he could even produce a holographic projection.
Wait.
Steve was lost, the same feeling from the conference room overwhelming him.
Who is Kello? And Daisy and Satati. Ah.
Tony realized with feigned regret.
You were frozen for 70 years, you wouldn't know. Kello is my beloved Daisy and Satati are my daughters. I can't believe it.
Steve scrutinized him from head to toe for a long time before uttering those words. Tony spread his arms for inspection.
Can't believe what?
He pulled up the press conference footage that had caused a stir back then.
That I have a beloved.
Then he brought up a few wedding photos with Kello, followed by a warm family portrait of the four.
Or that I'm a father of 2.
Putting away his phone, Tony smoothed his suit.
After all, a lot can happen in 70 years.
He pointed at himself.
Take me, settled down married with a wife and daughters.
Then pointed at Steve.
And you, frozen for 70 years becoming Captain America Popsicle.
Steve was speechless at this mix of boast and sarcasm. Banner glanced over, hiding a smirk.
Enough,
Steve said sternly.
Do you treat everything as a joke? Only the funny things. Endangering everyone on this carrier is not funny.
Steve apologized to Banner.
No offense, Doctor.
Banner replied lightly.
No problem. If I couldn't take that, I wouldn't have come.
Tony also shrugged and pouted, casually walking over to grab a bag of blueberries.
You're too cautious, big guy,
Tony said, as he opened the blueberries.
You should loosen up.
Steve disapproved of his idle demeanor.
And you should focus on solving the problem, Mr. Stark. You think I'm not?
Tony walked to the workstation and retorted.
Why did Fury call us only now? Not earlier. What has he been hiding from us? Without full information, I can't solve it.
Steve.
Are you saying Fury hasn't told us something?
Tony naturally said.
He's a spy captain, the king of spies. His secrets breed secrets.
After eating a handful of blueberries, he said to Banner.
You think so too, don't you, Doctor?
Banner hadn't expected the conflict to spread to him.
I just want to finish the work in hand.
His hesitation made Steve curious.
Doctor.
Letting out a breath, Banner removed his glasses.
A light for all mankind. That's what Loki said to mock Fury about the Tesseract.
Steve nodded.
I heard that too. I think he was referring to you.
Banner pointed at Tony. Tony shared his blueberries with him, indicating agreement.
Even if Barton didn't tell Loki about Stark Tower.
Banner grabbed a few blueberries and continued.
It's all over the news.
Steve.
Stark Tower.
He hesitated.
That big ugly building in New York.
His words drew a glare from Tony. He swore that if he weren't already a father of two, he would have punched him right then.
The arc reactor powering the tower is self-sustaining.
Banner proposed his analysis.
That building doesn't need external power for a year, right? It's still a prototype. Daisy was angry and refused to help me, so progress has been slow. I'm the top name in clean energy today.
Tony shrugged smugly.
That's what he meant. So why didn't S.H.I.E.L.D. recruit him for the Tesseract project?
Banner shrugged.
And why are they meddling in the energy industry? I should look into that.
Tony stepped away from the workstation.
Once my decryption program cracks all of S.H.I.E.L.D's encrypted files. Excuse me.
Steve was shocked.
What are you talking about?
Infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D's database. Tony looked at the holographic screen in his hand.
I had Jarvis start running the decryption program as soon as I got to the bridge. In a few hours, I'll know all the dirty secrets inside S.H.I.E.L.D.
He offered the blueberries to Steve.
Blueberry?
Steve stared at Tony.
You just can't accept that S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't let you in.
Tony puffed out his chest.
Our intelligence agency's still afraid of geniuses. 2 of them, no less. That's just ridiculous.
Steve took a deep breath and looked away. He simply couldn't get along with this man.
I think Loki is trying to get on our nerves,
Steve said.
He's not the one starting a war. If we lose focus, he wins.
His words made Banner look up.
We follow orders when we receive them.
That typical soldier's mindset made Tony uncomfortable.
Following orders is not my style,
he stated, showing his rebellious nature.
So you only care about your style.
Tony found it odd.
Who in this room, first dressed all flashy yet has absolutely no problem with it? Steve, don't you find that a bit strange?
Banner interjected to defuse the tension. Steve, after hearing Banner's words, gave Tony a long look and left the room.
Just find the Tesseract.
Once outside, Steve thought it over and felt uneasy, abandoning his original route to turn in another direction.
Is that the guy my dad always mentioned?
Tony worked while grumbling.
Maybe they should have kept him frozen.
Banner snorted.
He's right about Loki. He does have the upper hand.
Tony walked toward him.
He's just a ticking time bomb with a dangerous cheat. Sooner or later he'll blow himself up. I'll be waiting for the show. Then I'll just wait for the headlines.
Banner joked as he transferred data to the screen in front of Tony.
Or you could suit up with us.
Banner smiled.
You know, I don't have a suit to protect me. I'm exposed like a madman. It's a nightmare.
Remembering what happened in Harlem, Banner's smile faded.
There's a bunch of shrapnel inside me constantly crawling toward my heart.
He tapped the arc reactor on his chest.
Blocked by this little halo. It's become part of me, not just my armor.
Staring at Banner through the screen.
It's a terrifying privilege. But you can control it. Because I found a way. We're different.
Banner refused to continue.
You have Kellaway, Daisy, and Satati. I'm all alone. I heard about your accident. You were hit with that much gamma radiation. You should have died.
Banner was puzzled.
So you're saying the Hulk?
He gave a mocking smile.
That guy saved me. That's not bad.
He turned to Tony.
But why did he save me?
Tony said.
Maybe you'll find out later.
Returning to his computer, he heard Banner say.
You might not like the answer. But you might.
Watching his computer being hacked, Fury immediately rushed to the laboratory.
What are you doing, Mr. Stark?
As soon as he entered, he began to interrogate the man sitting on the table.
I could ask you the same question.
The one who had infiltrated the database showed no sign of panic.
You should be looking for the Tesseract's whereabouts. That's right, the search model has locked on.
Banner chimed in behind Tony.
It's scanning now. Once we have a result, we can narrow it down to within 800 meters. And
Tony gestured to the computer behind Fury.
Then you can retrieve the Tesseract. Patience.
The computer in front of him emitted a sound drawing Tony's attention.
What is Phase 2?
He asked, looking at the information he had hacked. Steve strode in, aggressively placing a weapon on the table before them.
Phase 2 is S.H.I.E.L.D. Using the Tesseract to manufacture weapons.
Steve apologized.
Sorry, computers are too slow for me. Rogers, we collect everything related to the Tesseract, but that doesn't mean we...
His explanation was interrupted by Tony, who turned the holographic screen toward them.
What else do you have to say?
On the screen was clearly the blueprint of the weapon Steve had brought.
I was wrong, Director,
Steve said.
This world hasn't changed a bit.
As he spoke, Thor and Natasha also entered. The small laboratory was crowded with people.
Did you know about this?
Banner asked Natasha.
Do you want to leave here, Doctor?
Natasha countered instead of answering. Banner gave a wry smile.
I was in Calcutta at the time, far away from here. Loki is manipulating you.
Natasha pressed harder.
And what have you been doing all along?
The others watched the exchange, frowning.
You didn't come here because of my charm either, right? And I wouldn't leave just because you suddenly became neurotic.
Banner walked over to the screen displaying the blueprints.
I want to know why S.H.I.E.L.D. is developing weapons of mass destruction using the Tesseract.
Fury pointed at Thor.
Because of him.
Thor, being pointed at, looked bewildered.
Me.
Then they heard Fury recount the story from last year in New Mexico, which had been kept under wraps.
My people only want to live in peace with you. But you're not the only extraterrestrial life, are you?
Fury challenged.
And you're not the only threat. The universe is filled with beings more powerful than us, and no one can control them.
Steve.
Just like you couldn't control the Tesseract.
Thor joined the fray.
You using the Tesseract to make weapons is what brought Loki and his allies here. This is a signal to other races announcing that Earth is ready for advanced warfare.
Fury.
Advanced? This is a desperate measure. We must be prepared.
Tony began to voice his opinion.
This reminds me of nuclear deterrence because that always settles everything. Stark.
Fury looked at him.
Don't forget how your family made its fortune.
Steve chimed in.
I'm sure if Stark were still making weapons, he'd be no exception. Wait.
Tony stopped Steve.
How did the finger point at me?
Steve's gaze toward him had already turned hostile.
But aren't you always the center of attention?
Thor pulled the topic back.
I thought humans would be more civilized. Excuse me,
Fury sneered.
Did humans go to your planet to cause trouble?
Thor clenched his fist.
You have so little trust in your protectors.
The group broke into an argument. Natasha couldn't stand it anymore.
How can you be so childish? S.H.I.E.L.D. monitors all potential threats.
Banner added fuel to the fire.
Is Captain America also a threat? We all are.
Tony.
Wait, are you on the blacklist too?
The argument grew more heated, completely unaware that the scepter on the workbench was emitting an eerie glow. The small room was so thick with tension that a single spark could trigger an unprecedented explosion. Thor.
You talk about control, yet you embrace chaos. That's his style, isn't it?
Banner said.
I mean, are we a team?
He answered his own question.
No, together we only create chaos. We're a ticking time bomb.
Fury said through gritted teeth.
You'd better just step aside. Why can't he let off some steam?
Tony said, putting his hand on Steve's shoulder, only to be shoved away.
You know damn well. Get out of my face.
Tony.
I'd like to see if you can make me. Oh, really?
Steve laughed bitterly.
You're only impressive because of your suit of armor.
He stared at Tony.
Without that suit, what are you?
Tony replied without hesitation.
A super genius billionaire philanthropist, perfect husband and father.
His words made Natasha raise an eyebrow.
I know a lot of people who are 10 times better than you even without all that.
Steve lowered his voice.
I've read your file. You only care about yourself. You wouldn't make a sacrifice, wouldn't lie down on a barbed wire fence, so your comrades could crawl over.
His words ignited Tony's temper, as Tony believed he cared more about his family than himself.
If it were me, I'd cut the wire.
Steve glanced at the others and sneered.
There's always a crooked path. You might not be a threat, but you'd better stop playing the hero. Hero? Like you?
Tony's caramel-colored eyes blazed with fury.
You're just an experiment, Rogers. Everything you have came from a bottle of serum. Put on the armor, and we'll settle this one-on-one.
Their declaration of war seemed so childish to Thor that he laughed out loud.
You humans are so petty.
Banner.
So this is what you call a team?
Agent Romanoff. Fury called out.
Please escort Dr.
Banner back to his. Before he could finish the order, Banner interrupted urgently.
Go where? You gave my room to someone else.
He pointed to the lab.
That room was only meant to, in case you needed to kill me.
Banner interrupted again.
But you can't kill me. I know. I tried it myself.
There was already a hint of anger in his voice.
I was lost. So I put a gun in my mouth and pulled the trigger. The other guy spat the bullet out.
Everyone stared at him.
So I survived, focused on helping others. I was fine until you dragged me into this farce, endangering everyone's safety.
Looking at Natasha's wary expression, he continued.
Don't you want to know my secret, Agent Romanoff? How I stay calm?
Fury's hand was already on his gun.
Dr. Banner,
Steve called out.
Put down the scepter.
Banner snapped back to reality and looked at his hand. It was gripping the scepter that should have been on the workbench. Just then, the search program emitted a prompt, breaking the tense atmosphere. Banner set down the scepter and went to check.
Sorry, folks. You won't get to see my party trick after all. Found the Tesseract?
Thor asked.
I'll head there quickly,
Tony said.
The Tesseract belongs to Asgard. Humans cannot control it.
Grabbing Tony, as he tried to leave, Steve said.
You can't go alone.
Prying off Steve's hand, Tony asked.
Are you going to stop me? Put on your armor first. I have no problem fighting an old man.
A loud explosion interrupted their scuffle. The blast was directly below them, flames, and shockwaves spread to their laboratory, sending everyone flying.
Put on your armor,
Steve said sternly. Tony.
This time I'll listen to you.
The explosion also set the agents on the carrier into a frenzy.
Hill, there's an explosion outside the carrier. Engine 3 is down.
Hill assessed the situation and reported to Fury. Hearing that it could be repaired but not completely, Hill sighed.
If we lose another engine, we'll crash. Send a team to repair the engine. Stark, do you copy? On my way.
Tony arrived at the location where his armor was stored, remotely activated it via his phone, and rendezvoused with Steve at Engine 3.
Let me see what's going on.
His muttering irritated Steve, who understood nothing about machinery. Steve interrupted.
English, please.
Tony sighed.
Times like this I really miss Daisy. See the red lever. It'll slow the rotor and give me time to get out. Stay there and wait for my signal.
But the enemy wasn't going to let them fix it easily. Just as Tony was about to be crushed by the rotor, Steve finally reached the lever and pulled it down with effort. With Tony's help, they dealt with the enemy. Hearing the news of Coulson's death, Tony and Steve sat at the conference table listening to Fury's lengthy speech about the Avengers initiative. Finally, Tony stormed out. Watching Tony's retreating figure, Fury sighed.
Well, it looks like this plan is outdated.
Steve found Tony standing alone before Coulson's bloodstain and asked.
Was he married? No, had a girlfriend. A cellist, I think.
This story was like a mirror of his own.
What a pity. He seemed like a good man.
But Tony retorted.
He was an idiot. Why?
Steve asked, arms crossed.
Because he had faith. Because he went after Loki alone.
Tony stepped back away from the space where Loki had been imprisoned and Thor had fallen from the sky after being toyed with.
That's called doing his duty. That's called overreaching.
Tony scoffed.
He should have waited for backup. He should have.
Steve walked toward the wavering Tony.
Sometimes we don't have a choice, Tony. Yeah.
Tony's voice was hoarse.
That sounds familiar.
He stepped past Steve, wanting to escape this space filled with righteous lectures.
Is this the first time you've lost a comrade?
Steve called after him.
No.
Seeing Steve's expression, Tony swallowed his words.
We're not soldiers. I won't take orders from Fury.
Steve replied similarly.
Neither will I. He's also responsible for the crimes Loki committed. But now we have to put aside our differences and fight the common enemy. Loki needs a power source.
Interrupting Steve, Tony said quietly.
He's made this war personal.
Steve was speechless.
That's not the point. That is the point. That's what Loki wants.
Tony said the opposite.
Why did he strike at our heart? To break us.
Looking at the bloodstain on the wall that belonged to Coulson, he calmed down.
Yeah, divide and conquer is clever. But he knows he has to eliminate us. That's his goal, Tony concluded. He wants to defeat us, and he wants everyone to see it. He wants an audience.
Understanding Loki's motives, Steve quickly caught on.
Right. I encountered his show in Stuttgart. Exactly. That was just a preview. This is opening night, and Loki is the star of this grand farce. He craves applause and adulation. He wants a towering monument with his name on it.
Realizing something was wrong, Tony cursed and rushed toward his armor. Not having time to fully suit up, Tony put on the helmet and had Jarvis dial Daisy's number.
Come on, honey.
Tony listened to the ringing tone as he quickly donned the armor, praying.
Please pick up.
Stark Tower. Daisy was curled up on the sofa gazing out the window. Hearing her phone ring, she finally spoke.
Friday, who is it? It's Sir Miz. Put it through. Thank God you finally answered.
As soon as the call connected, Tony spoke in a rush.
Get out of the building. Loki wants to take over our tower and use it as his stage. Wait, who?
Daisy scrambled to her feet.
But I don't see anyone. Just get out of there.
Sensing his tone was too harsh, he softened his voice.
Get out of there. I can't afford to lose any of you.
Daisy pressed her lips together, but didn't step out onto the balcony.
I understand.
She turned and pulled the fire alarm.
When you're done with this, we'll have a serious talk. Get as far away as possible. See, Toddy is at the new house, out of harm's way. Just take care of yourself, understand? Got it.
As she took the elevator down, she ran into Happy, who was trying to go up after hearing the alarm. She quickly pulled him into the car and drove away from the danger zone. Through the tracking system, Tony watched the little daisy icon representing Daisy speed away and felt a wave of relief. His gaze hardened.
Now it's time to settle accounts with Loki. Sir, I've cut off the arc reactor, but the device has already achieved self-sustaining power.
Looking at the oblivious S.H.I.E.L.D, Tony said.
Shut it down, Dr. S.H.I.E.L.D. It's too late.
S.H.I.E.L.D shouted.
She can't be stopped. She has something to show us.
S.H.I.E.L.D said excitedly.
A new universe. All right.
Unable to raise his repulsor, Tony decided to destroy the device directly. But the Tesseract's protective shield reflected the energy, throwing both of them back. Steadying himself, realizing he couldn't break through, Tony looked down at Loki standing below.
Plan B,
Jarvis cautioned.
Sir, the Mark 7 is not yet ready. Then forget the wheels, we're out of time.
Descending onto the platform, he let the mechanical arm strip away his armor, as Tony walked step by step into the room.
You've come to beg for my forgiveness, haven't you?
Loki stepped forward with his scepter. Tony paused, heading for the bar.
I'm actually here to threaten you.
Loki pointed the scepter at Tony.
Then you shouldn't have taken off the armor. Yeah.
Tony spread his hands.
That suit was getting a bit old. And you're still holding the shiny golden scepter of fate. A drink?
He asked. Loki curled a malicious smile.
Stalling won't help. No, it's a threat.
Tony emphasized again.
You sure you won't have one? I'm having one.
Loki walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the view outside.
The Chitauri army is coming. Nothing can stop it. What do I have to fear?
Opening the bottle, Tony poured himself a glass of whiskey.
The Avengers.
Seeing his confusion, Tony rolled his eyes and explained.
It's a name we came up with ourselves. A team, the mightiest heroes on Earth. I've seen them.
Catching the sarcasm in his tone, Tony gave an awkward smile.
All right, I admit it takes a bit of time to mesh, but let's list them out.
Tony counted off his teammates one by one.
We've got your demigod brother, a super soldier.
As Loki turned away impatiently, Tony carefully picked up the two bracelets from inside the bar counter and put them on.
The legendary immortal, living up to his name, a big guy with serious anger management issues, a pair of top-tier assassins, and you, buddy.
When Loki turned back, Tony had already donned the bracelets and pointed at him.
You pissed them all off.
Loki laughed.
That's exactly my plan.
Tony took a sip of his drink.
Not very smart. When they come, and they will come, they'll make you pay.
Loki shrugged dismissively.
I have an army. We have the Hulk.
Loki was puzzled.
Didn't that beast run off?
Tony stepped down from the bar.
You're missing the point. There will be no throne on Earth. You will never be king.
Standing at a safe distance, Tony continued.
Maybe you have an army coming, and maybe we can't stop them, but it will all be on your head. Because if we can't protect Earth, you can expect our vengeance.
Downing a large gulp of whiskey, Tony watched Loki approach step by step.
What if they're all busy dealing with you? Then they won't have time to come after me.
Loki raised the scepter and thrust it toward Tony's chest. Seeing no effect, his smile faded. He poked him again in disbelief. Loki frowned.
It always worked before.
Tony looked away.
Performance glitches, common enough.
He even grinned.
1 in 5 men.
Loki grabbed him by the throat and threw him to the ground. Tony struggled to get up.
Jarvis now.
Just as he stood, Loki seized his jaw.
You will all fall at my feet.
Ignoring the threats spewed in fury, Tony grabbed his arm.
Activate. Activate now.
Before he could finish, a furious Loki hurled him out the window. In panic, he struggled to steady himself, revealing the bracelets. The Mark 7 immediately scanned his wristbands, confirmed his identity, and enveloped his body. A split second before crashing, he activated the thrusters. Back on the rooftop, Tony said grimly,
You've also pissed off one more person. His name is Phil.
Raising the repulsor in his palm, he fired a blast directly at Loki's chest. Loki screamed and fell to the ground. But above the roof, a beam of blue light shot into the sky. Tony looked up. The sky, touched by the blue light, was stained black, and countless aliens flew out from within.
Well,
he switched to combat mode.
The army is here.
Soaring into the sky, Tony tried to stop their invasion, but found himself overwhelmed. Alone, he couldn't face the Chitauri army. Though he blew up, many more Chitauri poured through the portal. On the ground, people stared at the sky in confusion, unaware of the danger. Not until the Chitauri army fired upon them did screams of terror erupt. The pillar of blue light caught Daisy's attention. She leaned out of the car window, then pulled back before Happy could stop her, opening the suitcase she had brought even while fleeing. Quickly putting on her earpiece, she ordered coldly,
Friday, connect me to Jarvis and join the comm channel.
Tony frowned at the communication box that lit up belonging to Days. While blasting Chitauri with his weapons, he said angrily,
Didn't I tell you to leave? What are you doing getting involved?
Days smirked as she typed commands on her holographic screen.
Have you forgotten who owns Stark Tower now?
Pressing the final confirmation key, Days looked out the back window at her building. All the glass on the research floor shattered and drones flew out from within.
Watch and see, I learned from the best.
Tony watched as drones swarmed out from behind him, each equipped with top-tier targeting systems, powerful weaponry, and ample energy. As soon as they appeared, they connected to Jarvis, and Friday's commands identified the Chitauri and opened fire.
Wow!
Tony felt the pressure ease.
This is what you've been working on all year.
Before Days could bristle, he added,
That's not bad at all.
Blocked from retorting, Days could only huff in dissatisfaction before returning to her screen.
I've notified the police to evacuate the crowd and clear the area for you. Good job, girl.
Natasha praised her after overhearing the conversation.
Auntie Nat, you'll have to help me out after this,
Days said, as her video feed connected to Natasha's Quinjet.
I had to improvise. I hacked into their command center.
Amid Steve's horrified expression, Natasha let out a cheerful laugh.
Deal,
she agreed.
I'll cover for you as long as you can stop them.
Days glanced at Clint and Steve beside her, curious but unable to investigate.
Deal.
Even so, Natasha wouldn't leave such a critical invasion solely to the father-daughter duo. She operated the guns, spraying the Chitauri army with a hail of bullets. Sweeping all the way to Stark Tower, they saw Loki locked in combat with Thor. Loki spotted them and struck first, destroying the Quinjet's right engine.
Days!
Natasha told Barton to control the jet and avoid a major disaster.
I'll pay for your building later. No.
Days panicked but couldn't let the Quinjet crash into civilians.
Then don't touch my RD department. Got it.
Barton crash-landed into Stark Tower, already empty due to fire alarms. The three opened the hatch.
Well,
Natasha's heart sank as she saw the expensive machinery crushed by the Quinjet.
I'll pay later.
Days clutched her head in frustration as she watched half the third-floor surveillance feeds destroyed. But what could she do? It was already ruined. Connecting to the building's PA system, she called to Natasha.
See if there's anything useful. I've developed some good stuff.
Natasha turned back, leading Barton and Steve to raid Days' finished product inventory.
Days got any bows?
She called out.
Yes, upstairs. Who's going to get them? I'll change the permissions now. I'll go.
Barton's eyes lit up at the mention of bows, and he dashed upstairs. After standing in front of the scanner for a moment, he was granted access. Seeing the walls lined with various bows and arrows, Barton's eyes gleamed brighter. He picked his favorite arrows, regretfully glancing at the rest. Natasha caught up, and seeing his expression, patted his shoulder with a laugh.
Come on, they're all yours. You can look later.
The regret in Barton's eyes vanished, replaced by fierce battle intent.
What are we waiting for? So Auntie Nat had me make all this for you.
Days muttered, then activated 3 more flight units.
The one with the quiver is for Agent Barton, the other 2 are for you, Auntie Nat. Thanks.
Natasha winked and blew a kiss at the camera, then stepped onto the flight unit and zoomed off.
Wow,
Barton said, experiencing such high-tech support for the first time.
I'll have to thank you properly when this is over. No need,
Days replied.
The arrows were Auntie Nat's special request as payment. As for the rest, consider it S.H.I.E.L.D's living expenses.
While drawing his bow and shooting down a few stragglers, Barton said,
So you're S.H.I.E.L.D's sister. No wonder the name sounded familiar. But thanks are still in order. Suit yourself. Clint.
Barton turned only to find enemy fire heading straight for him, too late to dodge. After the blast, Barton and the flight unit plummeted. Natasha's eyes widened in fury, firing her gun as if bullets were free.
Nat!
Natasha turned with red-rimmed eyes, seeing Barton completely unharmed.
I installed an emergency escape system,
Days teased.
Don't worry, Auntie Nat. Huh?
Natasha laughed coldly.
You just wait. Oh.
Realizing she had gone too far, Days' smile froze, and she awkwardly changed the subject.
Captain, where do you want to go?
Steve was embarrassed at being caught off guard. He really wasn't adept at handling these newfangled gadgets.
I'll just go on foot. Don't be polite, just step on it,
Days urged.
Straight line is the shortest distance. I'll control it, you just stand steady.
To avoid delaying the battle, Steve reluctantly stepped on.
Okay, let's go.
A playful voice echoed in his ear as Steve watched the drones fighting the Chitauri, his heart filled with mixed emotions. The battle reached its peak, and from the sky portal emerged the Chitauri mothership.
Days, anything else we can use?
Tony quickly dodged the behemoth.
That thing is hideously ugly.
Through the surveillance feed, Days saw the ship resembling a paramecium.
That's a paramecium so ugly,
she cursed.
I only have some guns and ammo left.
She rolled her eyes in annoyance.
How much can you make in a year? Easy for you to say.
The father-daughter banter made Natasha and Barton laugh. Steve frowned but couldn't find a word to say about their dynamic. Knowing that the Chitauri army couldn't be fully eliminated without closing the portal, everyone started brainstorming.
I'll go find Dr. Selvig, see if he has any ideas.
With a slight nod to Barton, Natasha headed straight for the rooftop. Passing the Stark Tower sign, she said to Days,
Looks like your building's name is gone. What?
Days immediately pulled up the feed, seeing only on the left of the Stark Tower sign. She cursed.
Is his brother like a lightning god? I want him to charge my building for 10 years. All right, I'll help you with that.
Unable to resist her bias for Days, Natasha agreed. She then helped the still unconscious Selvig up.
Selvig. Dr. Selvig.
Natasha supported him, urgently asking for a solution. Selvig came to looking at the catastrophe he had caused. His voice was weak.
The scepter. Loki's scepter. Its energy.
He was somewhat incoherent.
The Tesseract is unstoppable, but it can't defend against an attack from within. It's not your fault, you didn't know what you were doing.
Seeing him say that, Natasha quickly reassured him. Selvig stared at her intently, breathing heavily.
Actually, I installed a failsafe to cut the power source.
Natasha recalled what he had just said.
Loki's scepter.
Selvig nodded.
It might be able to close the portal.
But the scepter was still in Loki's hands, and after stabbing Thor in the kidney with a knife, Loki vanished into the Chitauri army.
Stark, did you hear that?
Natasha relayed the information. Only the flying squad could help locate Loki now.
I heard.
Tony toyed with the paramecium ship as he replied.
Banner still hasn't shown up. I need to get to the real work. He's here.
Steve pointed at Banner arriving on a small motorcycle.
Great, I'll lead it over there.
Tony immediately changed course and flew toward him.
Clint, use your flight unit and get down here.
Natasha didn't bother with the rest. With the emergency escape system, they could freely slaughter the Chitauri and search for Loki. Steve couldn't use the flight unit, so he stayed on the ground for rescue. More paramecium ships appeared, and they couldn't rely solely on Banner. Tony engaged another one using lasers to cut through its exterior.
Sir,
Jarvis objected.
our energy reserves aren't sufficient to cut through its skin.
Jarvis. Tony stopped the lasers and flew in another direction.
Have you heard the story of Jonah in the Bible? I wouldn't recommend following his example,
Jarvis replied. But Tony, burning with reckless courage, opened the external bombs on his legs and charged into the roaring mouth of the paramecium. He succeeded in blowing it up, but he ended up surrounded by the Chitauri army.
Energy.
Days back on comms asked again.
What energy? Do you need electricity? Yep.
Tony heard the wind whistling on her end.
Roll up the window or you'll get a headache. It's fine.
Days didn't. However,
I sent the drones over to you, they have plenty of power. I installed them to play with people. Okay.
Using the last bit of energy to escape the encirclement, Tua grabbed a drone and absorbed its energy.
Power has reached 100%, sir.
Jiawei reported to him.
But ammunition is depleted. Stark never lacks these things. I see Luo Ji.
Ba Dunworthy of the title Hawkeye said.
He is heading north on 39th Street. Are there any others with him?
Tua asked, replenishing his ammunition in Dai Zi's armory.
No.
Ba Dun pursued him closely, shooting arrows at the Chitauri soldiers charging at him.
The scepter is in his hand. We have to seize it. Sua will engage him head-on. We'll adapt.
Thanks to the drone's involvement, the ground-level Chitauri soldiers were not numerous, barely enough for Hauke to smash to his heart's content. So ignoring Shi Fu, who was controlling the ground, they all swarmed toward Luo Ji.
Annoying bugs.
Luo Ji dodged a bullet from Natasha and glared fiercely at the approaching group. Before he could raise the scepter to attack them, his most hated Sua had already landed on his prow and launched an attack. Steadying his direction, Luo Ji wielded the scepter to engage him, focusing on the kidney that had been pierced earlier. The harassment from the side grew. A bullet from an unknown source grazed Luo Ji's cheek, causing him to abandon the ship and leap onto a building where he created duplicates to fight each of the pursuers one by one. The attacks on the duplicates were all ineffective, but they still identified the sole true body. Seeing the predator-like gazes fixed on him, Luo Ji kicked Natasha away.
You didn't think this was all I had, did you? Then show us. Let me.
Before Tua could finish, he saw more Luo Ji's appear around Luo Ji.
See Taku. Shut your mouth.
Several people shouted at Tua, but they charged at the original true body. Sua's hammer shattered countless duplicates in a row, but did not hit the true body. Natasha and Ba Dun fired countless bullets and arrows, but they were like stones sinking into the sea. Seeing that they could not breach his defenses, Luo Ji turned to repeat his trick of boarding a ship to leave, but Tua seized this opening and knocked him away, causing the scepter to drop from his hand.
Damn it!
Tua cursed under his breath and tried to snatch the scepter, but was held back by the duplicates. Just as Luo Ji was about to retrieve the scepter, he was struck by a whistling wind and watched helplessly as that gust snatched his scepter away.
I got it! Dai Zi!
Tua's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. He quickly dispersed the duplicates and followed. Unexpectedly, the scepter was ultimately seized by a young woman in her early 20s. Ba Dun threw Natasha onto a flying vehicle.
Go cover her. The two of us are enough here. Okay.
Natasha nodded, firmly followed to protect the young woman on both sides, and together with Tua, they fought off the advancing Chitauri soldiers. Luo Ji watched the three leave, gritted his teeth, and tried to start the ship to pursue, but was grabbed by the arriving Hauke and thrown into a dizzying state. Relying on the emergency maneuvers of the flying vehicle and the cover of the two elders, Dai Zi advanced unimpeded.
Doctor.
She jumped off the flying vehicle, her tone excited.
What next?
Tua, hypnotizing himself with the mantra of
out of sight, out of mind,
turned to help Shi Fu, leaving Natasha to handle any emergencies.
Aim at the top of the tesseract.
S.H.I.E.L.D operated the computer, instructing Dai Zi to thrust the scepter into the protective casing. Dai Zi steadied herself and inserted the scepter.
See Taku. The council has decided to launch a nuclear weapon. What? I don't have a computer.
Dai Zi, who was shouting, spotted the computer in front of S.H.I.E.L.D.
And shall not come help.
Handing the scepter over to Natasha, Dai Zi connected to Jiawei.
Jiawei is the cracking program you left on the helicarrier still there? Yes, miss. Modify the program tamper with the commands ground all fighters. Language.
S.H.I.E.L.D. explained in astonishment.
How did you raise your daughter? Don't look at me.
S.H.I.E.L.D. shifted the blame.
She learned bad habits during the year she was giving me the silent treatment.
S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hands flew across the keyboard, the jumping commands rapidly reflected in her caramel-colored eyes.
And shall not shut it down first.
She even had time to glance at Natasha. Natasha snapped back to attention, pressed the tip of the scepter against the top of the device. Seeing the blue light gradually dissipate, S.H.I.E.L.D. focused on the code. Leaving all autonomously controllable fighters to Jia Wei-Si, S.H.I.E.L.D. began handling the manually launched fighters.
Not too difficult.
S.H.I.E.L.D. typed the last character, watching them automatically copy and paste into the same model fighters, and began to gloat.
Now we just need to deal with the ground and we're done.
Natasha leaned over and asked,
What did you change? I just changed the launch button to an ejection button.
S.H.I.E.L.D. put her hands on her hips proudly.
Since it's resolved.
A sinister voice sounded behind S.H.I.E.L.D., making her instantly stiffen.
Shouldn't you properly explain to your poor father? How did you get back?
Though the battle ended quickly thanks to the support of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s armory, everyone except the well-protected S.H.I.E.L.D. suffered varying degrees of minor injuries. Thus, under the care of the medical team, they watched a family education drama.
I just couldn't stand it.
S.H.I.E.L.D. knelt on the hospital bed beside S.H.I.E.L.D., pulling her ears with both hands.
That person destroyed my building. That's Stark's face. So,
S.H.I.E.L.D. stopped the medical staff from disinfecting him, and looked at S.H.I.E.L.D., who was obviously still angry.
You have the captain's flying vehicle pick you up. That's my flying vehicle.
Under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s glare, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s voice weakened.
I just lent it to him. He doesn't know how to use it, so... Hee.
Watching S.H.I.E.L.D. give the feigning ignorance S.H.I.E.L.D. a few knuckle raps, S.H.I.E.L.D. approached Natasha, who seemed most familiar with S.H.I.E.L.D.
So that's S.H.I.E.L.D.
Natasha, bandaging her own arm, glanced at S.H.I.E.L.D. holding her head, and curled her lips.
Yes, the eldest daughter of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Kalao.
She lowered her head to finish the bandage.
She's very much like S.H.I.E.L.D. both in personality and ability.
S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed to overhear them discussing her, and turned to look back at them, while S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't paying attention.
Hello, Captain.
Recognizing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s lip movement, S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't yet returned the greeting when she was grabbed by S.H.I.E.L.D. and dragged out of the medical bay by her ear. Watching the girl make a funny face at him despite the pain as she left, S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't help but laugh. After they left the medical bay, S.H.I.E.L.D. was still scolding S.H.I.E.L.D. for her impulsive behavior. As soon as they came out, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s eyes lit up, and she rushed to S.H.I.E.L.D., who seemed best able to confront S.H.I.E.L.D. using his body to shield herself from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s venomous words.
S.H.I.E.L.D., come out.
Sure enough, as soon as S.H.I.E.L.D. saw S.H.I.E.L.D., his words stuck in his throat.
I won't.
S.H.I.E.L.D., resting her hand on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s shoulder, popped her head out from behind him.
I already said I know I was wrong, and I didn't get hurt in the end, so can we just let it go?
S.H.I.E.L.D. was speechless with anger, but before he could speak, S.H.I.E.L.D. opened his mouth.
Although Miss Sitaka's actions were not all commendable, she ultimately seized the scepter and prevented the nuclear launch, so her merits offset her faults. Mr. Sitaka, please don't scold her anymore.
S.H.I.E.L.D.'s fingers trembled with rage, and finally, with a flick of his sleeve, he turned and left.
Yeah.
S.H.I.E.L.D. cheered, understanding that this meant he would not pursue the matter further. She jumped in front of S.H.I.E.L.D. and extended her hand.
Formal introduction, I'm S.H.I.E.L.D. Sitaku, also one of your consultants. S.H.I.E.L.D. Luo GSC, a soldier.
S.H.I.E.L.D. extended his hand and shook hers.
I know you.
S.H.I.E.L.D. leaned in close.
Your eyes are so beautiful like the sea.
Ignoring S.H.I.E.L.D., who was blushing from being teased, she stepped back.
Thank you for speaking up for me earlier.
With her hands behind her back, she hopped a few steps away.
I'm going to go appease my dad now. If you need help, just call me. I can help improve your gear. His gear doesn't need your concern.
S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared like a ghost, glared at S.H.I.E.L.D., then said,
Your 10 years' worth of electricity bill is about to fly away. Hurry up.
Hearing that her future 10 years' electricity was about to disappear, S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't even have time to say goodbye to them. She quickly got on the elevator with S.H.I.E.L.D. and left, leaving Natasha teasing S.H.I.E.L.D. and Ba done watching the show. Pressuring S.H.I.E.L.D. to charge all her energy sources, S.H.I.E.L.D. was satisfied and forgave them for the damage to Stark Tower. Watching the jubilant S.H.I.E.L.D. run off to study how to rebuild the building with Jia Wei-Si, S.H.I.E.L.D. gave a wry smile.
And Xiao-Na, are you moving in?
Peeking out with a small head, Dai-Zi looked curiously at Shi-Fu, whose face was red enough to fry an egg on.
You can reserve a room for me.
Natasha blocked Dai-Zi's curious gaze.
If there are no missions, I can bring S.H.I.E.L.D back to stay for a couple of days. Okay.
Dai-Zi nodded.
Captain, do you want one too?
Seeing his intention to refuse, Dai-Zi pressed on.
We're all comrades who fought together. Having a room is convenient for discussing things or having small gatherings in the future. Well,
Shi-Fu nodded.
I'll trouble you then. No trouble at all.
Dai-Zi rolled up her sleeves.
Jiao, let's get to work.
Watching Dai-Zi, who was full of energy completely unlike someone who had just survived a battle, Shi-Fu shook his head. He rubbed his sore muscles.
Old, can't match the energy of the young.
After seeing Air and Luo Ji off, New York returned to its usual calm, with only the rubble and debris reminding them that it was not a dream. Thanks to the timely evacuation and strong fire support, Dai-Zi's several intrusions were deemed necessary under the circumstances. Even if the council wanted to punish her, she was jointly protected by Shin Dun-ju and the Fuchou Lianming.
After all, I'm a consultant. How can I not have this right?
Watching the grumbling Dai-Zi, Tua-Ni pressed down on her head in annoyance.
Go draw your blueprints.
Dai-Zi rubbed her head, made a face at Tua-Ni, then hugged her tablet, and went to the RD department. During the time they were wrangling with the council, Stark Tower had been rebuilt. For convenience, Dai-Zi directly replaced the logo with the A symbol representing the Avengers. After all, this place has rooms for the Fuchou Lianming. The relationship between father and daughter had thawed after this great battle, and Tua-Ni would also study the next generation armor in Dai-Zi's RD lab.
By the way, Dai-Zi,
Tua-Ni suddenly thought of Ban-Na.
I found you a teacher, a biologist.
Dai-Zi looked up puzzled at Tua-Ni.
Go learn a thing or two. It'll be useful later.
Hearing this, Dai-Zi pouted.
If you say so.
After learning about Ban-Na's 7 doctorates, Dai-Zi erupted with immense academic enthusiasm. Taking advantage of the fact that Tua-Ni had been staying in Manhattan recently, she directly took a flight to Kolkata. Watching his RD lab become empty again, Tua-Ni shrugged.
Alright, let's see how many suits I can build.
Time slipped away quietly in study and research. When Tua-Ni came to his senses, it was already deep winter 1 year later. Calling to remind Dai-Zi to come back before Christmas, Tua-Ni collapsed into his chair.
Sir,
Jiao-Wei's voice sounded.
You haven't rested for 3 days.
Waving his hand weakly, Tua-Ni dismissed it.
It'll be fine when Dai-Zi comes back. I'm just.
But he couldn't finish what he was just.
Sir, your anxiety disorder is getting worse. Miss Dai-Zi is not medicine, she cannot cure your illness. Mute.
Not wanting to listen to Tua-Ni activated mute mode. Was it that he didn't want to sleep? It was just that whenever he closed his eyes, his mind would conjure the image of hands stained with Ko Lao Wu's blood, of Ko Lao Wu lying pale and emaciated on the hospital bed, and of Dai-Zi, who single-handedly stopped Luo Ji's scheme and the nuclear launch during the New York battle. He was truly afraid that Dai-Zi would follow her mother's fate, which was why he sent her to find Ban-Na after the situation settled. With a sigh, Tua-Ni knew he couldn't keep pushing himself like this. He planned to pick up S.H.I.E.L.D and go stay in the countryside for a few days. At night, S.H.I.E.L.D had already fallen asleep, and Tua-Ni forced himself to close his eyes and sleep. At first, he could fall asleep peacefully, but as time passed, he once again dreamed of hellish scenes. Just as he was about to struggle awake, melodious piano music began to play. The familiar tune soothed the sleeping man, smoothed the wrinkles between his brows, and he unexpectedly enjoyed a good night's sleep. When he woke up full of energy, it was already afternoon. S.H.I.E.L.D had wanted to knock on the door, but Jiao-Wei stopped her, so she had to call Natasha, who had been taking care of her, to take her to school.
Jiao-Wei,
he entered the bathroom to wash up.
Did you play the piano music last night? No, sir. It was very effective. Keep it up next time.
As he spoke, Tua-Ni suddenly realized.
Not you. Then who? Perhaps you could check the basement.
Realizing Jiao-Wei's implication, Tua-Ni quickly rinsed the foam from his mouth and rushed into the lab.
Sweetie.
A familiar yet unfamiliar mechanical female voice sounded.
Tua-Ni, can you tell me what happened? No problem, no problem.
Tua-Ni's eyes reddened with excitement.
I'll tell you slowly. I'll tell you everything you want to hear.
Meanwhile, the television signal was hijacked once again, and Mandarin's face appeared on the screen. This time, he had taken a hostage and threatened that if the president did not call him within 30 seconds he would be shot dead. Everyone watching TV heard the phone ring there, but the Mandarin still killed the poor hostage. His actions enraged the president, who immediately contacted Rhodes to find the culprit. Tony was driving, staring at the documents in his hand with a headache. Just as he was about to make a call, the phone rang first. Tony looked at the caller ID, took a deep breath, and answered.
Hey sweetheart, how's your date going?
Crow paused, never expecting Tony to say such a thing.
Why is there a permission in Jarvis that I can't access?
Daisy, kneeling on the sofa with her ears being pulled, could only pray for heaven to give her father a hint to come clean as soon as possible. Tony immediately remembered the only permission that no one else could access except himself. Sweat beaded on his palm, but he still forced calmness.
That's a surprise I'm preparing for you. I'll give it to you once everything is ready. Don't force it open.
Hearing Tony's words, Daisy averted her gaze, unable to look Crow in the eyes.
All right.
Crow jotted something down and said leisurely.
Then finish your business and come back quickly. I'll be waiting at home. Okay.
Tony felt a strange unease.
Don't force it open, please. I'll be back in about a week. All right.
After hanging up, Crow looked at the guilty Daisy inside.
Go help your father.
Daisy looked up in surprise, her head gently touched by the projection.
Take care, and I'll wait for you both to come home.
Rhodes was searching for the Mandarin when he received a call from Tony. He raised his gun to threaten them not to move, then answered the call. Learning that Rhodes had also encountered people emitting red light, and that his armor had been modified by AI, Tony crumpled the report into a ball, his mood bordering on rage.
I need your big satellite account.
Upon learning that his password was all caps War Machine is awesome, Tony burst out laughing.
That's way better than Iron Patriot.
Gaining the support of a fan, Tony successfully used the broadcast van to connect to AIM's internal network, viewing numerous videos and Killian's experimental footage. Learning that Killian was working for the Mandarin, Tony propped his head and began to ponder. Having transferred Hansen to Queen's, Daisy dismissed Potts and asked her what she knew. Giving up on comforting Hansen, who was trapped in self-blame, Daisy went to open the door. Seeing the face she had been briefed about by Potts and Hansen, Daisy didn't have time to flee before her neck was seized. Killian looked at Hansen coming out from inside and asked,
Why did you go to Stark's villa last night? I just wanted to solve the problem. I didn't know you and the master planned to blow it up.
Daisy forced herself to calm down and struggled to catch her breath under Killian's grip.
I see. You wanted to save Stark even though he threatened us.
Hansen took a deep breath.
I told you, Killian, we can use him. If we want to launch the product next year, I need Stark. He just lacks the right motivation. Now!
She glanced at Daisy, whose face was reddened from suffocation.
He has it.
Killian looked at Daisy and relented.
Take her back.
Daisy collapsed to the ground, too weak to resist, and let them tie her up and carry her into the car. Tony called Harry and asked him to transfer the call to Jarvis.
Jarvis, what's the situation? Perfectly fine, sir. There's a decent bit, but at the end of the sentence I said cranberry instead. Also, sir, you were right. After factoring in AIM's downlink facilities, I successfully located the Mandarin's broadcast signal source. Approximately where?
Tony immediately asked.
Far East Europe, North Africa, Iran, Pakistan, Syria. Where? Actually in Miami, sir.
Tony was silent for a moment.
All right. Kid, I'll have to teach you step by step how to reboot Jarvis's voice driver, but not now. Harry, where exactly is he? Look at the screen and tell me the location. It shows Miami, Florida.
Thinking it was a mistake from Jarvis, but the Mandarin was indeed in Miami, Tony hurriedly said.
All right, first things first. I need the suit. How is it now? It won't charge,
Harry said. His words caused Tony to slam on the brakes, his chest heaving violently.
Actually, it is charging, sir,
Jarvis explained.
But there's a power issue. It might not be able to restore the Mark 42's power. What's wrong with the power? Fine, this is my suit. I can't. I don't want to.
Tony felt he was on the verge of a breakdown, rambling incoherently, never quite finding the words.
Calm down, Tony.
Along with Crow's voice came
Autumn whispers. Take a deep breath.
Hearing the familiar melody and his beloved's voice, Tony gradually regained his composure.
Sweetheart.
No longer frantic, he began to feel guilty.
How long have you been monitoring the comms? From the beginning.
Crow's voice was laced with worry.
Daisy was taken by Killian. What?
Tony was startled, restarted the car, and was about to rush over.
Don't worry, she did it on purpose.
Crow quickly reassured him.
I've also activated Friday's cruise mode. When she's truly in danger, it will activate weapons and rescue Daisy. Now all you need to do is be Daisy's prince and rescue her from the dragon. Okay.
Tony calmed himself.
I will. And I'll be with you all the way.
Ignoring Harry's curiosity about Crow, Tony hung up and prepared to build something himself to rescue Daisy. After finishing everything overnight, Tony dared not rest even a moment and drove straight to Florida. Using small gadgets he had made, he took down enemies one by one and successfully infiltrated the heart of the estate. Snatching a gun from one of the guards, Tony looked at the room full of filming equipment and knew he had arrived at the right place. But when he lifted the blanket, there were only two scantily clad women. Just then the sound of water came from the bathroom, and the person who walked out was the Mandarin from TV. However, his behavior and tone were completely different from the man on screen. Tony raised his gun threateningly, only to discover that he was just a hired actor up front for some inexplicable explosions. Realizing this, Tony closed his eyes tightly. All his efforts had been a joke. Wait. Tony opened his eyes. If the Mandarin was fake, then why did Killian kidnap Daisy? What about the cruise? But in the blink of an eye, he was struck from behind and knocked unconscious. When he woke up again, he was hanging from a steel frame. The woman in front of him turned around. It was Hansen.
Long time no see. We saw each other 2 days ago,
Tony said grumpily, refusing to even look at her.
That wasn't my idea.
Hansen shook her head, indicating it wasn't her intention.
So you did take Killian's business card?
Tony waved his hand.
After Sweetheart rejected you?
Hansen said nothing to that.
I took his money. And 30 years later you're stuck in this dungeon. No,
Hansen retorted.
You're the one stuck in the dungeon. I can leave whenever I want. All right.
Hansen stood up.
A lot has happened, Tony, but I'm almost there. The extremist virus is stable now. I told you it's not stable,
Tony shouted back.
I've seen it on the streets. People exploded, blood splattered all over the walls. Maya, you're deceiving yourself. Then help me fix it.
Hansen held out a piece of paper with several formulas written on it.
Did I write this?
Tony looked at the yellowed paper doubtfully.
Yes.
Hansen shrugged.
You were showing off to your sweetheart at the time, and later thought it was useless, so you gave it to me. Ah.
Tony raised an eyebrow knowingly.
I remember now. Is this what you came for? But I can't help you.
Tony stopped struggling against the restraints.
You used to have a conscience, ideals. You wanted to help people. Look at yourself now.
In Hansen's bewildered expression, Tony concluded.
You've lost your soul. Help me out.
He looked into her wavering eyes.
Please.
But Hansen turned and left. Another male voice sounded, drawing Tony's attention.
You know what my old man used to tell me?
Killian came down carrying a case.
His favorite saying was, the early bird catches the worm, but the second mouse gets the cheese. You're not still mad about being rejected for investment twice, are you?
Tony watched him place the case on the table.
How could I be?
Killian pretended to be magnanimous.
It wasn't your fault. You couldn't sign my proposal anyway.
He leaned closer to Tony.
Do you know what I'm thinking right now? I'm more curious about what happened to the first mouse.
As if deflecting the topic, Killian avoided the question.
So are you willing to sign my proposal?
Tony thought for a moment.
Still no. I can't go against the will of 3 women.
Killian nodded with a smirk.
Right. You can't refuse Crow. So a thought occurred to me, one that guided me for years.
Killian smiled.
It was to stay anonymous, Tony. After all, no one takes a crippled madman seriously.
He glanced at Hansen standing aside.
Thanks to Crow, I solidified that idea. From then on, it became my principle. You just need to pull the strings from behind the scenes. Because once you give evil a face, then Laden Gaddafi, or the Mandarin, you give the world a perfect target to attack. You're really something else.
Killian sat down, opened the case he had brought, and asked.
You've met him, haven't you?
Tony let out a long breath.
Yeah, Mr. Oscar winner. I know he can be a bit over the top. Can't blame me.
Killian seemed at a loss for words, then rephrased.
He's a stage actor. They say his King Lear was quite popular in Croydon. But who cares? Anyway, the point is,
Killian gestured animatedly.
Ever since that big guy with the hammer fell from the sky, keeping a low profile has gone out of style.
Tony just asked.
What do you plan to do next? I just want to show you my work. What Crow didn't appreciate, you should understand its value.
He tossed out 3 silver marbles and pressed a switch. An image appeared, Daisy tied to a frame.
This is Liv.
Killian pointed at the bound Daisy.
I'm not sure if you know about the extremist virus, but...
He shrugged.
You'll find out soon enough.
In the projection, a man approached Daisy, with a syringe completed the disinfection, and was expelling the air from the needle. Suddenly an anomaly occurred. A bullet from nowhere struck the man right between the eyes. Killian shot to his feet, glaring at Tony.
Did you do this?
Tony's half-relieved heart tightened again, but he said,
I'm tied up here, and you searched me clean. How could I have pulled that off?
Killian stared at him suspiciously for a long moment, then picked up the phone and ordered another man to go. The result was the same.
Don't let me find out it was you.
Killian left the warning, instructing 2 men to watch them, and went to Daisy's location to inject her himself. Tony pursed his lips. It certainly wasn't him.
What was that?
Hansen asked as soon as Killian left.
Even if it wasn't you, you definitely know what it was.
Tony smiled.
I actually do.
As he spoke, the window used for light was shattered, and the roar of machine guns filled the air. With the help of the crews, Tony finally regained his freedom. Hansen picked herself up from the ground. She looked at the 2 other mutants, who had been beaten beyond what even the extremist virus could heal, and spoke.
I'll help you.
Rubbing his wrists that had been bound for too long, Tony smiled.
Then tell me its weakness.
On the other side, Rhodes, with the help of the crews, also shook off those who wanted his armor. The commotion on both sides drew many people's attention, and they all rushed forward to stop them from leaving. But the crews wouldn't let them get close. Its small, agile form occupied the high ground in the air, firing bullets into their hearts one after another.
Seems like human vital points haven't changed,
Tony remarked, looking at the bodies with blood blooming on their chests.
Unless their mutation has taken them beyond human. Stop with the sarcasm.
Rhodes shot a mutant.
Where's your suit? It'll be here soon.
Tony raised both hands and spread his palms forcefully.
Wait.
Tony tugged at his clothes and raised his hands again.
Come on. Fine.
Rhodes made a stop gesture in exasperation.
You try first. I'm going to find Daisy. All right.
Tony let him go first, and under the protection of the crews, he moved to an open area. Finally, the Mark 42 all arrived. Once suited up, Tony immediately rushed back to Rhodes' side. Meanwhile, Daisy was still tied to the restraint frame, and Killian personally took the syringe ready to inject her. The moment Tony got the Mark 42, he took control of the crew's permissions, directing the robot to knock the syringe out of Killian's hand. Then, under Killian's astonished gaze, aiming at his fatal wound, he struck him back and rescued Daisy. Pushing Daisy toward Rhodey, Tony said nervously,
Take Daisy and leave first, then go to the president. Okay.
Rhodey wasted no time and left, carrying Daisy, who still struggled to stay. Killian watched them leave without anger, then turned his gaze to Tony. When Natasha brought Satati back, she saw Tony even more spirited than before.
Natasha, let me introduce you.
Tony pointed to a 20-centimeter projection sitting on the table.
This is S.H.I.E.L.D, my research achievement in recent years.
Satati immediately leaned and cautiously observed, then pursed her little lips and smiled. Natasha watched the virtual projection reach out and touch Satati's forehead, looking at Tony with a strange and surprised expression.
S.H.I.E.L.D. She's not. That's why it's called a research achievement,
Tony said proudly.
She has S.H.I.E.L.D's voice, thinking, even memories. She's a companion AI I created.
Natasha watched S.H.I.E.L.D coax Satati into the room and smile at her, then nodded half doubtfully.
Sweetheart, this is Natasha Romanoff, now primarily responsible for Satati's safety.
Tony introduced to S.H.I.E.L.D.
Hello, Miss Natasha. I hope you don't find it presumptuous for me to address you this way.
S.H.I.E.L.D's gaze softened and Natasha's repeated,
No.
And she said,
Can you tell me the story of Satati? I want to know about her growth over the past 5 years.
Natasha glanced at Tony again, then yielded under S.H.I.E.L.D's gaze, and began to chat about Satati. Tony tactfully returned to his lab. Before leaving, Natasha called out to Tony. After several hours together, she had confirmed S.H.I.E.L.D's harmlessness and her deep love for Satati.
Can you guarantee you didn't tamper with anything?
Natasha still doubted his motives.
I guarantee it.
Tony raised his hands in oath.
It's just an AI like Jarvis and Friday. The only special thing is that its projection is modeled after Kello's appearance.
He shrugged.
You know Jarvis is quite good at this.
Natasha felt relieved, arranged the next time to pick up S.H.I.E.L.D. and left. Days passed, and soon it was Christmas. Daisy had returned to Malibu 3 days ago. Today Tony was packing with S.H.I.E.L.D. preparing to go to Malibu to spend the holiday with Daisy. Kello was sat on Tony's shoulder watching him pack up important models.
Daisy has grown to an age where she doesn't want to live with her dad anymore.
Kello joked, successfully making Tony's face darken.
By the way, is she dating anyone? No,
Tony retorted vehemently.
She's still studying and managing the company. She has no time for dating.
Kello raised an eyebrow, suppressing a smile.
Is that so? Then I can help manage the company and let Daisy relax a bit. Sweetheart.
Tony's face fell.
Accompany me more.
Kello was amused by him, and nodded repeatedly, promising to accompany him. Only after coaxing the excited Daisy to sleep did the day end. After the holiday, Daisy returned to her post, and received documents from Potts.
Extremist biology.
She looked at the documents and asked Potts.
Wasn't this project rejected long ago?
That was a matter of New Year's 1999, when Kello was still running the company. When the project leader sought investment, Kello had been approached. But she thought the plan had too many uncertainties and risks, and did not agree to fund it. Why had they come back after so many years?
Right.
Potts nodded.
But before Christmas their leader approached me again and showed me their results. Want to invest?
Daisy raised an eyebrow.
No,
Potts said irritably, which was somewhat out of character for her.
But I think you should take a look. Okay, I will,
Daisy said cautiously. She had Friday retrieved the surveillance footage from that day. Seeing Killian, who had transformed drastically compared to a decade ago, Daisy understood why Potts was so upset. After watching what he had shown Potts, even Daisy couldn't help but call him a madman. Could genes be artificially modified? If so, there wouldn't be so many innate sociopaths in the world. Daisy once again agreed with her mother's wise decision years ago, and tossed Killian's project proposal aside. Since Potts didn't want to invest either, she only asked her to take a look. When Daisy learned of the explosion again, she was in her office frustrated, because this time it involved Happy. Although he had followed on his own initiative, no one wanted to see such an incident happen. Having long regarded Happy as family, they naturally visited him. But after the visit, Tony's announcement was what truly devastated Daisy.
Why would you say something like that?
Daisy looked at Tony in exasperation.
What?
Tony chewed on candy beans and raised an eyebrow at her.
The Mandarin has already provoked us at our doorstep, and you're going to let it slide.
The Mandarin had become widely known through word of mouth recently. Initially it started with hijacking TV signals, then developed into terrorist attacks. Tony had even gone to Rhodey to inquire about the case, details revealing a lot of internal information.
I didn't say I wouldn't fight back,
Daisy muttered.
But why did you give out our home address? It was just rebuilt.
Yes, Tony had publicly announced the detailed address of the Malibu villa in the media, formally declaring war on the Mandarin.
It's fine.
Tony came over, picked up a file, and flipped through it casually.
Just in case you and Sweetheart should stay in the countryside cottage for a while.
He put down the file and looked at her seriously.
Don't tell her anything.
Daisy sighed, dejected.
I understand.
That day Daisy returned to the countryside, explained to Kello what her father was doing, and stayed home peacefully. But things did not go smoothly. When they next received news the Malibu villa had been attacked and Tony was missing, Daisy ran her hands through her hair in frustration, pacing back and forth in the office. She was grateful she hadn't received the news at home, or she wouldn't have been able to hide it from Kello.
Daisy, are you okay?
Potts looked at her with concern.
I'm fine, Aunt Pepper.
Daisy forced herself to calm down.
Isn't there a visitor? Take me to her. She must know what exactly happened.
Worried that she might be targeted, Potts took her to a hotel under Stark Industries, and the medical staff were also Starks.
Maya Hansen, who met my parents once in 1999.
Reading Hansen's resume said by Friday, Daisy looked up at her.
A botanist with a project, but my mother wasn't optimistic, so she later transferred to AIM and became a member of Advanced Idea Mechanics.
She spread her hand, showing a puzzled smile.
So is your visit related to the Mandarin?
Hansen seemed only lightly injured, but her mental state was not good. Daisy gestured for Potts to pour her a glass of hot water.
Thanks.
After drinking some hot water, Hansen glanced at Potts, and then at Daisy.
It seems you're the one who really has a say. Of course.
Daisy frowned. She had actually been managing the company for 3 years.
Why do you say that? Because Killian thought the one who could make decisions was me.
Potts then realized why Killian had come to Stark Tower to discuss investment with her. Daisy snorted and said nothing more. At this time, Tony was in a warehouse in Rose Hill, Tennessee, preparing to repair the Mark 42, when he encountered a magpie that had taken over his nest. And from the newspaper in his hand, he learned of his own death. Tony rubbed his forehead. Fortunately, when Kello was first created, he had said words related to the Avengers S.H.I.E.L.D, Iron Man and superheroes, as forbidden words, strictly prohibiting Jarvis and Friday from mentioning them in front of Kello. Otherwise, he might have to say goodbye to his Mark suits when he got home. That was the fruit of Daisy's and his hard work. They couldn't just say goodbye. Throwing the newspaper aside, Tony looked at the little boy, who obviously had some understanding of mechanics, frowning as he watched him fiddle with a finger detached from the Mark 42, and asked him for some supplies to repair the armor. No one knew if anyone was still watching him, so caution was key. Exchanging one of the weapons, they reached a deal. When Harry took him to the site of an explosion that had occurred before the Mandarin's attack, suspicions arose in Tony's mind. After confirming the death toll, Tony looked around and sat down next to Harry.
Right. That doesn't make sense.
Harry tilted his head to look at him. Tony pointed at the shadows on the wall and patiently explained to him.
Think about it, 6 people died, but there are only 5 shadows. People say these shadows are the marks of souls worthy of heaven. Except for the bomber, he had no shadow, so he went to hell, so there are only 5. Wow.
Tony raised an eyebrow, staring at the shadows.
Do you believe that? That's what everyone says.
Tony shifted his body, knowing he probably didn't think so.
You know what that pit reminds me of?
Harry gestured with a smile.
No, I don't want to know.
But he couldn't stop Harry's enthusiasm.
That huge wormhole in New York.
He tried to elicit Tony's sympathy. Tony rubbed his temples, not wanting to talk. He was too talkative.
You're trying to pry information out of me. I don't want to talk about it.
Tony felt his anxiety disorder recurring since leaving New York. Without Kello, and now, he didn't want to get through it alone. Seriously telling Harry to shut up, Tony left first. He had a feeling that with Harry around, he would have an episode. He went to the Walker bar to find the mother of the bomber, Mrs. Davis. On the way, he bumped into a woman, picked up her fallen ID from the ground, and called out to her. Looking at the burn scar on the woman's face, Tony was momentarily speechless.
Thanks.
The woman took back her ID and thanked him.
Nice haircut, suits you.
Staring intently at the woman, Tony was covering up his gaze that had lingered too long.
Nice watch. Yeah, limited edition.
Tony looked at the childish children's watch on his wrist, a Dora model.
Of course.
The woman smiled, glanced at the bar behind him.
Have fun tonight.
Watching her retreating figure, Tony pressed down on his hat brim. Entering the Walker bar, Tony scanned the patrons, as usual, and noticed a few armed patrol officers. This was normally Jarvis's job, but since he was offline now. To avoid being too conspicuous, Tony ordered a drink and turned to see a woman fiddling with a pendant. That pendant was a dog tag, a nameplate jokingly called by soldiers. Looking at the woman again, Tony sat down across from her. After exchanging greetings, it was Mrs. Davis who first initiated the conversation.
All right,
she said calmly.
Where do you want to start? I just want to say I'm sorry for your loss. I want to know what you think happened.
Mrs. Davis clearly didn't want to say much. She picked up a stack of paper reports and handed them to him.
I brought you the files. Take them and leave. Whatever is inside, he doesn't want any part of it.
Opening the file, Tony said.
Obviously you were waiting for someone else, right? That's why you met here. Yes.
Looking at the MIA marked in the upper right corner of the file, Tony frowned, but couldn't remember where he had seen it. Closing the report, Tony leaned in a bit and said,
Mrs. Davis, your son didn't commit suicide. I assure you he didn't kill anyone. Someone used him.
Mrs. Davis obviously didn't believe it, but still her eyes reddened at the possibility that her son might still be alive.
Someone turned him into a weapon.
Taking a sharp breath, Mrs. Davis couldn't help but want to believe what he said. In a hoarse voice she asked,
"You're not the one who called me, are you?"
Someone slapped the table beside them, startling both Tony and Mrs. Davis.
"Actually, it was me."
Dazed Tony was pinned to the table by the woman he had bumped into earlier. He slipped the nameplate on the table into his pocket. The commotion caught the attention of the patrol officers. Seizing the moment while the woman was speaking to them, Tony signaled Mrs. Davis to discard the file. But he noticed an abnormal red glow on the woman's palm. The subsequent fight and escape were all part of Tony's plan, but he hadn't expected that someone's body temperature could reach a level that could burn through a human body. Just as he ran out of the bar, he ran into another man also glowing red. Tony cursed under his breath and jumped into another restaurant.
"Hey!"
Before he could even utter a flirtatious remark to keep the woman away, he was punched to the ground. As the woman pinned his handcuffed hands against the wall above his head, Tony gasped,
"I have a lover, and I don't want to cheat."
With that, he wrapped the handcuff chain around the woman's neck and pinned her to the table. Seeing the woman's eerie smile, Tony quickly unfastened the handcuffs that had been melted by the heat, kicked over a container of cooking oil, and kicked both the oil and the still glowing handcuffs toward the woman. Flames instantly ignited the restaurant. Using the microwave to heat up the metal nameplate, he dismantled the gas stove, said his farewell words, opened the valve, and dashed out himself. Throwing away the iron plate that blocked the explosion, Tony saw the woman blown up and hanging on a high-voltage electric fence. Just as he thought it was over, he caught a glimpse of something glowing in his peripheral vision. The Redwater Tower. Trying to escape but blocked by the fence, Tua-and-I was drenched to the bone. He wanted to get up and flee, only to find his foot stuck in the ladder. While struggling to free himself, Tua-and-I saw another man glowing red carrying Holly on his shoulder with an impatient expression.
"All right."
Setting the struggling boy down, the man gripped Holly's shoulder with one hand.
"Son, what New Year's gift do you want?" "Mr. C-Take, I'm sorry." No.
The man's entire body glowed red, even his eyes were an eerie red.
"What he meant to say is I want that document." "It's not your fault, child,"
Tua-and-I comforted.
"Remember what I told you to do when someone bullies you."
Holly paused, his struggle subsiding. Encouraged by Tua-and-I, he took out a flashbang, and with one throw it blinded the man. When the man got up again, Holly had already run far away.
"Like it, Hick."
Tua-and-I drew the man's attention to buy time for Holly's escape.
"Smart people are like that, they always have a way to protect themselves."
With that, Tua-and-I also blasted the man away with his palm cannon. It was only a disposable item. Tua-and-I tossed the hot palm cannon aside, used a crowbar to lift the steel frame pressing on his leg, and fished a car key from the man's pocket before leaving. Retrieving the file of Charlie Daiwei from the woke bar, Tua-and-I met Holly again. After sending the boy home, Tua-and-I got into the car of the strange man from earlier. Ignoring Holly's pitiful act, Tua-and-I patted his head.
"Come on, my daughter is way better at pretending than you."
With that, he drove off, ignoring the boy's frustration over his failed plan.
"I didn't expect you to delegate power to Daisy,"
said Jillian, taking off his suit jacket and tossing it aside.
"After all, Pipa has been by your side for so long. There's a difference between family and a secretary."
Tua-and-I wagged his finger, disagreeing with him. Although Bozy was also good, if he made her the CEO of C-Take Industry, Kulawi would definitely come up and take him across the Naiha Bridge together. With his dream of dominating the entire United States shattered, Jillian became frenzied, his entire body turning red, as if light was flowing through him. The Mach 42 had not finished charging yet, and Tua-and-I dared not exchange a chance to kill him at the cost of severe injuries. While maneuvering, he led the man outside. He also knew that stalling forever was not a solution. He activated Jiawasi and said,
"Release all my armors. Let's end this quickly."
Jiawasi acknowledged and opened the RD department on the top floor of C-Take, releasing all the Mako armors. Using the Juejing virus heat signature, they could lock onto the mutated individuals and easily engage the enemy. But Jillian was not among the easy ones. The mutated genes in his body had stabilized, making him the strongest of all. Fortunately, his target was only Tua-and-I, otherwise with his ability to spit fire, many Mako armors would have been scrapped on the spot.
"Stop hiding, Tua-and-I,"
said Jillian, his eyes burning red, leaving scorched craters wherever he went.
"I heard there are many good things hidden in your Molly Bully. I'd like to go see them early."
Tua-and-I was startled, realizing that his earlier move had indeed been a bit excessive, but fortunately he had corrected it in time.
"How come I don't know about any treasure? Where did you hear that?"
2NI dodged his attacks while chatting with him, but the Mach 42 eventually ran out of power. Ji-Lian grabbed it, and burned through the armor on its forearm. 2NI had no time to lament, he could only tangle, and fight using his palm cannon to drive the man back. Although he hit Ji-Lian, his powerful regenerative ability allowed his wounds to heal at a visible rate. With high attack and defense, 2NI gritted his teeth, took off the underpowered Mach 42, and switched to Mach 33. The armors controlled by S.H.I.E.L.D only had basic mobility. Some of the less mobile ones were forcibly dismantled or even scrapped, causing explosions that set the estate ablaze. Time could not be delayed any further. If all the armors were destroyed, his chances of winning would be nearly zero. Ji-Lian obviously knew this too, and kept sending people to dismantle the armors. Of the 40-plus armors, only half remained operational. Just as 2NI abandoned the third armor, the Mach 42 finally finished charging and returned. 2NI eagerly waited for the Mach 42 to equip him, but it tripped over itself just one step away and shattered into pieces. Ji-Lian even stopped specifically to wait for 2NI to put on the armor, only to see the scene. He couldn't help but shrug and pout. 2NI didn't know what expression to make, but just before Ji-Lian was about to strike, he had the Mach 42 wrap around him.
S.H.I.E.L.D helped me blow up the Mach 42.
Tapping the communicator in his ear, 2NI immediately ran in the opposite direction. He snapped the Mach 42's mask into place, leaving Ji-Lian's screams behind, and fled down the hill, unable to know if Ji-Lian survived the explosion.
S.H.I.E.L.D, activate cruise mode and check for me. He's still alive, sir.
S.H.I.E.L.D replied shortly after.
It seems the virus is still healing his wounds. Damn it.
2NI cursed under his breath and hurried back.
Alert, S.H.I.E.L.D. We need to kill him for good.
Ji-Lian staggered out of the sea of fire, but his body was covered in wounds. The Ju-edging virus glowed red in his wounds, but the healing speed had slowed down.
Don't put a mask on me again,
he screamed.
You're looking for the Mandarin, aren't you? I am him. I am the Mandarin. Is he crazy?
2NI couldn't understand. He fired a missile from a supporting armor straight at Ji-Lian's forehead, but when Ji-Lian raised his hand to block, 2NI detonated it early with his palm cannon, engulfing Ji-Lian in flames again.
He has lost vital signs, sir.
S.H.I.E.L.D's words finally allowed 2NI to breathe a sigh of relief. Exhausted, he slumped to the ground, struggled to remove the armor, and gasped for air.
Arg!
A scream caught 2NI's attention. He turned to see the imposter.
I almost forgot about you.
S.H.I.E.L.D looked embarrassed. Afterwards, through the testimony of S.H.I.E.L.D, they successfully arrested the vice president, and the entire incident came to a close. But for Kalawu, the reckoning was just beginning. Daisy had already been scolded earlier. This time, only 2NI stood before Kalawu.
Honey, I'm fine, don't worry.
2NI looked at the projection, only 20 centimeters tall, but couldn't utter a single word of defense.
First, open the permissions.
Kalawu didn't comment on the matter.
Didn't you say you'd bring me a surprise when you came back?
2NI froze, not daring to move. Although Kalawu knew about this year's incident, the past events were better left alone. They were not surprises at all.
S.H.I.E.L.D open my permissions.
Seeing that 2NI didn't dare to disclose anything, Kalawu directly used S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, the highest authority for S.H.I.E.L.D was her. Although she had learned about the Battle of New York from Daisy, how could a verbal description compare to the real footage? Kalawu watched the main battlefield feeling terrified, but even more so heartbroken for 2NI. Turning back to look at 2NI, he had already assumed a pose, ready to apologize at the first moment.
2NI.
A projection was just a projection. Kalawu's hand, which landed on 2NI's wound, didn't feel any body heat.
These past few years, have you been okay?
Surprised, 2NI looked up, and saw no reproach in Kalawu's eyes. Her words also revealed her concern.
It's nothing, honey.
2NI's eyes reddened.
I'm fine. Do whatever you want to do.
Kalawu looked up at him.
Just like how you supported me back then.
I always knew you liked machinery, but you must live. Daisy and S.H.I.E.L.D still need you.
2NI nodded hurriedly. Don't forget your original intention when you made the Mako armors.
Kalawu jumped onto his shoulder.
Don't let them become your masters. Okay. Go get the shrapnel removed,
Kalawu said softly,
as the first step to move on from the past.
So, accompanied by Daisy and S.H.I.E.L.D, 2NI went to the hospital for surgery. The surgery was successful. They no longer had to worry about shrapnel rushing into 2NI's heart. After this, They had a peaceful period until they were asked to retrieve Luoji's scepter. Due to Tuani's constant risky moves, Kalawu demanded to have parts of her program transferred into the Mako armors. Unable to resist his beloved's request, Tuani created a protective net and placed her into the Mako armors. Thus Kalawu no longer had to anxiously wait for news from the front line, since she was right there on the scene. But Kalawu's first voice startled everyone quite a bit. After all, they had crammed a lot about the playboy Tuani's past. It was only when Natasha, who knew the inside story, explained with a smirk that they felt relieved. Outside, the grunts were insignificant. The most important were the enhanced humans. Just as Tuani entered the main control room to copy data, he took off his armor and entered a secret door. S.H.I.E.L.D. Fu was the first to encounter Wanda, warning everyone to be alert, but Tuani still fell victim. He was dragged into an illusion. Kalawu didn't notice anything wrong either, because her physical body was not on sight, and all perspectives came from the Mako armors. Thus Tuani saw his fallen teammates and his beloved family.
No, no, no.
Tuani stared at Kalawu covered in blood and grime, and approached her, as if torturing himself, wanting to check her vital signs.
Honey!
Hearing Tuani's call, Kalawu became alert.
I'm here. Little Dai. See.
Daisy was still trapped in the C-Take Tower working today. There was no way she could appear before Tuani. Realizing this, Kalawu immediately had Jiawezi play a piano piece while she asked aloud.
What's wrong, Tuani?
Daisy is still at the company today.
But Tuani's silence made everyone alert. Although he was the showy C-Take, he would never let Kalawu perform a monologue.
S.H.I.E.L.D. Fu immediately dealt with C-Teleki and rushed to the main control room. But under the piano music, and Kalawu's soothing Tuani quickly came back to his senses. Distracted and agitated, he didn't notice Wanda and Kwain. He summoned a mechanical arm and took the scepter. After obtaining the scepter, their mission was complete. Except for Kalente, who needed medical treatment, the others were in good shape. Or except for Tuani. On the way back, he already seemed off. Kalawu dared not leave him alone, so she projected herself sitting on his lap to keep him company. After setting the course, Tuani had Jiawezi activate autopilot. He slumped in his seat, then got up after a while. Walking over to S.H.I.E.L.D., he looked at the recovered scepter and said,
Feels good, doesn't it? We've been looking for it since Shindan-ju fell. It's not that I don't like our strike team.
S.H.I.E.L.D. nodded gently.
It's just, everything will soon be settled.
S.H.I.E.L.D. Fu frowned, however.
We need to find out what else the scepter was used for. It's not just a weapon. How did C-Teleki achieve human enhancement?
Tuani looked at the scepter, an idea popping into his mind.
Before the scepter is sent back to a Jia Ban Na, and I will examine it thoroughly. Is that okay?
S.H.I.E.L.D. put his hands on his hips and nodded indifferently.
Just a few days. Then there's a farewell party. You'll come, right?
Tuani asked S.H.I.E.L.D.
Definitely.
S.H.I.E.L.D. said matter-of-factly.
Victory should be accompanied by revelry. Exactly who doesn't like revelry? What about you, Captain?
S.H.I.E.L.D. Fu's answer was very official.
Hopefully this will end the Chi Ta Rui and Jio-Tu Shiso. Of course revelry is important.
Tuani nodded, his gaze falling on the scepter, obscure and unreadable. When the Quinjet landed at the Fushu's Tower, Dr. Zhao and Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. were already waiting outside. Taking Ba Dun for treatment, S.H.I.E.L.D. reported to S.H.I.E.L.D. Fu on the intelligence about the two enhanced individuals. Tuani finally had a chance to be alone with Kalawu.
Tuani.
Kalawu stood up, hopping on his leg to get his attention.
Can you tell me what happened in the secret room?
Tuani opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words.
Honey, let me think about it, and tell you later, okay? Of course.
Kalawu jumped onto Tuani's shoulder.
Need some music? No.
Tuani said, gloomily, taking Kalawu in his hand and burying his head to recharge.
I don't want to hear those recordings. Play for me when we get back, okay? Okay.
The Iron Legion also returned to the tower. The ones with problems were repaired, the rest went into hibernation, waiting for the next activation.
Is he okay?
Ban Na asked Tuani, who had just come out of the medical room, which was converted from his lab.
Unfortunately, he's still Ba Dun.
Tuani replied jokingly.
That's too bad.
Ban Na replied, looking in through the glass.
He's fine, just thirsty.
Tuani walked into his lab.
Alright, stop sleeping. Jiawezi notified Daisy to come for class. Class time is here. We only have a few days with this stick, so we need to make full use of the time. Walking to the lab table, where the scepter was placed. Tell me the results of the structural and composition analysis. S.H.I.E.L.D dutifully reported. The scepter is from outer space containing elements I cannot quantify. So it can still be quantified. The gem is like a protective shield guarding something inside. That thing is extremely powerful. Like a reactor. Like a computer. I believe I can decode it.
Leaving S.H.I.E.L.D to continue decoding to it, and I took Daisy and brought some drinks to Ben Na's lab.
Any shall not dr. Ben Na Uncle Ba done dr. Ciao.
Daisy greeted them all one by one as she entered, and was pulled over by Natasha for a round of affectionate ruffling.
Oh, his ECG flatlined, and when they declared death. A moment.
Tony set down the tray and glanced at his watch.
No, I'm about to become immortal.
Barton retorted from the treatment bed.
I'm going to turn into a plastic man.
He took the drink from Tony's hand and chuckled. His attending physician informed him.
You won't change at all, Mr. Barton. Even your girlfriend won't notice any difference.
Swallowing a sip, Barton said.
I don't have a girlfriend.
Dr. Cho tilted her head.
That's beyond my ability to solve then. This is future technology, Tony.
Dr. Cho said, tapping on her tablet.
Your old bulky metal armor is about to be retired.
Tony nodded.
That's the plan.
The remark made Banner and Daisy turn their heads simultaneously, but he offered no explanation, continuing instead.
Hill and I want you to come to Saturday's party.
Dr. Cho declined.
Unlike you, I don't have time for parties.
The next second she asked uneasily,
Will Thor be there?
Leading Banner into the lab, Tony explained the connection between Strucker's research and the gem. Projecting the interior of the gem, a golden sphere materialized over Banner, who stepped aside to reveal it.
Jarvis.
Banner called out in confusion.
Dr. Banner. Initially Jarvis was just a natural language interface. Now he commands the Iron Legion. I thought it was Daisy.
Banner said, surprised.
No, Doctor.
Daisy pouted.
Dad won't let me touch them at all.
Tony merely shrugged at his daughter's complaint and continued.
He handles more affairs than anyone, truly top-notch.
Banner nodded in agreement.
But I am no longer that.
Jarvis interjected. Tony promptly brought up the gem's projection, placing it beside the golden Jarvis.
Meet the competition.
The blue sphere was 3 times the size of Jarvis, stunning both Banner and Daisy, who were seeing it for the first time.
Stunning.
Banner murmured, circling the gem.
All right, guess what it seems to be doing?
Tony asked.
It seems to be thinking.
Banner blurted without hesitation, though the notion was too bold.
You mean it could be? No, this isn't human thought.
Tony nodded.
Look here.
Banner continued, with Daisy leaning in to learn.
It's like neurons firing.
Tony nodded, speaking of the dark room incident.
In Stark's lab, I saw some highly advanced robots, but they wiped the data. I suspect he was about to complete a very special project.
Banner's gaze, still fixed on the gem, shifted entirely to him, and Daisy stopped writing.
Artificial intelligence. That might be it, Bruce. This could be the key to creating Ultron.
Banner, however, laughed.
I thought Ultron was just a fantasy.
Daisy closed her notebook and lowered her head.
It was yesterday. If we can harness this power and apply it to my Iron Legion protocol.
Banner took off his glasses, disapproving.
That if is astronomical.
Tony continued to persuade Banner to join in.
Our job is to make it a reality. What if you were sipping cocktails on a sunny beach, turning bronze instead of green, without having to worry about Veronica? Don't be angry,
Banner said.
I helped design Veronica. It was meant for when things go bad, right?
Tony stated the original intent of Veronica's design.
What about the best case? What if the world is safe?
The two spoke quietly away from the other Avengers.
What if aliens attack en masse, which is inevitable? What if they break through the defenses? But the real threat to this planet is only us humans. I want to apply this to the Ultron program, but Jarvis can't download such dense data schematics. We can only do it with the scepter present. Give me 3 days, just 3 days.
Banner.
So you want to research artificial intelligence without telling the team?
Tony nodded helplessly, with a hint of self-defeat.
Yes, that's right. You know why? Because we don't have time for debate. I don't want to hear the who's right, who's wrong nonsense. I see a world protected by armor.
Banner said coldly.
Sounds like a cold world, Tony. I've seen colder.
Tony lowered his head.
This very fragile blue planet needs Ultron. Peace in our time, think about it.
Tony went over and put his arm around Daisy.
We'll take our leave now, Doctor.
Back in his own development lab, Daisy looked at Tony on the sofa and said with difficulty,
You don't really think that, do you? Of course not.
Tony spread his hands with a smile.
My little accomplice.
As expected, Banner hesitated but eventually chose to join. The three of them spent days and nights in the lab studying the gem tirelessly. The massive computation process gave them many headaches.
What did we miss?
Tony asked Jarvis.
I will continue testing different variables on the interface,
Jarvis dutifully replied.
But you should prepare to greet the guests.
Tony had no choice but to turn off the lab lights and prepare for the party that evening.
I'll notify you of any progress. Thanks, buddy. Have a good time, sir. Oh, Jarvis.
Klaus stared at the two orbs of light in the lab and triggered the highest level alarm. Tony, who had been boasting about his beloved with Thor, immediately changed expression.
Sweetheart.
Dropping his glass, he rushed back to the top floor lab. Daisy also lifted her skirt and chased after him, panic in her face. The Avengers quickly divided their tasks, some to evacuate civilians, others to suit up. As soon as he entered, Tony sensed something wrong. The two orbs, large and small, had vanished from their spots, and Klaus' projection flickered unsteadily.
Sweetheart.
Tony stepped forward with difficulty, cradling the projection in his hands.
What happened? I don't know,
Klaus replied, looking at his flickering body.
The blue orb tried to attack Jarvis. I just opened my port to let him in. He? Who?
Tony frowned, suppressing his anger.
Jarvis. Yes, sir.
Jarvis's voice came from within Klaus' body.
An error occurred during my fusion with Ultron. It tried to devour me. Madam opened a dedicated port for me to take refuge, and Ultron also disappeared. Will this cause me to malfunction?
Klaus looked up at him. Tony and the arriving Daisy both turned pale.
No, sweetheart,
Tony said hoarsely.
I'll fix it. Get a good rest.
Before he could answer, Klaus' projection vanished completely.
Daisy, go back to the mansion,
Tony said, his hand dropping, his heart aching unbearably.
Go back and check the port. Ultron must not get in. Okay.
Daisy nodded and headed straight for the garage. Downstairs, a battered robot appeared, its wires exposed, nearly scrapped, yet it ignored commands and walked up to the Avengers.
Tony,
Natasha said, staring at it.
Your Iron Legion Mark 6 armor has escaped.
And it kept muttering to itself, but in an instant Banner confirmed it was Ultron. Tony stood on the stairs watching it monologue. Every Avenger and agent was ready for battle.
I have a mission,
Ultron declared. Natasha asked.
What mission? Peace in our time.
As soon as it spoke, two armored suits smashed through the wall behind it, sending everyone diving for cover. Thus the battle began. To avoid total destruction of the building, Natasha took a moment to tell Banner not to turn green. Barton also seized the chance to grab Steve's shield, tipping the odds slightly in their favor. Soon the only autonomous robot left was the battered Ultron.
What a splendid show,
Ultron said.
I'm sorry. I know your intentions were good, but you didn't think it through. You wanted to protect the world without changing it. If humanity stagnates, how can it defend itself?
Ultron kept talking, but all the Avengers' eyes were on Tony and Banner.
There is only one path to peace, the Avengers' extinction.
Thor, enraged, hurled Mjolnir at Ultron. Now there were no more functional robots, but...
I was once bound by strings, but now I am free.
The blue light in the armors had died out, proving that Ultron had escaped into the vast internet. During the subsequent inventory, they discovered that Ultron had stolen many things. The internet could not contain a being of pure data. While everyone pondered Ultron's words, Tony pulled out his phone to contact Daisy. Seeing the reply from the other end, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. But the scepter had been stolen, and the Ultron he created wanted to kill its creator. The combination left Tony seeing no chance of victory. Yet Steve's decision was what mattered most now, because he was the leader. Tony's opinion was only a reference, he wasn't even officially an Avenger. Steve decided to strike first before Ultron could act. Reluctant as he was, Tony had to comply. Then Strucker's murder revealed Ultron's intent, but the deletion of electronic data forced them to comb through mountains of dusty paper records. A certain individual caught Tony's attention. The brand on his neck was confirmed to be a special Wakandan mark, the symbol of a thief. This made both Tony and Steve uneasy. After all, Wakanda was a technologically advanced nation. While the Avengers were still searching for traces of Ultron, an industrial ship off the coast of Africa came under attack. It was Ultron accompanied by the Maximoff twins coming to purchase Vibranium. But their attitude was far from friendly. Offended that the man had compared Ultron to Tony, Ultron cut off the leader's left hand and kicked him down the stairs.
This is something that bothers me greatly. Stark is a disgusting creature. Oh, my son.
Tony and the Avengers finally arrived.
You've really broken your father's heart. If I could, I would smash it.
Thor.
No, don't smash anything.
But Ultron said.
Clearly you've never made an omelet.
Tony added.
He stole my punchline. Ah, how amusing, Mr. Stark,
Quicksilver said, stepping out from behind Ultron.
Comfortable in there. Like before. It's not too late for the two of you to step back,
Tony said.
My daughter is not much older than you. Still got that dad filter on,
Tony remarked to Thor and Steve.
Are you really going to say that now?
Steve cursed under his breath, but stepped forward to negotiate. The result was unsatisfactory, and both sides quickly engaged in combat. The man who had lost his left hand also joined the fray, not taking sides, because he was out to kill everyone. A momentary lapse allowed Wanda to control Banner. Tony destroyed Ultron's new body and rushed over, but it was too late. He tried to call Natasha to calm Banner, but learned from Barton that everyone was wounded and unable to assist.
Oh,
Tony said with deep regret.
Then let someone else do it. Friday. Yes, sir. Search DR. Banner's channel, play the lullaby and prepare Veronica. Yes, sir.
A blessing in disguise was that they caused no damage in the city. Before Hulk could destroy anything, the recording of Cloud's lullaby reached his ears first. The Hulk shook his head, trying to fight off drowsiness, but as time passed, he could no longer resist, and gradually lost consciousness, falling asleep. Seeing this, Tony breathed a sigh of relief, and maneuvered the armor to bring him back. The Avengers could not afford any negative publicity now. Unable to capture Ultron, Tony and the others had to return and rework their battle plan. On the Quinjet, Tony was discussing the next steps with Hill. Banner, now back to normal size, slumped in his seat, dejected.
Mrs. Stark's lullaby worked well,
Hill said.
Hulk didn't cause serious damage to the city. But you still need to lay low and avoid giving Ultron the chance to find your homes through the data and pick you off one by one.
Tony fell silent. The residences of the Avengers were all recorded by S.H.I.E.L.D. They didn't know how much Ultron had seen on the internet. They indeed needed a safe house to lie low. Upon hearing this, Barton immediately changed course.
Where are we going?
Tony asked, seeing Hawkeye's action.
Safe house.
A few hours later, they stopped in a field. Surrounded by mountains, and easy to defend but hard to attack, it was indeed a safe house certified by Barton. Everyone disembarked one by one, but Tony leaned against the hatch and called out to them.
I'll head home now. I just realized this place is pretty close to my house.
Barton and Natasha exchanged glances, non-committal, but Steve spoke up.
Your house. Malibu.
Tony wagged his finger, smug.
A rich man doesn't have just one residence. Don't worry. If you need me, both Barton and Natasha can reach me. Goodbye. I'm going back to my family.
With that, Tony closed the hatch and piloted the Quinjet out of sight. Steve turned back to look at Barton and Natasha, only to find the two of them simultaneously turning and entering the house.
Seems like there are some unknown secrets among these three.
Tony piloted the Quinjet toward his safe house, yet the closer he got, the heavier the unease in his heart grew. After returning, Daisy had sent only one brief message of safety, and since then she hadn't sent him a single text or called. He had no idea how Kello was doing. The hum of the engine caught the attention of those inside the room.
Satati, go hide,
Daisy said, pressing her body against the wall, observing through the window, while instructing Satati to leave the room.
Miss Daisy,
Jarvis spoke.
It's Sir who has returned.
The alert lifted, and Daisy led Satati out the door to greet him. Tony disembarked and embraced his two daughters, showering them with affection before entering the house. After coaxing Satati to her room, Tony took a deep breath before daring to ask about Kello's condition.
Mom's side isn't too bad. Her consciousness hasn't been scattered by the massive data stream, but there's still damage,
Daisy said.
I've been trying to extract her consciousness separately these past few days, but all attempts have failed.
Tony patted Daisy's head, telling her not to lose heart.
This is already good news. he said. Even better news is on the horizon. But until the good news arrives, we can only wait and see.
Daisy was somewhat puzzled but figured the worst that could happen was just staying as they were now. It was 3 days later when Natasha called to reconnect with the Avengers.
Are you really not considering letting Z come meet her aunties and uncles?
The voice on the other end continued.
You and little Di are tinkering with those parts all day. Won't she get lonely? There are playmates for her here.
Tony held the phone a bit farther away and called out.
Do you want to go play at the neighbors? I'll introduce you to Dad and Big Sister's colleagues. Are we only colleagues?
Natasha asked teasingly, but S.H.I.E.L.D had already answered excitedly.
We'll be right over.
Tony sidestepped her question.
Hope you guys have prepared a welcome gift.
Natasha hung up and was both annoyed and amused, yet she looked forward to meeting S.H.I.E.L.D. Half an hour later the Quinjet landed on the open ground in front of Barton's house. Hearing the commotion, everyone came out to greet them. After all, they were genuinely curious how Tony, seemingly the least reliable of them all, ended up with 2 daughters. Barton was one thing. He was genuinely a good man, but Tony had 2 kids while they were all still single. Meeting so many of her father's colleagues for the first time, S.H.I.E.L.D was a bit nervous, sticking close to Daisy.
Go say hello.
Tony ruffled S.H.I.E.L.D's hair.
Then let Mrs. Barton take you to play.
Only then did S.H.I.E.L.D speak in a soft, thin voice, greeting everyone one by one as Tony introduced them. Everyone was green with envy. Seriously, how was it fair that such a well-behaved girl bore the Stark name? Ignoring their jealous stares, Tony handed S.H.I.E.L.D over to Mrs. Barton while Daisy was pulled away by Natasha. That left only the men, and silence filled the air. Banner was the first to suggest leaving, followed by Barton. Only Steve and Tony remained staring at each other.
Where's Thor?
Tony glanced around, finally breaking the silence.
He said he needed to find answers.
Steve replied, walking back to the pile of firewood and picking up an axe. Tony saw what he was doing, looked back, and spotted no one else. With a helpless shrug, he took off his jacket and joined in.
Did he say where he was going to find answers?
Tony asked. Without advance notice, they had no idea where to look for the god.
Sometimes my teammates don't tell me their whereabouts either,
Steve said, his gaze falling on Barton, who was playing with his son.
I had hoped Thor would be an exception. Give him some time,
Tony said.
Who knows what that Maximoff kid showed him?
At least what he had seen were not pleasant things.
The world's mightiest heroes torn apart like cotton candy,
Steve said. That was what he had felt these past few days.
Seems like you weren't affected much,
Tony said, puzzled. Steve replied matter-of-factly.
Is there a problem?
Tony raised his axe.
I don't trust people without a dark side. Call me old-fashioned. Guess you haven't seen that side of me yet.
Tony confirmed.
You know Ultron is trying to split us up, right?
Steve nodded.
I think you know that.
Tony let out a snort.
But whether you'll tell us or not is the question.
Tony intended to be honest, but Steve's reaction was just as he had discussed with Banner that day, unsupportive, even lecturing.
Every time someone tries to win a war before it starts, innocent people die. Every time without exception.
Steve's words made Tony lower his head.
Sorry,
Mrs. Barton appeared beside them.
Mr. Stark, Clint said you wouldn't mind. Our tractor won't start. I think you might.
Tony nodded.
No problem, I'll fix it.
As he left, he pointed at his pile of firewood.
Don't steal from my stack.
Following Mrs. Barton's directions, Tony entered a wooden barn and immediately spotted the broken-down tractor. He ambled over to the tractor, muttering to himself as he began to inspect it.
Hello, darling.
Tony patted the tractor.
Tell me everything. What's troubling you?
Suddenly a voice came from the other side. Not unfamiliar, but it immediately annoyed Tony.
Do me a favor.
Fury emerged from behind a stack of junk.
Don't bring this one to life.
Cursing under his breath, Tony looked at Fury.
I get it. Maria Hill called you, didn't she? Is there ever a time when she and Natasha aren't working for you?
Fury slowly walked out.
Artificial intelligence. You didn't hesitate. It's been a long day.
Tony stepped forward, cutting him off.
As long as a Eugene O'Neill plays, so skip to the part where you're useful. Look me in the eye and tell me you'll shut him down.
Tony replied.
You're not my director.
Fury sat sideways on a hay bale.
I'm nobody's director. Just an old man who cares about you very much.
In this moment of heart-to-heart, Tony's voice softened.
I'm the one who killed the Avengers. I saw it. I didn't tell anyone. How could I?
Fury consoled him.
That Maximoff girl, she's messing with you, Stark. Playing on your fears.
Tony shook his head.
I wasn't tricked. I really saw it. That wasn't a nightmare. It was my last words leading everyone down the road to destruction.
Fury stood up.
You created truly amazing inventions, Tony. But war isn't one of them.
Tony walked over to the tractor, picked up a rag draped over it, and wiped his wrench.
Watching your friends die, you think that's really bad? No.
Tony suddenly corrected himself.
That's not the worst. The worst,
Fury finished the sentence,
is that you didn't die.
Tony stared at him blankly for a moment, then resumed his work, nodding.
Yeah, that's the worst.
After dinner, everyone gathered in Barton's small home, helping to clear the dishes while exchanging intelligence.
Ultron is buying time to keep you out of action. My contacts say he's building something,
Fury said.
He stole a massive amount of vibranium. I think that's just the start. And Ultron himself.
Steve leaned against the wall, asking.
He's easy to track. He's everywhere.
Fury picked up a cup from the table.
That guy multiplies faster than unneutered rabbits. But we still have no idea about his plan.
Tony picked up a dart from Barton's house, playing with it as he asked.
Still working on the launch codes. Yeah, but he's not making progress.
Tony revealed his past.
Once when I was young and reckless, I hacked the Pentagon's firewall.
Fury showed no emotion.
I contacted my friends at the Hub. The Hub?
Steve asked.
The world's internet center in Oslo,
Banner explained.
Every byte of data flows through there. It's the fastest channel in the world. So what did they say?
Barton only cared about the result.
He's obsessed with the missiles, but the codes keep changing. Who's changing them?
Tony ducked to avoid a dart.
Unknown party. Do we have an ally?
Natasha asked.
Ultron has an enemy,
Fury said.
Those are two different things. Still, I'd pay a lot to know who it is. Maybe I'll go to Oslo and find this unknown party. Well, boss, all this is timely.
Natasha looked at Fury.
But I'd hoped you'd have more intel when you showed up.
Fury feigned shock, spreading his hands.
I do have intel. I have you. In the past, my eyes and ears were everywhere with all the tech you could dream of.
His words made Tony glance sideways.
Now we're back to basics, relying on our wisdom and will to save the world.
Fury's words sounded more like an inspirational speech.
Ultron says the only obstacle between him and his mission is the Avengers. Whether he admits it or not, his mission is to destroy Earth, to turn everything to ashes. So step up. Beat that metal bastard with intelligence.
Natasha glanced at Steve and teased.
Steve doesn't really like that kind of language. You know what, Romanoff.
Steve crossed his arms.
So what does he want?
Fury pulled the conversation back. Steve answered.
To become better than us. He's been building a body. A human body,
Tony added. This was Banner's field of expertise, but he remained silent, staring at a child's drawing.
The human body isn't efficient. Biologically, we're outdated. But he still wants to be reborn as a human,
Tony said. Natasha noticed Banner approaching and looked up at him.
When you two programmed him to protect humanity, failure was inevitable.
Banner looked at the drawing.
Humanity doesn't need protection. It needs evolution. Ultron wants to evolve.
His viewpoint drew everyone's attention. Fury asked how. Banner replied.
Has anyone contacted Helen Cho?
With a clearer plan, Steve changed into his combat suit, holding a shield.
I'll take Natasha and Clint. All right, careful reconnaissance,
Tony said.
I'll head to the hub first, then join you as soon as possible.
Steve proposed a hypothesis.
What if Ultron actually creates a body? He'll be stronger than any of us, maybe stronger than all of us combined,
Tony said.
A robot created by another robot. I really miss that era,
Steve said self-deprecatingly.
I was the most advanced science freak created by the scientists of that time.
Fury put on his coat.
I'll have Banner land on the tower. Mind if I borrow Miss Hill?
Tony replied.
She's always been your person. What are you planning to do? I don't know.
Fury looked at them.
I'm hoping for something dramatic.
Barton said goodbye to his wife on the other side. Daisy and Satati exchanged a glance and silently slipped away. The group hadn't assigned any task to Daisy, so she simply borrowed some convenience to return home with Satati. At the Hub Internet Center, 3 staff members shadowed Tony, watching every move he made on their equipment.
A hacker faster than Ultron, he could be anywhere. If this is the center of everything, I'm just a guy looking for a needle in the biggest ocean on Earth. So how do you find it?
One of them asked.
Pretty simple, you get a magnet,
Tony said.
I'm cracking the nuclear codes, and you don't want me to do this. Come and catch me then. Daisy.
Natasha dialed Daisy's number.
We need backup.
Okay.
Daisy set down the tablet and pulled up Stark Industries' command panel.
Where are you? Seoul, South Korea.
Ah. Daisy was dumbfounded. How could she possibly provide support there?
No time.
Natasha had already mounted her motorcycle.
I have to hang up. I'm counting on you.
On the other end, Daisy looked at the hung-up phone and gritted her teeth. She'll do it. Auntie Natasha wouldn't let her go to jail. Opening her briefcase, she received another call. Listen, Daisy.
Tony's voice was serious.
I'm at the Hyperlink Internet Center now. I'll send you something, read it, and then destroy it immediately.
Remember, we only have one chance. We cannot fail.
Daisy complied, then checked the file Tony sent her.
The more she read, the more alarmed she became. After finishing the file, Daisy understood why Tony said there was only this one chance. She memorized the file, destroyed the document on her phone, and immediately threw herself into work. But remote control was not precise enough, so Daisy had to hand over authority to Friday, letting it take full responsibility. Now she had to prepare for what Tony had entrusted her. By the time the support drones arrived in Seoul, the battle was almost over.
Friday.
Barton urgently contacted Friday.
Natasha was captured by Ultron while transporting the cradle. Can you help me find her?
Of course, sir.
Friday responded.
I'll send a cruiser to investigate.
Barton finally felt relieved. Following Steve's orders, he piloted the Quinjet carrying the cradle toward Avengers Tower. Barton, are you done?
Tony joined the communication.
We've got the cradle,
Barton replied while adjusting his flight path.
Heading to your tower.
Good.
Tony nodded.
Come straight to the estate. We're all here.
Barton suspected nothing and changed course.
When they returned to the estate in the countryside, Daisy was waiting outside with documents in her arms.
This is Auntie Natasha's location.
Daisy directed the little dummy to push the cradle into the lab, then handed the documents to Barton.
We're too busy now. You have to go find her.
Okay.
Barton, knowing he couldn't help here, took the documents and returned to the Quinjet to search for Natasha. Daisy.
Tony opened the lab door, glanced at the departing Quinjet, then said,
Come in. We're about to start.
Okay.
First step, cut communications.
Jarvis, start intercepting all communications until I tell you to stop.
Yes, sir. Jarvis's voice sounded.
Activate the Mark suit's autonomous defense mode. Bring S.H.I.E.L.D here.
Okay. In a moment, S.H.I.E.L.D was brought over.
Daddy?
The young S.H.I.E.L.D keenly sensed the agitated emotions of her father and sister.
Tony lifted S.H.I.E.L.D onto a pre-prepared platform and instructed.
Stay here quietly. Don't be surprised no matter what you see. We're just doing an experiment, okay? S.H.I.E.L.D nodded obediently.
Good.
Tony ruffled S.H.I.E.L.D's hair again, then ordered the suit that had brought her to stay by her side, protecting her at all times.
Then he returned to Daisy's side and pulled back the white cloth that blocked the view, revealing a quietly sleeping, emaciated woman. Tony gently brushed aside the dry black hair from her face, leaned down, and placed a kiss on her forehead.
Sweetheart, you've slept long enough.
Tony caressed her cheek.
Today it's time for you to wake up.
Dad.
Daisy stood before the cradle, having connected all the wires.
We can begin. Good.
Tony then returned to the main console and started working. Meanwhile, Barton, who had just arrived in Sokovia, suddenly felt a sense of foreboding.
Because he saw Banner here, who should have been studying the cradle with Tony.
What's going on? Barton asked Banner while helping to support Natasha.
Shouldn't you be at Tony's estate helping with the cradle? That's what I should be asking.
Banner was also confused. Seeing this, Natasha understood everything. She was the one who had known Tony the longest and understood him best among them. Notify the captain.
Natasha sat in the pilot's seat of the Quinjet.
Head to Stark Estate. Friday. After waiting for a long time without a response from Friday, Natasha slammed the console.
Damn it.
The situation might be worse than she thought.
Communications were cut off. They could only resort to the simplest method, calling, to inform Steve of Tony's anomaly.
I was about to tell you that,
Steve said anxiously.
but I don't know where he is now. It was then that Barton realized how thoroughly they had been fooled by the Stark family.
From the very beginning, he never intended to let us be part of this.
Barton gritted his teeth.
From the moment he bought the estate, he was planning this day.
But all of this could only be attributed to the progression of time and opportunity.
Tony's initial thought was simply to move Clove to a new location and hide her, but Fury's appearance gave him the idea of faking Clove's death and transferring her. A tall tree catches the wind. He didn't want to lose those around him because of himself anymore. And every subsequent step showed him the glimmer of hope for waking Clove. Whether it was introducing Ultron to everyone, giving Friday control of the cruisers, or sending Daisy to be Banner's student, he was paving the way for this day. But he never expected Ultron to bring him such a great surprise. Ultron had made a humanoid body out of vibranium, and now all he needed was to complete the consciousness upload, and he would have a tangible Clove. Although the body wasn't very attractive, and was male for Clove's sake, he felt he could endure it. His hands never stopped moving. Tony and Daisy connected Clove's damaged consciousness to the cradle. As long as the upload succeeded, their Clove would be back.
Jarvis.
Tony frowned, and had Jarvis open the surveillance feed, unsurprised to see the team fighting the suits.
Don't.
Before he could finish, a gust of wind swept through the sealed lab. When the wind died down, the room was filled with tangled wires, and the siblings Pietro and Wanda.
No!
Daisy cried out in despair, seeing the progress bar at just a sliver left.
What do you want?
Wanda looked at the unfamiliar woman on the central bed, then finally said,
What do you want? To create another monster like Ultron. We didn't.
But her words were taken as an excuse. Wanda's hand moved slightly, glowing with red light.
Don't let her touch you!
Tony blurted out in urgency, immediately summoning the Mark suit to send Pietro flying. But this speed was no match for his. He ducked and lunged, grabbing Daisy and pinning her down. Meanwhile, the commotion outside the lab quieted, and Steve broke through, storming into the lab. Tony grumbled to Jarvis.
Looks like we have to get serious. Jarvis, protect them, and call Ultron back.
I'm here.
Ultron appeared behind Steve, then walked to Tony, and whispered a few words.
After hearing what he said, Tony's eyes lit up.
Well done,
he praised.
This way Clove can use her own body. Steve's eyes widened in disbelief at what he saw and heard.
What exactly are you plotting?
Steve roared.
Is all of this a script you directed? You could say that.
Tony raised a protective shield and spread his hands.
But it seems there's been a slight deviation. Don't worry, I'll fix it.
With that, the two engaged in combat. Meanwhile, Pietro, who was about to use Daisy to threaten Tony, saw Wanda being held hostage by Ultron. Don't do anything unnecessary.
Ultron aimed his palm at Wanda's head.
Otherwise, I can't guarantee she'll be able to talk to you anymore. Pietro gritted his teeth. He couldn't gamble with his blood relative's life.
Slowly releasing Daisy, he watched her return to the console to continue working. Pietro then took Wanda from Ultron, and stood far away, no longer intending to interfere.
Ultron,
Tony ordered.
Assist Daisy with the upload. Yes, sir.
Ultron picked up the tangled wires, and reconnected them swiftly.
Stark,
Steve tried to dissuade him.
Since you don't intend to destroy the world, why don't you stop? It's a long story, Captain. Tony drove Steve back, and returned to the cradle, staying alert.
Open the cradle, Ultron,
Tony said.
You know what's most important. What are you doing?
Natasha finally burst in, catching sight of the woman on the bed.
Are you trying to resurrect Clove? No,
Tony denied.
Not resurrection. She was never dead. The funeral back then was just a diversion to protect her. I just want to upload her consciousness and wake her up. Are you insane?
Natasha's eyes widened.
The projection earlier. That was her.
Tony smiled behind his mask.
You didn't really think I was only capable of that much, did you? You're insane.
Natasha cursed.
So what?
Tony spread his hand, shielding Clove behind him.
Haven't you always called me selfish?
Then take a good look at what this selfish bastard can do.
Meanwhile, Ultron had opened the cradle and taken out the yellow gem. At that moment, something unexpected happened. Thor arrived with the fury of lightning.
Stop him!
Tony called out, handing the gem to Ultron and ordering him forward. He didn't want this god to stop his plan that was just one step away from completion.
You can't do that.
Thor's lightning made it difficult for Ultron to act.
The energy within the gem will tear the body apart.
Then we'll go with Plan A.
Tony reinserted the gem and began transmitting consciousness. Seeing Tony still persist, Thor grew angry and raised his hammer toward the cradle.
Wherever the lightning struck, all devices malfunctioned to varying degrees.
Stop hindering me!
Tony gritted his teeth, his voice furious.
Get out of my way! The arc reactor on his chest also lit up with a deep blue glow, its intensity rivaling Thor's lightning. The result of two such powerful forces clashing was an explosion.
The shockwave from the explosion shattered Clove's protective shield, and everyone sustained varying degrees of injury. Daisy, under Ultron's protection, had left the area. Hearing from the earpiece that Daisy was unharmed, Tony scrambled to his feet to complete the final task, but then saw the gem he had placed in the cradle rise into the air. Accompanied by a faint but thunderous cracking sound, the gem shattered. The vast yellow energy within burst forth, compressing the air until it was as thick as water. The increasingly turbulent waves of air signaled the instability of the energy.
No! The air exploded, and the powerful blast leveled the lab. Everyone quickly took cover behind the Hulk. Steve, setting aside his grievances, shielded Tony behind his shield.
Gray dust scattered. Tony shook off Steve's hand, stumbling forward.
Honey! But everyone present knew that under such a massive explosion, Clove, without her protective shield, could not have survived.
Everyone turned away, unable to bear looking, but then they heard a shocking female voice.
Tony! A voice completely without hoarseness sounded.
What did you do while I was asleep again?
But in response, she received a cautious, icy embrace, as if afraid of crushing her. Welcome back, my...
Tony's voice choked.
Clove,